from the days of the early suns. Through worlds of lost belief, laid waste and buried deep. Summer to be set up to fall. But there's no fear that lives inside this soul. Yeah, inside. I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. No, nothing's ever taking me over. I'm on a natural high. You make me come alive, and I can be as brave. Let me show you that I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. Coming at you live, real world. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. I switch it, I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor, murder in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 you don't go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball, 멈추지 않아. 나는 내, 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you live, real world. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do.
It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mess. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex. never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome everyone to Worlds Countdown, where we're looking ahead at the day's games. This Group B playing as we get a look at the teams preparing for the day at hand. Yesterday was very, very exciting, and Inspired seems to be having a lot of fun as he is vibing in his chair. Rogue is going to hit the Rift. Was that a Salt Bay impression? I don't know what's going on, but you're getting a look at Rogue through the lens of the Oppo cam, capturing the best moments of Worlds 2020, or, you know, at least the preparation leading up to them. Hello everyone, my name is Shox. I'm joined by Amazing and FLICKR, where we're looking back on yesterday and looking forward to today. And yesterday, Group A did give us a couple of surprises. It was a roller coaster. Amazing.
Yeah, it started off pretty strong for G2. They looked really, really clean, and then suddenly at the end of the day had both the game against Suning and then the tiebreak against them, lost both. So we didn't quite expect that. I had high hopes.
Oh, I mean, we had high hopes, maybe for some of these teams. In the end of the day, though, I think Suning and G2 going through was rather along the lines of the pre-tournament expectations. But the way in which it happened was quite dramatic, FLICKR. And Team Liquid ends up leaving the tournament, but they ended up picking up 3 games, 2 yesterday and 1 in the first round. They got so close, but it didn't matter.
I mean, it was just a heartbreaker moment.
Yeah.
A photo finish, if you will,
Yes.
for Suning and G2 to pull over the line right there. Unfortunately for TL, they kind of turned around their entire play style, but it was too little too late. That loss to Machi really punishing them in the first round, and you know, what coulda, shoulda, woulda, but just wasn't enough there. And I feel for the North American brethren. But on the positive side, NA, G2 lost twice to Sunny, so it wasn't like we just did you dirty and then lost or then won the tiebreaker match.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you missed that yesterday, it all came down to if G2 was able to beat Suning in that first game, they would have also given TL the tiebreaker versus Suning. But that's the World Championship. You can't be relying on other teams to make it happen for you. You have to make it happen yourself. And for G2, they didn't at the end of the day. They got that second seed. They really fell apart against Suning, Frostgurn.
The early games looked so good, and then as soon as we hit big game, it was just kind of like a 180 turn, a little bit of inting sometimes, and Suning definitely punishing, like, no, this is illegal, I'm gonna have to pull you over, sir, check your credentials, and slapped them.
No, I'm really glad that they showed at least the proficiency in the early game, but I do think that the late game execution, especially when it comes to flanks and everything like that, and watching those, it was concerning to me because I do expect G2 to be a really, really strong team fighting team, and that's how they won a ton of games last year too. So it's a weird turnaround to have a stronger early game and a weaker late game now.
It is, and I think we can all agree on the fact that this isn't 2019 G2. They look a lot rougher around the edges, a lot weaker, some would say for sure. And amazing, you said it in rehearsal, they did do the same thing last year, exactly the same thing, in fact, with dropping to Griffin.
We should not be too worried because they did do it last year, and honestly speaking, in the first week of groups, they also look kind of shaky, so they always have that turnaround coming in at some point.
Yeah, and I think it's also about, setting context, what you just kind of brought up there, Shocks, is this idea of what are the expectations for G2? I hear the word kind of tournament favorites thrown around. I don't personally sit there. I think
we've lost that. That train has left the station.
I know, right? I do think that G2 might still be on the cusp of a dark horse this tournament, as well as Suning. They have the LPL title attached to their name, but you can see that it gets a little bit rough and dirty there, especially in closing out on very strong leads in late games. So I think Suning and G2 looking like comparable first and second seeds, and whoever draws them a quarter is actually probably going to feel pretty good with the inconsistencies that they showed in groups.
Definitely so. And then to take just a more moment to talk about Suning, as said, the third seed coming out of the LPL, played with inconsistency throughout the season, but finishing strong. And they do seem to be going from strength to strength, especially in that top lane. We'll get a look at that Gangplank later, don't you worry. But this is hopeful, a lot of rookies on that lineup stepping up when it matters the most.
And I was talking about this the other day. I feel like in kind of the same lens that we look at Rogue, we should really look at Suning, and that this is a very young, inexperienced team. You can see some of that experience really biting them, especially in their late game macro decisions and the inconsistencies there. And it is more about a massive learning opportunity. Yeah, we're super excited to see Sorda and SOFM, Sorda finally making it to groups, SOFM finally making his debut on the international stage. But Ben, Angel, and Huangfeng are the little babies still. They got a lot of growing to do, and this is a great first impression for them on Worlds.
Yeah, definitely. Especially SOFM has been really, really incredible to me. I kind of criticized him early on for his Lee Sin play because I didn't think it was that impressive. But after seeing his Nidalee play, and he just turned around for me. And I think now I'm actually on the side where he has looked really, really good to me.
He has, and I'm super excited seeing him go up against some of these other junglers in the tournament for SOFM. But the Red Bull top play, that came at the very last moments of the tiebreaker match yesterday. Bin's Gangplank gave G2 no chance for a parlay. Oh, I can't watch it.
Yeah, usually wouldn't expect the Gangplank to flank, and then he double barrels on top of his own ultimate. I think that play in itself is just incredible to me, and yeah, I guess he got the win for the team.
He did. Yeah.
G2 just went into flat. They're like, no,
not again, not again.
An LPL top laner blasts us when we're all grouped up. It was the Shy all over again.
And we got to say, Bin overall, though, super impressive group stage. And just in the tradition of the other LPL top laners, they can play weak side, they can play strong side, they can turn around a game like that.
It's the versatility, and I want to give a huge shout out to the LPL, the fact that we're bringing 369, Bin, and Zoom. I was like, there's one more name that I had forgotten there. It feels like the Shy kind of really changed the whole meta when Invictus Gaming won the World Championship, and then the LPL, like, we need to go back to the Go-Goings and the PDDs. We need to have hard carry top laners, and they showed up massive this split.
Yeah, it's really, really important that they actually understand that, because the facilitating nature of their top laners that we've seen in the past, especially on RNG, for example, I think that in itself will not fly anymore because of the fact that you have to have that top lane flexibility coming in. You need to be able to play carriers, bruisers, and you need to be able to play tanks too.
We're going to do a deep dive into the top lane in just a little bit. Another thing I wanted to talk about, which has been one of the main takeaways from yesterday's games and all of the group stage, is the increased importance of level 1s. And I wanted to have a bit of a deeper conversation about it. First off, Amazing, do you think this is something that we'll see continued in Group A mostly like we did yesterday, or is it going to be every game from now on?
It should be every game, given the fact that there's the same objectives apply to every game, right? Early game control is really important, and having a good jungle start is also really important. So as long long as you see a champion like Lilia, as long as you see champions like Grace and Lily in the jungle, you need to set yourself up for success. And I think a level 1 invade, especially when you have stronger champions, is just doing that and playing on your strengths.
And I think what Amazing is saying here is really important in understanding that it's very dependent on the champions that are in the ecosystem right now, not just the bot lanes, but the junglers in particular. You know, why are level 1 so strong? Well, the Lilias and the Graves and the Nidalees can really abuse when you have a split map. And if you have priority around that, they can basically take over a game and end it on a level 1. We've heard from both the LCS and LEC representatives talking about the importance of level 1s. And for me, they almost feel like lane swaps a little bit.
Oh, is that like what you would compare it to, kind of the strategic trend that is now popping up at the beginning of a game?
Yeah, the execution especially is really, really difficult because you have to understand there's so many moving parts, right? Are you going to move a top laner down to bottom lane to defend and invade? How is it going to affect the top side of the map? And then splitting the map is like another thing that you can do to basically set yourself up for success, where if you shut off the enemy bot lane, suddenly they can't play the game anymore. They can't push up anymore. And if they do push up, they get frozen upon. So there's so many tactical advantages you can get through a map split that it actually becomes like more or less like a lane swap scenario.
And again, I really just want to underline this. It's also the proficiency of the caliber of teams that we have on the world stage, that if you give them this kind of opportunity where suddenly a lane cannot play at all because they're on weak side, because they don't have jungle support, they literally just run away with the game. There's just nothing you can do at this high of a level.
And I think let's do our due diligence. And if we see it happening today, let's go a bit deeper, because I think up until now, we've just said, oh, there's another invade or there's another level 1. But let's look at why this is possible, what items there are, what, you know, champions on the map, what dynamics we have to take into account, because I'm sure we'll see a lot of interesting level 1s. I hope so, at least. We'll be stepping away for just a second, but when we return, we're going to look ahead towards today's action as the teams in Group B fight for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Another twist of the night, turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today and make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, feed them fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. Calling on, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
够在小组赛出现，绝对是一个光荣。我觉得如果我们能够把我们的实力发挥出来的话，绝对是这组的黑马。
Storm though, a lot of stunts coming out. Kaiwing's going low, Hanabi's tanking, and River gets the kill.
I made it to quarterfinals. Last time I went to Worlds, it was also in China. I will never forget that time.
Looking to be the first team to accomplish what no team has done before as they take SKT to game point.
So I think this year it's quite similar because being underdog and then breaking expectations.
Wow, I mean, that's going to be flashed down instantly, but they're going to find the knockup anyway. It's already first blood.
JDG and DAMWON, they were definitely beatable. I'm gonna spoil everyone and say that it's gonna be banger games.
17年的时候就主场的决赛没有我们 LPL 队伍，但是我希望今年一定会有，所以压力还是会有的，想为 LPL拿下3连冠。
1등 팀으로 와서 팬분들이 좀 기대감은 더 커진 것 같은데 부담감은 딱히 뭐 그때랑 비교해서 달라진 건 없는 것 같아서.
Going to timeout and here comes Nogari. DAMWON in the first round robin undefeated.
제일 걱정되는 팀은 그냥 징동인 것 같고 징동은 팀적으로 뭔가를 설계하는 플레이가 장점인 것 같고.
But it's a bait out of Rogue. I love this. Konami gonna flash out of the way. The tempered bait is just extraordinary.
단점은 이제 팀적으로 설계된 플레이가 잘 안 풀렸을 때 좀 급격히 무너지는 것 같아요.
DAMWON Gaming obliterate JDG to start their Worlds run.
It's going to be a very exciting rematch between DAMWON and JDG. I don't think JDG got enough out in their first match.
我们会给大家看到属于 LPL 的第2名的冲击力。
A very nice teaser there, encapsulating everything we may expect today. Now, in terms of possible drama, yesterday was pretty crazy, but Group A was also very close going into it, both in terms of scoreline and in terms of how the games played out. For Group B, it's a bit of a different story. Any team that is higher placed than the team they've played has demolished them. It isn't even close statistically, as well as kind of the impression we get. DAMWON seems to be head and shoulders above everyone else. JDG under it, Rogue under it, PSG under that. So I hope we get especially a step up from the side of JDG today, FLICKR, who went into the tournament as possible tournament favorites, then got knocked down a peg.
Yeah, it's exciting in the sense that I think that the League of Legends or the caliber of League of Legends that we can see in Group B should be really high. Yeah. And if it is going to be a smash, it will be an absolute dismantling that is just like chef's kiss to watch. And so even if it feels bad, like Rogue definitely the underdogs here, I hope that we see really clean league and we really get a good look at 2 of the possible tournament favorites as well as maybe a very strong dark horse. I know we just heard from the teaser PSG saying that they could be a dark horse for the group, but I also think Rogue should be considered as well.
Yeah, let's see. Anything can happen.
No, for me, it's definitely Rogue being the dark horse. I think they have shown some upsides in the first week already. I think their game against DAMWON wasn't that bad. I think they actually showed that they can hang with the big boys, I suppose, of the group. And I think for week 2, like, hopefully we'll see some more improvement.
If it was easy, it wouldn't be a world championship, right? So, Rogue, keep that in mind. Let's dive into a couple of matchups that are going to be very important, and maybe start with the top lane as a whole, which has been very influential, especially yesterday. And we have 2 different styles. Now, before we dive into it, at the World Championship, we're always throwing around terms and cast and whatnot, but not always explaining them. Talk to me about what is the difference between a carry-inspired top laner and a weak side top laner?
Yeah, so as we throw these terms around, like carry side just, or carry top laner just means that this guy can be the focal point of a comp. So he's not required to carry, but he's more often than not going to be put in that position. For example, we see that with Nogari, where he's going to be put on the Camille as a blind pick even and then played around. A weak side top laner is more or less someone that can sometimes be the focal point of a comp, but honestly speaking, will not often be. And he's more or less a facilitator, someone you play off of, rather than someone you play around.
And this is also a conversation of weak side top laner kind of gets a bad reputation and a dirty reputation, if you will. But sometimes you do it because that's what your team needs. So in the case of like a DAMWON versus a Rogue, you know, DAMWON usually play through the top side of their map. They play through Nuclear and Showmaker, and Canyon kind of bounces between them. And you wouldn't ever call Ghost and Barrel a weak side bot lane, but it's about setup versus being set up for. So the likes of Rogue use Finn. It's usually for setup and facilitating the other players around him as they play through Hansama and Vander. And for DAMWON, it's that top side trident, if you will, of carrying through the top lane, the jungle, and the mid lane.
Let's go down the line then. Amazing. Nagori, for instance, I think the scary thing is that everything you just explained, he kind of showed it all. He had the Lulu, he had the Kennen team fighting, and he had the Camille solo carry, the total package.
Yeah, that's the incredible part to me about him, where he's able to play every single style. He's not required to do anything, like any single style, but he can basically do everything. So I think that in itself is such a strategic advantage to the draft and everything like that, because he can play the Lulu and suddenly facilitate Force Graves. And he can also play the Camille and suddenly play Topward. So I think these two things are really, really important to the flexibility of the draft and obviously to the flexibility of the top lane itself.
And I think I really want to compliment Nagori's ability to team fight. I think Ender called him the best team fighting top laner in that cast when he pulled out the Kennen Smeb-esque flank against PSG. And it's the fact of the matter that he does that multiple times. His patience, his setup, how he's facilitating his carries, even when he is on things like the Lulu versus like the Kennen, is just, it's amazing to watch. He is such a focal point of what makes DAMWON so terrifying and why so many people have them as tournament favorites to take it all.
Yeah, and honestly, his Lulu play is not really facilitating, I guess, when I saw it, because he was at the enemy tower, 20 CS up, and winning the lane that hard. So he makes weak lane champions carry champions.
Yeah, and he is, I think, really, you know, an anomaly also. You know, he's up there with the best of the best. Then we get to Zoom from JDG, also, again, an LPL top laner. We know he's got some skills, but what do you think of him as a whole so far, Frost?
Zoom has been so impressive, and I've been waiting for this side of the dumpling duo to make his debut on the international stage. A lot of the times, going gets thrown around when talking about Zoom. He can do it all, similar to Nagori. He can play the carries, he can play the bruisers, he can play the tanks, and he does so well. You heard it in the teasers, DAMWON, we're talking about the strengths of JDG, the fact that them as a team is so powerful, and Zoom's presence in team fights, his target selection, his zone control, he has a dirty gangplank, is a huge factor for JDG.
Yeah, what I like about him especially is just the fact that he's able to team fight that particularly well, and he's actually always identifying what he has to do, locks down the right targets, and he has this aggressive, almost like bruiser play style within himself, independently of which champion he plays. So I think that in itself is like such a stylistic advantage for them.
I also think like JDG, in comparison to some of the others, they actually don't spend too much time around him, and he also spends a lot of time in his lane. He's just doing it by himself and then joining for the team fights, and he's doing every style really well. Looking at some of the other top laners in the group, we have Rogue and Finn. Now, we called it out as possibly something that could be exploited, but we've seen that they've worked around it, and I think Finn gets a bit of a bad rep, doesn't he, Frost?
And again, if you think back to Finn's champion pool, he used to be known as like the Aatrox, Kled, Aurelia one trick. So he was famous for kind of these bruisers. And the fact of the matter is he has chosen to take a step back and play a facilitating style for his bot lane, because so many resources go to Larson-inspired Hansama and Vander.
Yeah, for them it's just about the identification now, which champions they want to roll with, because for them, obviously the GP didn't quite work out. It was too far behind. I think it was too slowly scaling for what Rogue actually wants to do on the map. So the likes of Maokai, Malphite, whatever it is, like tanks top lane that have some agency in the early game, will probably bode well for them in the future.
And we shouldn't immediately say, oh yeah, go put him on a tank. It could actually be used as a strength for both Rogue and for PSG. It's up to the coaching staff to kind of draft a composition that can work against the powerhouses on the other teams.
Yeah, it is really important that you understand, hey, when we run against a tank top laner, then we actually have to do certain things that may not be required in normal draft. So we can't blind pick the Graves, for example, because then they're going to run the Kindred, then they have a tank Kindred combo, suddenly going to be behind in the draft and not going to be able to win late game. So there's some kind of like things that you always have to account for when you run against certain types of compositions.
Yeah, it's just the creativity of how they're problem solving, you know, either doing around shallow champion pools or expanding different champion pools in different positions. And just because you see a tank in the top lane doesn't necessarily mean that that top laner can't hang. It's got so many other factors to it.
Yeah, it does. I hear you mentioning a lot of combinations. If you have this top, then you need this jungle. So let's talk a bit about the jungle, because it's also stacked in this group specifically. Let's start with Canyon, who it's hard to shine on a lineup as a jungler, you know,
this stacked.
Normally, but especially when you have Nagari and Showmaker, but he's still able to pull it off.
Yeah, and his synergy with the lanes, especially Nagari and Showmaker, is just incredible to me. So what he does is he identifies what he has to do, and he has the mechanics to back it up, which is not something you can obviously say about every jungler in the Worlds. It's quite difficult to make Nidalee work. It's quite difficult to make Grace work, and he makes it without any issues whatsoever.
Yeah, it's the mechanical proficiency and the fact that, like you said, he's flanked between Nagari and Showmaker, so it is slightly easier that you have two very powerful solo laners, but it still then means that this guy is set up for success.
Look at the power pose too.
Once the dominoes are set up, you still got to knock them down, and Canyon does so very beautifully. It is a very precise game plan from DAMWON, and he's kind of the primary chess piece that's moving around what his solo laners set up for him.
So you're saying it looks easy to us when you look at the DAMWON games, but he has a big role in making sure it all plays out that way.
Listen, I see Canyon play Nidalee, and I'm like, I can do that. And then I go and try to play Nidalee, I'm like, oh no, I can't do this. And a lot of junglers on the world stage still can't do it as well as this guy does.
All right.
Yeah, and being a jungler for such a precise team is actually pretty hard because you have to be on time for everything that happens on the map. So, for example, wave pushes in, suddenly you have to be there. Then you have to be on the opposite of the map to, for example, cover a dive. So there's so many things that you have to do. You have to be mechanically precise, but you also have to be right on time every single time.
So it's hard to jungle when everyone's feeding, but it's also hard when everyone's doing really well.
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
What you're saying is jungle is the hardest role in the game. Amazing. No surprises there.
Are you biased?
Or what's going on?
The jungle.
Talk to me about Kanavi. He was super hyped coming into this World Championship, and maybe DAMWON and Canyon ran away with a lot of kind of the praise out of week one. But Frosk, what can we expect of this guy?
Justice for Kanavi. He still deserves a very strong honorable mention. It feels like the LPL holistically, in my opinion, brought the strongest junglers when you look across all of their seeds. SOFM, Karsa, and Kanavi are all just amazing standouts. And Kanavi got a bad run against DAMWON in the first game. I want to see how he fares in the second one. Very similar type of playstyle. I believe he's touted as the best jungler in the LPL right now and was a huge factor of why JDG rose to prominence. It was a shame that we didn't have MSI because JDG were the MSI champions. They should have already shown the world how strong they are.
It's a shame we didn't have MSI for many, many, many reasons. Finally, let's touch on Inspired because here in the LEC, we hyped him up quite often and he really grew into a role and showed that he can do different things. But you know, when you're up against the likes of a DAMWON and a JDG, amazing, how hard is it then to be a jungler?
It is really, really hard because you have to account for more things than not. So when you're playing against weaker teams, you can kind of like identify your own playstyle and run with it no matter what. But when you run against junglers that are the likes of Canyon, that are the likes of Kanavi, you have to account for their playstyle, you have to account what they're doing. So that in itself makes you honestly adjust strategically. And honestly, you have to also play towards their mechanical strengths too. So you have to be able to execute perfectly and you have to account for what they're doing on the map. So he has actually adjusted to a certain extent. I don't think he's quite there yet, but he's humble. He's someone that has always tried to learn from, I guess, the elderly even, you know, like someone like me to a certain extent even. So he has always been like someone that has to absorb like a lot of knowledge. And I think now with week 2 coming in, with another week of practice, maybe he's going to come in.
Let's see. We'll hope so, at least. For the schedule, at least, a tight race in Group B. Maybe not so much for DAMWON. They kick off, though, versus PSG Talon, and hopefully we can get an upset on the board. And at the end of the day, we will know who goes to the quarterfinals. And as always, any tiebreakers will be played at the end of the day. JDG versus DAMWON. The rematch, which a lot of people are looking forward to, is totally at the end. So, moving on now with Group B on the board. We talked already about the junglers. We talked already about the top laners, but amazing. I think you're going to break down something for us specifically, so take it away.
I shall do that. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
That's on me. That's not on me. It is what it is. Is that the microphone?
Yeah, but we can still hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, then I shall start. We don't want to have technical difficulties be the problem. All right, as we see in this clip right now, we basically have a situation in which DAMWON and JDG are facing up at the Herald, and they're trying to basically identify what they have to do at this certain time. So as we play the clip, and we see it right now, thank you very much, we see DAMWON right now taking the Herald, and as they're doing that, JDG is now chasing into the show code. And what I like about this play in itself is that DAMWON actually identifies what they have to do and how they have to postpone almost that fight in order to get more on the map. So they hold the curtain call, they make it slow, and now we see the strategic mindset is behind them in order to identify what they have to do on the map. So they go to mid lane, have the Herald pop, get the turret down, then they walk into the enemy jungle. And we see it here right now, where Kennen actually gets deep vision, identifies what the enemy may do, and suddenly they also get the dragon. And if that's not everything, they actually then also walk back to mid lane, take the next mid wave, identify what JDG again has to do in order to get an advantage and deny it again. So they get a full reset, nothing wrong happening. So they actually get everything they want and deny everything that the enemy could want themselves. And as we see here right now, hopefully that's gonna work. Sorry for the telestrator issues, my bad. So as we see here right now, DAMWON is trying to identify what they have to do on the map from getting something out of nothing. And in this case, they're actually only up 500 gold, and they still try to make something happen. On the top side of the map, they see that the Ken-Lulu matchup is now turning volatile. They can actually make a play around it, and now as we play, quick hit on the Lulu, get her down, and what happens afterwards is basically what Nuguri is known for so far. That is basically mechanical execution and understanding how far he can push his champions. So he even dives the Lulu between the turrets, then, as we see here, kills her, and then takes the turret afterwards, which then transitions into 2.3k gold deficit for PSG. And that gold swing in itself is just incredible to me, out of something that was as simple as a gank on the top side of the map.
Thank you. Come on over here. Thank you for that breakdown. And for us,
I really want this game to be more competitive than the Telestrator versus Amazing fight and
technical issues.
Amazing fight.
You did well. It's not easy. What I wanted to say coming out of that is that this is the feeling I always get when I'm watching really great players. You think they're going in. Surely they can't take this trade, but they know exactly how far they can go. And I think as the enemy team, you keep walking away with a feeling of like, well, I could have won that trade. I'm going back in next time. And that's how they get you, because they're going to beat you every single time. That's also what's going to be the case here. We're looking at game one, a huge underdog game for PSG Talon. They are at 0-3. They must start the miracle run right now. With miracle runs, it is as such, you have to win every single game, and then still it isn't in your hands. So up versus DAMWON, a tall order, FLICKR. What are we looking at for PSG?
Well, I will say that PSG actually had a good run the first time that they faced DAMWON. Their early game was strong. It was the Kindred game, and they got a couple of kills with Kaiwing on Nautilus a couple of times, like hit back and forth. But ultimately, it came down to...
swung back pretty quickly, yeah.
It came down to individual mistakes, I would say. So where PSG were finding openings as a team, really contesting, unlocking Kaiwing, using him to move around the map, having him on Nautilus for great setup. When it came to the individual 1v1s between Hanabi and Nuguri, the mid lane, Unified getting caught out, that's when DAMWON just like dropped to the hammer. They were like, we are done with this. You could try to skill check us 1v1, and they did not have a good time.
What's just impressive about it is how quickly it happened too. It was like a quick gold swing. There was nothing happening on the map, and suddenly, even though Barry at that point was even running into the enemy jungle, dying, and suddenly you have like a complete swing on the top side of the map, and that itself, that they can identify win condition momentarily and break it that wide open that quickly, is the mark of a great team.
It is for DAMWON. We talked about the jungle in the top already. I want to approach it now from kind of a team-wide perspective, where if you look at the statistics, it is no surprise DAMWON is absolutely crushing every single category. It isn't even close because of the way they play. And I think we can't overstate just how dominant they've been so far, FLICKR. But I want to focus it in on comparing it to what we saw out of them last year, because as you remember, also stomped the group stage, didn't drop a single game, but this is still a very different DAMWON.
It feels like, as you've put it, they've buttoned up. That they've ascended now to kind of the final form. We've heard so many whispers about how terrifying this team is in scrims, how deep that they should have gone, and it was kind of an odd head scratcher to see them collapse, but not necessarily out of the wheelhouse, because again, their inexperience they had previously. Now running it back, they look so much tighter, so much more disciplined, and now it's like, okay, this is the DAMWON that we've been promised, realized on the world stage.
Yeah, we kind of saw a similar change actually for Fnatic in 2017 to 2018. They had a rough, they had a rough group phase at that point, but then in 2018 they came back and actually went to the World Finals because they get together as a team, they identified what their issues were, and they basically then became closer and knew what they had to do at all times. And I think that kind of like experience advantage at some point that comes in after a year is really important for a World's team.
And experience is always important. And I know we always say, you know, you have to win when you're on the world stage, but those things do matter. And it's up to each team by itself to recognize what they have to work on and elevate that coming into the next year. A long way they've come from 2019, FLICKR. And can you pinpoint it down and tell me kind of what you've seen so far in different styles and different things where they've cleaned it up so far that makes you think that deep run is definitely on the cards?
I think it's the versatility that they can play, and the quick look that we've gotten from their 3 games, they've shown that they can play through the jungle, that they can play through the top side, that they can play a wide variety of different matchups. The fact that they have such talented individual players, especially in their solo laners, so it's like, it's almost, to be able to ride this ride, you must meet this skill check requirement, and that's very dangerous against Nuguri and Showmaker, especially if you give them advantageous matchups. They absolutely punish you for that. So it's the fact that you have to be willing to fight them in the lane phase. You cannot give a free early game to them, and then you have to be willing to out-execute them in the late game in some of the cleanest team fighting that I've ever seen. So as a whole complete package.
Are you giving them any chance?
They have great wave clear. They have good CS and good dinner.
We can just pack it up right now with the World Championship, apparently.
I think it's about Ghost and Barrel. I think this is where teams have been trying to get their advantage, having a strong 2v2 bot side and then unlocking the support. And while we know that Nuguri and Showmaker are hard to punish, maybe you can try to find advantages there and just create a much stronger 2v2 and get your support rolling in so that Showmaker isn't 1v1, he's 3v1.
Maybe. Final thoughts, Amazing?
I don't think I have anything to add. I think everything was said that has ever to be said. So I'm with you on that one.
We've set it up for you, PSG. We've praised DAMWON into the heavens. This is your time for an upset. Time for us to send it off to Captain Flowers and Kobe for game 1.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. And now, welcome to another day of Worlds 2020 group stages, esports fans. We got 3 more groups to take care of, starting with Group B here today. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, joined once again by the immaculate Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler beside me for these first 3.
Why, thank you. Another great intro from Captain Flowers. I like how the analyst desk set this one up because it is on paper and statistically this first match of DAMWON versus PSG Talon, the most lopsided single match of group stages going in. So everybody is probably actually rooting for the underdog here, you know, save for the DAMWON fans trying to get some fireworks. I'm glad that Frost brought up, you know, Kai Wing's roaming last time around because PSG Talon actually came into the game with a strong game plan. You know, roaming support around, trying to target Nuguri in the top lane with multi-person dives. However, the problem was DAMWON were able to punish it as soon as Kai Wing started roaming. 2v1 kill on the bottom side for Ghost and Barrel. They're like, you leave this guy alone in the lane, we're going right after him.
And as the desk already said, the miracle run has got to begin here if PSG Talon want to have any sort of a chance of making it out of this group alive. A 0-3 start is a rough way to begin this final day of groups play, but that's where they're at, and they got to take down the big dog in the group.
And that's why I want to jump right into the pick and ban phase, because this is one of the most fun phases where we get to do, you know, pre-analysis for the teams to try and come up with a game plan to upset from PSG. I think they have to ban away Naguri's Camille. This is this man's second most played champion with an 82% win rate. 33 games in his career. It's actually insane how good he is on it. Meanwhile, for DAMWON, the Twisted Fate, the Lucian, and maybe the Ornn to ban away possible tank here for Hanabi would be the biggest ones. Renekton is the other possible ban there for DAMWON Gaming that I would try and throw out.
Well, the Senna will be the first ban here coming out from DAMWON. They don't want to allow some of that infinite stacking that we saw some of those shenanigans yesterday in the tiebreaker between G2 and Suning that looked like it might have given G2 their out, but Camille will be the next ban here coming out from PSG Talon.
Yeah, as I said, it's kind of ridiculous. In 33 games over his career in competitive play, he has an 82% win rate on the Camille, so Hanabi definitely doesn't want to play against that, considering, especially right now in the meta, this is one of the champions that has been dominating, especially, you know, with everybody taking grass, really more difficult to punish it in lane than it was previously. Meanwhile, there's the Lucian that we're looking for DAMWON. It's very, very common common now on the red side ban. I would still be looking, for them to throw one more ban here at Hanabi. Take away one of the comfort picks, probably the Ornn or the Renekton. If they want to continue on bottom side, though, and continue to target Unified, they very well could whittle down on this champ pool.
Not surprised to see the Nidalee banned away. That champion actually had the highest combined pick and ban percentage at 96% in group play for week 1. So lots of attention being paid to Nidalee, banned away here in this first game of the day. Orianna banned out, and what will be the first pick of the draft here for PSG Talon? Thinking about the AD carry, they lock in the Ashe.
And the Ashe does get through utility from the bottom lane. This is a good strategy here for PSG. You want some hard engage to be able to try and punish DAMWON when they do go for some of these more aggressive skirmish plays. They're playing around Canyon. They're trying to fight you. If they can get some good Ashe arrows, that may be an opportunity to punish. And instead of banning the Ornn, DAMWON just pick it right up here.
Ornn. He has been instrumental in so many victories in so many games throughout Worlds 2020 here so far. And DAMWON are looking to put another dub in the column for the big man with the horn. Graves also locked in. Super popular pick so far this tournament. Not surprised to be seeing more of him. And the Syndra hover coming out from PSG Talon, but they switch it up and they go for the Kindred instead.
Yeah, back on Kindred once again. Some more comfort here for River. See what they follow it up with as far as the Syndra hover that they had before. It's an interesting topic because so many teams have so highly prized Syndra, but since the last round of nerfs, she does have a lot more mana problems than previously, and this has opened up a lot more answers for counter matchups in the mid lane, because not only can you try and play assassins into the Syndra like the Echo, but you can also try and play the mana game versus Syndra with the problems that she does now have with the last round of changes. They are going to allow PSG to throw 2 more mid lane bans though. Right on through at Showmaker. He doesn't care. His champ pool is deep enough.
Faith in the mid laner from DAMWON, saying you can ban whatever you want, we'll still have an answer for it. Instead, they wanted to make sure they got that Jhin online for the matchup in bot lane against the Ashe before more bans came through targeting that one. Now that we're in
Echo
the
Zoe,
second half
maybe?
of the bans here, it's Lulu, the first one banned away by DAMWON.
And I would say for PSG, if you're trying to protect the Syndra, okay, they are going double assassins probably then. Akali banned out here. As we've seen, Echo probably short to follow. Meanwhile, the Lulu that they used last time around from PSG to try and push on the top side, multiple 3-person dives against Nagari were fended off. Is banned away, so they won't be able to pull off that same supportive strategy from the top side of the map. Meanwhile, they also still ban away the Sylas. Don't want that Sylas into Ornn, which it definitely can scale super well. Has a pretty good lane against him. You can go Conqueror versus the Ornn and have some pretty good ults to steal as well.
All right, what's that last ban going to be here? Will we see that second assassin ban paired up with the Akali, just trying to protect tank on this Syndra a little bit further? Or will they switch it up? Pantheon banned away instead.
Playmaking support taken away here. Barrel not going to be able to pull off a Core JJ impression from yesterday. Let's see. What are they going to lock in for bottom side here first? That Echo does get through the bans, and they snatch it right up. I expect that to get locked in for Showmaker. It allows you to play 4-1 there, since you do have the Ornn. You have long range engage, and if you play the side lanes, it's so effective for Echo to be able to push later on without too many answers, and then be able to move in for a collapse with a super long range Ornn engage and the follow-up from Jhin ultimate. It's really beneficial for DAMWON to open up the map.
And I really like leaving that support pick for last here too, since they already know what the enemy mid laner is. This will allow them to see both halves of the 2v2 lane that their opponents are drafting before making their own choice and picking that one up, trying to give DAMWON as much of an edge in that bottom lane as they can. So GP topside against Ornn, he'll be able to farm up. We'll see if he can have the impact they need from their top laner to really, make this upset that is so unlikely happen.
Yeah, we've seen so many, Ornn attempts or Gangplank attempts to the Ornn. The idea is, of course, that you get your cross-map ultimate and you try and make plays off bottom side. Ornn just, can't really dive unless you bring the jungler as well versus the Gangplank. And so Gangplank tries to scale up. You have your passive for extra gold generation, and you try to get dragon plays off with your ultimate. If Gangplank is pressured hard enough by the top side of the map, though, that he has to use his Gangplank ultimate for wave clear or to defend himself against dives, then it really takes away, all the potential for that pick. We'll see if they can actually pull it off here for PSG Talon. Definitely have a mountain to climb against them, going against LCK #1, against DAMWON. So far, the most dominant team.
And look at that support matchup there in the bottom lane with the Tahm Kench locked in for PSG Talon. DAMWON will answer with the Bard, and that will be a difficult 2v2 for Tahm Kench to deal with.
Yeah, Barrow roaming around creating plays could be very, very dangerous for them. We've already talked about how Canyon likes to go, pressure inside the enemy jungle. You steal away camps. If you've got a Bard, that makes it quicker to pull off these plays. It makes it more healthy because the Bard can also lay down your Coco to heal you back up, and it gives you the long range pick potential plus tower dive opportunities when he gets his ult.
I like how you call it Coco because everyone uses Snow Day Bard. It's not even a healing shrine anymore. It's just a cup of cocoa because that's the only skin everyone uses. It's like the Galio skin that throws buckets of chicken at people. I don't even consider it the Winds of War anymore. It's just a chicken skin at this point in time. But that just
the most dangerous of chicken.
Successful skin marketing right there. But we are just about to jump into this first game of the day. Remember, DAMWON is sitting pretty. This group, no team is tied in the standings coming into day 2 of play here. It's DAMWON at 3-0. It's PSG Talon at 0-3. And they must win every single game today if they want to have a chance of making it out of the group and continuing to play in Worlds past this day.
There is a reason this group was deemed the group of death as soon as it was drawn. PSG Talon trying to fight their way towards a win in the group of death, and it is going to be a struggle.
DAMWON is just such a force of nature in the games that we've seen from him so far. We already heard the desk talking about it, how it seems every single element of their gameplay, from their laning to their team fighting, their decision making, their cohesion, it's all there. And to dismantle a monster like this, PSG Talon is going to need to be clean. And let's not forget the trials and tribulations this roster has had to go through even getting here. Remember, they weren't even able to play with their complete roster in play-ins. They started off in the very beginning with 3 different subs, and then quickly were able to get their prime AD carry back, but still had to play with a substitute mid laner and jungler.
Kanye and Uniboy, you will be remembered as heroes. Honestly, those two coming in, getting PSG to where they are today, really valiant performance. But with the correct roster back in place, let's see what they can do. I did, again, like their plan and the preparation that they came into their first matchup versus DAMWON with. So I expect them to, again, have another pre-laid plan. We are getting a look at the level 1s. Kaiwing is the Hail of Blades Tahm Kench. Very potent champion in level 1. This has been on display from G2's Mickey, of course. You can stack up your passive extremely quickly and get your stun with your tongue lash from the acquired taste. Hanabi here, they'll try and do a pincer movement on this tri-brush, quite possibly, or even Kaiwing staying up here for a super cheesy first blood. It's honestly a tactical maneuver. If you do this, though, and you keep your support up here, it means your carry in the bottom lane does have to cede minion wave control. Here we go.
All right, Ornn walks up to the brush and then immediately uses the Searing Charge to get away. It's exhaust used for half of a health bar. Not even a summoner spell expended by Nagari here. And look at Hanabi's health. He lost a good chunk of his own. So really, is the investment worth it?
I'm going to say that is definitely not going to be worth it. You can see the punishment on bottom side. This is one of the points I was bringing up last time from the first time that we had DAMWON versus PSG. Barrow and Ghost immediately punished when Kaiwing went to roam. And last time around, they did get the 2v1 kill. This time around, they just get the early push on the minion wave. They get a little chunk onto Unified. He's got biscuits and health potions early on, so he does have some sustained, but it is going to mean the early level 2 for Ghost and Barrel. They should be able to pressure under tower, and we'll see if that results in any early CF deficits as far as miss CS under tower. It certainly is going to set up possibility for bottom side kingdom there for DAMWON. As we see, Canyon has actually full cleared his blue side and is playing up to the top side to possibly pressure Hanabi on the gangplank for pushing.
Yeah, we'll see both of these junglers here in the top half of the map right now. Also, remember, Kindred's in the game, so it's important to keep our eyes on where those marks are spawning. A lot of time, the Kindred players just kind of got to hope to RNG the appropriate spawn on the crab that she's going after. Otherwise, you just end up losing out on some stats.
And we could take some time here, since I don't expect there to be actual kill action going on, to just go over how you control Kindred marks. Because I've heard a lot of people, talking about it as a possibility, but not understanding exactly how it works. The first mark is guaranteed to spawn on the Scuttle Crabs, as everybody knows. That's the easy part, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be one of the two. Now, if you get unlucky and you don't get the first mark on your side of the crab that you've committed to, like River just did, it is 40 seconds for the respawn. Well, we're going to have some action here, so we'll pause on the Kindred talk.
All right, a little bit of educational content interrupted by a brawl as River has to try to flash away, but it's actually first blood for River. Nagari will fall down in the top lane, and it is a trade 1-for-1, but good heads-up play coming out from PSG Talon, making sure they get on the board first. But now Canyon, he is not quite done, looking for a little bit more damage onto Hanabi here. Won't quite be able to find it, doesn't force the flash. Good patience from Hanabi.
Ooh, River head into the wall right there, a little bit of pie on the face, but they still did get the first blood, got the kill to come in there, and they did, I believe, did he switch his mark over? I'll have to take a look at the marks when it pops up next time, but it looked like they had a little bit of extra gain there. We'll see as far as the reset, though, because this is going to allow Nuguri, he does teleport right back out and starts pushing the lane.
Nagari ending up with the death there, but let's take another look at how it went down in our Axe replay.
All right, so Canyon does get the full combo on him, missed Q over the wall, so River does have to flash, but it allows him to get the execute there onto Nagari, so they do get it to come in pretty early. That being said, DAMWON still with a very, very slight extra gold lead from CS.
And the one thing to pay attention to in that fight is, although Hanabi walked up and fired the bullet from his gun towards Nagari, look at the scoreboard. There's no assist for the Gangplank. So first blood came through for the Kindred, who managed to get the kill without GP actually being involved. So the extra 200 gold that you would get from the assist on first blood is not in GP's pocket, which makes that work out a little bit better for DAMWON than you would otherwise expect. And now you can see Canyon continuing to just farm up a storm here on the Graves, doing what Graves does, clearing those camps out so efficiently and so quickly as Showmaker goes in for a trade here. But Tank gets the better of him on the Syndra. And we saw in Champion Select that Syndra has quite a few plays already here in Worlds, but only a 39% win rate after 5 days of groups play. So all those sort of weaknesses and nerfs that you were talking about in the draft, we'll see if Tank and PSG Talon can circumvent those, as lots of good trading coming down. Solo kill for Tank.
Flowers, you can see it on your screen as it's happening, as you're talking. I'm like, okay, this cannon is going to be some bait right here. And Showmaker bites. Tank just waiting for him to go for the last hit on that cannon. He didn't want the cannon to get into turret range. He wanted to proc his passive on it to execute. He does get it, but he goes down and trade for it now. River in the 1v1.
Not quite a full 1v1 as Hanabi's able to back him up there with the ulti, and when the mid laner rotates over as well, they make the plays happen. PSG Talon with 3 kills early on.
Do you believe in PSG, Captain Flowers? They have the early game lead over DAMWON Gaming after these consecutive plays, chaining off a mid lane mistake from Showmaker. Greeting for the Canyon, getting CC 100% to 0'd by Tank's Syndra. Really nicely played by Tank. He saw him going for the Canyon, able to get that. And because of that play, because of the 1v1, he's able to go support River. You know, they have Gangplank ultimate, they have Syndra priority, and Canyon goes down as well.
Yeah, that just seemed a little bit too hyphy there from Canyon. I mean, he gets into the 1v1, he's thinking, oh yeah, I'll fight Kindred, we both got Red Smite, I can outplay him. But it's not him you're outplaying, it's him and his buddy and his buddy's buddy.
Team game, bruh.
And all of a sudden, yeah, it's a team game, and you're just not in the best spot anymore. So Canyon finds himself dead for the first time this game. Of course, he still has the only kill so far for DAMWON Gaming. They're still only 200 gold behind, so I do want to go ahead and point that out. Although there are 2 kills in the lead here for PSG Talon, when you look at the farm, it's still not that big of a deal because remember, let's go back to what you were talking about earlier, that level 1 lane kingdom setup that we got to see in the bottom side here for Ghost and Barrow, putting themselves in a good spot. The nature of Bard versus Tahm Kench to begin with. You can see a 15 CS lead here for Ghost.
Yeah, when you get the early push there as Jhin Bard, you're going to be able to lay on the harassment. They've done just that. This also opens up Barrow to go make plays across the rest of the map. And as far as tempering some expectations here for PSG, like we said, they actually had a really good game plan going into the first matchup as well. Let me tell you a little story, Captain Flowers.
All right, regale me with a tale.
Gather around, because in game number 1 with the matchup, they threw 2 3-person dives at Nagari for the top side on his Kennen. Consecutive here at his level 5 and at his level 6 to try and get him super far behind. And yet, Nagari still ended up with 4 solo kills in a single game. That's the most of anyone from the first round robin in the whole tournament. And he acquired those 4 solo kills in a single game. And possibly the most impressive thing about DAMWON, as the desk was referring to, is that they are so versatile now. It doesn't have to be a Nagari 4 solo kill, hard team fight carrying game. He's on Ornn this game. They have so many other threats that they can go for. So while PSG with this early lead should be hyping themselves up, still need to remain focused here because DAMWON have been very good at pulling these leads back, and bottom lane is going to be a point that they try and do that on.
Well, hey, I praised DAMWON for a 15 CS lead in the bottom lane, so now I got to give credit where credit is due to both solo laners of PSG Talon because they also have 15 CS leads over their opponents. Topside evolving now into a 20 CS lead for Hanabi's Gangplank. And remember, that's Gangplank, so each minion is worth even more when he farms it up with the parlay bonus. Now, with River and the rest of the squad here in this top side of the river, they'll easily pick up that first Rift Herald for themselves. And let's see, ooh, the face check from Hanabi, forced to flash over the wall there as Canyon threatens the kill.
And we're seeing in action multiple times how good Canyon's preparation is. When you are able to set up as Graves in these brush, remember when he was able to do it versus River, expecting the top lane dive. Here, after the Rift Herald's taken, you get that global alert. It's very easy to assume that they're going to come straight up the river. But Graves from the brush is able to get these huge chunks. You get the summoner spell there. It's all about trying to predict and control your opponent's pathing. And those are the ways where you see the best junglers create their own advantages. A lot of people have been hyper-focused on the junglers that have just been farming their own camps because that is actually the lowest form of value creation for junglers. And there are so many other opportunities farming your opponent's camps, setting up your vision, dragons, towers, lane pressure that you should be trying to create proactively rather than just cycling. And Canyon is one of the very best in the world at doing that. This is the difference between some of the Graves that just kind of are even in CS, till later, and those that actually create opportunities for their laners and create deficits that are forced upon their opponents.
Can't be having no vegetarian junglers at Worlds, my friend. They got to get some meat in the diet, need to be carnivorous, setting up opportunities for themselves and the people around them to make sure they can get those plays. Now you can see Canyon here in the bottom side. Ghost tries to take down that third plate, won't quite be able to get it, but pretty easy for him to retreat. A Tahm Kench isn't going to do a whole lot to chase him down, but topside, Shelly is summoned up, used very early, so they're not going to get a ton of extra value there, knocking down a bunch of plates, but they will get the first 2, nearly taking out the third here. Just wanting to make sure that they get to drop that Rift Herald, guarantee the value they're going to get out of it, put all the money onto Gangplank. Trial by Fire will light the turret up, And a couple more hits here should be able to grab that third plate for him, but doesn't want to stick around. There we go. Just manages to get it on his way out.
Yeah, confidence there because, you know, you've got the cannon minion, extra damage, and you can just walk away. This was actually pretty necessary because if you look at the matchup here, an Ornn with teleport, it's very rare that you're going to get the ideal Rift Herald situation where, you know, you are able to either kill or force off the opponent top laner to take the first couple turret plates by yourself, then use the Rift Herald true damage for execution on the turret to get the whole one. Yes, that's an ideal situation. You would love to have that happen. But when you've got an Ornn, like Nuguri with a Sunfire already and teleport ready, it doesn't seem like in the next 2 minutes you're going to be able to get that situation. So he wants to cash in on that Rift Herald as quickly as possible. 3 quick plates to boost that gold here. Trinity Force completed on the Gangplank. Bounty already on Kindred as well. So they do still have the top side operation going for PSG, and now with the Gangplank ultimate that should be ready again, we'll see if they can actually create a play here.
Yeah, the Kindred, the second richest person in the game. Always feels good to have that big of an economy when you are a jungler. Both of those junglers do have the Warrior enchantment completed already. And if you look in the inventory of Canyon, you can see the serrated Dirk. So going for some lethality, very good choice this game. When you look across the board, you see a lot of squishy champions aren't going to be itemizing a lot of armor. Lethality gets you plenty of bang for your buck. And so Canyon manages to outplay the shopkeeper early on. Now, the Drake will be spawning here in a little bit over 2 minutes. It's going to still be 6 minutes before Baron comes online, so that's still a ways away. But Canyon does move into the enemy jungle. Here's what you were talking about, saying, hey, steal the enemy camps. You don't have to farm your own as long as theirs are up. And now River will move into this bottom side river down here. He'll take the Scuttle Crab while Canyon takes his top side camps. But it's a 3-man dive coming through onto Hanabi, and they should be able to grab the kill onto him here. The burst goes through, the damage comes down, and Hanabi goes home in a body bag. Nagari barely walks away from that turret aggro, but barely is good enough. Now on the opposite side of the map, River's getting into a fight in the jungle, chases Barrel away, but will not find a kill.
So DAMWON with another proactive play here. Take out Hanabi, as well as opening up, you know, extra turret pushing power here on the top side, while backing off of their weak side. They just revealed multiple members on the top side of the map, so Ghost and Barrel already avoid the possible counterplay here from PSG. Very good by them not to give anything back. And this is how you make the trades one-sided, Flowers. There's nothing offered from DAMWON to allow PSG to get an answer there. Even Showmaker on Echo is able to avoid any possible, you know, hard counter push towards the mid lane. And for Echo to only be down 10 CS versus the Syndra feels like he is going to have a very good time as the towers start to go down and you transition into side lane play. This could be a 2v1 though.
Well, Showmaker goes for the playmaker, but considering Tank's got buddies there, once again, Kobe, it just comes down to team game. You got teammates nearby, all of a sudden the other dude can't get done what he needs to do. And that means that Tank gets to walk away. He'll head back to base, shop up, does have TP to come back and immediately get right back into the action.
And pretty quickly here, Flowers, DAMWON's strategy is going to be to split those teammates up. Because if you do move down, you take your bottom outer tower as well, that would open up both side lanes to allow Showmaker to call for the 1v1. You call your shot, you say, who wants to answer? You've got an extended lane down there, which makes it really, really dangerous for the PSG members to send any single person there. And they have to have a plan to either force on an objective on some other opportunity, some other area of the map, or invest globals to correct the situation. So that's why the transition here towards the mid game for DAMWON should be pretty easy for them to pull off. They teleport Showmaker right immediately back down to the bottom lane to start hard pushing. Next goal is to get that second outer tower down. Dragon going to be started up as well. And Talon do have Hanabi's teleport.
They're using that teleport now. Remember, Nagari already made his way down here just walking, so he doesn't have to use the TP to get involved. Drake down to 2K. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies through, not going to find anything, neither will the Bard ulti. But River is able to grab the kill onto the Drake, but now the health bars are popping and PSG is dropping. Showmaker grabbing the kill onto Tank as the fourth shot flies through and finds a second. It's Tank and Kaiwing both down. It's the Drake over to PSG, but they must trade 2 for it. Might turn into a third here. Hanabi tries to get himself away, will manage to escape thanks to the oranges.
And DAMWON will gladly give away that Dragon Smite fight if they get the outer tower on bottom side. After these extra kills that they pull through, Dragon Fight, not only is bottom lane going down at the same time, but they're even threatening the dive.
Canyon on the side could set up some serious damage here. Remember, he doesn't have the ulti ready to go. Barrel's nearly killed off. Unified's doing a lot of work chasing these guys away and does manage to keep that turret protected. And that means that PSG Talon will not give over the additional objective on top of losing that bottom lane turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely props anytime you have a high-pressure smite fight like that. I always respect it. The mechanics are definitely hard to pull off. Canyon was in range. Canyon does have smite, so good job by River. He dodges around. He Q's back in to get it. But Showmaker with the stun, actually insane there. Even though Tahm Kench is there for a devour, it's the two quick pickups for DAMWON. They even had Nuguri flanking in, and while Nuguri's ultimate doesn't catch them, it's because his ultimate got 2 more flashes. So they extract so many cooldowns that they don't feel bad about losing that smite fight. They get all 3 outer towers, and that game plan has unfolded, Flowers.
Yeah, and it's not like they're in a bad spot where their opponents are just stacking Drakes now. I mean, considering DAMWON was able to get the first one, that's not really that big of a deal. It's tied up 1-1. Everybody's still 3 Drakes away. That's 15 minutes from a potential soul, even if they get the next 3 in a row. So plenty of time for DAMWON Gaming to work with that. They still command a 3,000 gold lead over PSG Talon right now. PSG Talon, of course, trying to get those next items completed, get to a point where they feel like they're strong. You can see the inventories right now. We've kind of halfway there to some of those second items. The Black Cleaver being built for the Kindred. You can see a little bit of crit starting to come through there for the Ashe, but Nuguri and Barrel are setting up something maybe down here in the bottom lane, but I don't think they really have kill pressure on the Gangplank adjustment to it.
Yeah, Black Cleaver here for Kindred. He's really, it's annoying to play Kindred into Ornn, but he's going to look for some extra shredding there. DAMWON, though, grouping up on mid lane. There's the pick.
The Ashe gets caught, but considering there's enough help nearby, DAMWON does not have the ability to follow up on that ulti, so Unified is safe.
All right, it's going to be huddle inside your defenses here for PSG and look for the extended member from DAMWON, because they've been corralled onto their own side of the map for so long that all of your vision past the river is completely expired. You can't really get wards out there aside from sending multiple members, firing the hawk shot first. This arrow does miss.
Oh, Ghost gets himself away, but has to use both summoner spells to do it. PSG Talon trying to seize the opportunity to take advantage of that out of position AD carry, but when all of the resources are available, Ghost can still get himself out of that trouble. However, he's now vulnerable when PSG decide they can make a move on him again in the next 5 minutes. Hanabi face checking the brush. Canyon and Nuguri are right there. The Gangplank so incredibly low. Lamb's rest, but keeping him alive. Horn comes through. Hanabi walking away. A little bit of follow-up damage there from Barrel, but they won't be able to find him, and now the turnaround's coming through from PSG Talon. Barrel's on the run. Kaiwing here in the front line, going to be stunned up against the wall. Damage continuing to follow up. Deadly Flourish locks him down. Unified walking around. Unified dodges away from the shots, but Nuguri takes him down with the eruption.
Barrel with that stun. Oh my goodness. Every time a Tahm Kench goes down, being CC'd and not being able to get off the gray skin, a smile goes across my face, honestly.
Oh yeah. Back on the bench with the Kench, baby.
Yeah, that guy's down and no possibility of a savior. This should be DAMWON really pushing their advantage. Coming out ahead in that little skirmish there with the CC lock opens up so many opportunities for them. We already talked about the vision expiring for PSG because they've been put on the defensive so quickly here. I think the only thing to look to for that last positive is, yes, they did use Ashe Arrow and Gangplank Ultimate to get double summoners off of Ghost. So now you need to capitalize on that. The Jhin is the target. Jhin is the one you're going for. The thing you have to worry about is Barrel's positioning. If he's next to Jhin, he's got the Mikhails already and he can save him.
Well, Hanabi's getting into a bit of a scrap here. with Nagari. However, you can't really kill the Ornn that easily. This is a level 13 Ornn. The ornaments are online, and that means 3,000 gold's worth of free stats here for this big tanky boy in the top lane. Speaking of tank in the top lane, he is working on that tier 1 turret and does manage to take it down. That is the first turret that has been taken by PSG Talon this game. The objectives, they have just been falling behind in pretty badly over the course of this one. Fun fact about DAMWON and turrets. I
love fun facts.
Oh yeah, well this one's pretty fun unless you're playing against them. If you're a DAMWON fan, this one's great. But in week 1, DAMWON took 30 of 33 available turrets. You know how many they lost? 2. 1 in top lane, 1 in bottom lane. DAMWON Gaming have not lost a mid lane turret at all so far in Worlds 2020. Their turret control has been immaculate. In this game, you can see it's the same story. 4-1, back when we saw the turret plate comparisons, it was 2-7 or something ridiculous like that. DAMWON know how to take advantage of these objectives and push them at the right times.
And they definitely don't have to stop. Next idea here is to transition some of your control wards up towards the Baron. Scuttle Crab, very lucky pickup here for PSG. That gives you the guaranteed vision, so they don't have to be too worried because they do have Hawkshot as well as the Scuttle Crab. But DAMWON here can easily transition on over, and they can keep up multi-lane pressure. Showmaker there on the Echo, approaching level 16. Is so difficult to answer. When you have that Lich Bane, the possibility of 100-0ing somebody on that all-in becomes a reality.
Oh, Beryl, no, that was not a magical journey. That was a journey straight to hell. Luckily, he has the flash. He gets over the wall. He saves himself. Now the counterattack's coming through. Ornhorn sounds off. CC's going to follow it up there. The Jhin ultimate providing the slows. Kaiwing trying to walk away. Uses the thick skin, but it's not thick enough. Showmaker picks up the kill.
Showmaker gonna make up for that one. He's like, don't worry, Beryl. I know misdirection. Nobody's gonna remember that play. As soon as we get the kill off of it, a boom! Magical journey pulled off there. Doesn't matter at all. The Baron now being forced down. PSG, can they make the miracle steal?
PSG knows they can't just allow DAMWON to get away from this. That ulti wasn't quite on the mark, but Tank's able to find the kill onto Beryl, and that means that DAMWON are shut down from this Baron play. Good move there from PSG Talon, stopping them and picking up a kill.
Yeah, not going to let them run over you. And again, Tank here with these Syndra stuns. These have been a lot of the pickups here for PSG. They are able to punish with another tower after that Baron. Flowers doubling your stat already here, PSG.
Oh, man. And that's the first mid-turret. That's the first mid-turret that DAMWON Gaming have lost at Worlds 2020. PSG have now done what nobody in this group was able to do in week 1.
I like the punish here. They're not going to let DAMWON get away with it. And you start to climb back up in gold. Your Kindred keeps getting on marks here to scale up for River, one of the comfortable champions. Canyon cuts it short. No parade today as the blue buff is taken away as well. As a fight over Gromp. Wins that one too.
Yup, Canyon is just stealing everything here. Crime City Graves. All the crime, none of the city. Just the jungle instead.
The true mafia boss. He's enlisted the Gromp trade. Been controlling the Gromp trade in the underground since I was 5.
He was born into the Gromp life. As Nagari backs him up here and they go for the invade. 2 versus 3 right now, but backup is on the way. Beryl shows up as Jhin opens up the curtain call. Kaiwing gets himself away, but Nagari's still looking to knock that Ornhorn through there. Hanabi's not going to end up dropped anytime soon here as Tank tries to deal with Showmaker in the 1v1. Fires off the ulti, doesn't even force the ulti away from the Echo, however. Beryl lands his own ult, and now it's trouble here for Unified. He gets gobbled up by the Tom Kench, but never mind, baby, that's a 2-for-1 deal. Buy one, get one free. Double kill for Ghost as DAMWON Gaming have all 5 men alive, and they are heading right back to the Baron pit.
All right, round 2 here. We do have River and Tank alive. That has been the recipe for the comeback plays for PSG up until now. However, as you can see on the map, they are not heading over to Baron. They're choosing their fights here, and PSG have conceded to DAMWON.
All right, as things are starting to look very dire here for PSG Talon, I do want to give everybody an update on the state of PSG and their miracle run. So it turns out, thanks to our stats magicians behind the scenes, hold on, let's see if Hanabi, speaking of magicians, let's see if he can make himself disappear, or if DAMWON Gaming's going to do it the hard way. Looks like it's the hard way, my friends, as Hanabi goes down in the 1v4 here. But back to what I was saying, PSG still technically, and it is very technically, have a chance even if they lose this game. 1 out of 32 remaining scenarios puts them in a tiebreaker for second, even with a loss here. For those of you in the audience who are wondering what that looks like as a percentage, it's 3. It is a 3% chance to get out of groups. And, well, no, it's a 3% chance to get a tiebreaker. And then you have to win the tiebreaker. So let's even say the tiebreaker's 50-50, so half of 3 is 1.5. So you lose this, you got 1.5%. That's more than 1. And all you need to have a chance is 1. So hey, it's more than that.
You know what? I'll take it at face value with the Flower statistics here.
Hey, you know what? It's either getting out of groups is 50-50. Either do it or you don't. There's your math.
Honestly, true. Everything is a flip. Let's just flip it here. DAMWON now with the Baron, ready to flip this base over. Bottom side is going to be the last secondary turret that they try and focus on. Again, Showmaker now is that level 16 on Echo with the Lich Bane. He'll cut right through that tower. Meanwhile, mid lane not going to stand much longer either.
No, sir. Mid lane tier 3 turret just collapses. Bottom lane tier 2 turret says, don't worry, buddy, I'm coming with you. Showmaker makes short work of that one. And now with a 7-2 turret lead, 10-4 kill lead, tied up Drakes and an 8,000 gold edge, DAMWON Gaming are looking to put this one to sleep. Let's see if they can make this one last fight count here. If they get a good fight, it is all said and done. Mid lane inhibitor is already gone. Cannon minions cleared out of bottom lane. 1 minute left on the Baron, so there's still going to be a couple more waves that DAMWON get to enchant with that Baron buff, push up here and try to end this game with. Full health bars for everybody on DAMWON, still hanging out. Now they've got both carries putting the damage onto the tier 3. They rotate so quickly. This team knows how to move and strike and make it count every single time. Tank lands a stun, but it's only on the Ornn, so it will not even matter. Minions continuing to push up. Here come the super minions. Baron still buffed up for another 30 seconds. Nexus turret number 1 is already gone. Here comes the Ornn Horn. There goes the follow-up. Kaiwing keeping his AD carry alive as Ornn is once again stunned. Nagari soaking all the damage here in the front line, but into the back line goes Showmaker, Playmaker, Life Taker. Absolutely shredding through some health bars. Going back to the base now, and he can use the TP to immediately rejoin. It's double TP showing up. It's Nexus exposed. It's DAMWON Gaming doing what DAMWON Gaming does. Picking up a couple of freebies here on the step to the fountain, putting the last couple of auto attacks into the Nexus, and going up to a 4-0 record here in groups so far. Taking their sweet damn time doing it, but that's another dub for DAMWON.
DAMWON continue their march of destruction through the group stage here. Not breaking a sweat as we start the second round robin. Just going to be the first game, but looking very crisp.
DAMWON, although it was some good early game plays there from PSG Talon, DAMWON just proved that they were a step above here yet again. Remember, it's not quite over for PSG Talon here just yet. They will have to win every remaining game today. And on top of that, then everything else just has to go perfectly for them to have a chance at a tiebreaker for second. Of course, they can no longer secure first. They are 0-4 right now. DAMWON moving up to 4-0 and just looking more and more impressive as we move forward. The way they were able to break that base there at the end, just hovering people back and forth between 2 lanes, and then within a blink of an eye, they snap their fingers and they all converge on the same turret to take it down. This team is clean.
Yeah, they definitely are. But when you have teams like this that are so heavily favored, that have come in with, you know, such an aura of invincibility around them, you have to nitpick. And remember back to Showmaker, eyeing that cannon in lane phase, lines himself up for the stun. River and Tank were able to pull off some of these early plays. That's how PSG were able to get some of those early kills. And so those are the types of things you have to shore up as you set your sights on Worlds.
Yeah, it might be one individual mistake, but if that's the only vulnerability in the armor, that's what you got to target. But talking about the victory as a whole, let's check out DAMWON's Mercedes drive to victory. The fight in the bot lane, 16 minutes in.
All right, take me back here, right through the rift. Arrow does go through, Canyon dodges it. This was the smite fight, nicely picked up there by River, but Showmaker flashes in, catches them on the edge of the Echo stun. even with Tahm Kench there, bind it on the outside so he couldn't immediately devour. And then after the first kill comes through, takes him down as well. And that is just an opening that DAMWON will take, and they will push through to a huge advantage because they expanded on that. Remember, they were at that point still looking for the outer towers.
Right.
And even though they lose the Smite fight, that fight turns into multiple kills worth of gold, plus opening up the map for themselves, and it plays right into their plan.
It's just like you said during the game. They're fine losing that Smite fight, trade away the Drake. It's only the second one of the game. They had the first to begin with, and then just use the gold, use the advantages, snowball the whole game. Now, while we're waiting for game 2, you can listen to KDA's The Baddest on the League of Legends official playlist during the Spotify music break. We'll be back soon.
For being the best, 언제든지 내가 좀 mad. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk ahead of JDG versus Rogue. Now, the LEC team Rogue will start their second round robin and hope to get a win on the board because the implications may be dramatic for them. If JDG win over Rogue, both Rogue and PSG are eliminated from the group stage, and we arrive at these moments very often in a World's group stage, which is where, unfortunately, in some groups, it's really, really difficult. Rogue are up against it, but let's start with JDG, the hopefuls coming out of the LPL as second seed, though, and what we've seen out of week 1, FLICKR, and how do we feel about them right now?
I feel like Again, it's just unfortunate that we didn't get MSI to get more exposure for JDG, because I feel like a lot of people are really cold on them, whereas I'm very hot on JDG. I think that they've kind of fallen into the shadow of TES now.
Yes.
It's about the DAMWON versus TES. But just like a little reminder, that final versus TES went to 5 games in the most recent series. It's truly the brain versus brawn, whereas TES have those Invictus Gaming vibes. It's about the individual performers and their ability to outperform you. JDG are the true brain of the LPL. They don't play a traditional LPL style. It sometimes is much slower. It's much more about the macro and the coordinated team effort, which to me makes them much more dangerous, because you're not then just relying on the individual outperformance.
Oh, not just the skirmishes, but everything.
Yeah, it's everything. Especially Kanavi. I mean, we've talked about it earlier already. I think his playstyle in itself is also really creative. I think especially the Silas becoming last week, I think was something we wouldn't necessarily see. So that is kind of like flex opportunities for him too. And honestly speaking, like the way that his pathing works in general is just really clean, really collected, and I think that itself is a good strength for them.
It just occurred to me, but I think it's such a cool point. If you have kind of the ghost of Invictus Gaming in TES with their playstyle,
what are you gonna spin now?
You have the ghost of FPX. For those who don't know, Doinby's first team was Jingdong JDG Gaming, and Yagao, when Doinby left, was supposed to be the replacement, and a lot of people were like, how could you ever live up to Doinby? You are just a stable, mediocre mid laner. At every single turn, Yagao has put them down and shut them down. So it is quite cool to see FPX and IG not here, but their spirits live on through the LPL representatives.
And it's cool that just another new representative coming out of the LPL, and now they're living up against that fact that you have 2 world championships, 2 world champions back-to-back out of the LPL. How good can these guys be? And they're going to start to prove it today, and that's bad news for Rogue. And also, when we talk about this stylistically, you talk about the brain, and I'm like, well, Rogue is kind of the brain. You talk about playing as a team, well, Rogue is kind of that. The problem is, you're probably a worse version. So, amazing. Tell me, honestly, lay it down for me. What chances do you give Rogue of beating JDG?
Let's go with 30-40. Let's go with 30-40.
I like
it's not that bad. So what I like about Rogue, and I think in week 1 we've seen a lot from, is the fact that they're really confident in their identity. I think what they did, especially on the bot side of the map, you know, having them walk into mid lane, make a cheese play there, then suddenly rotate afterwards to level 2, level 3 again to mid lane. They know who they cater to. Mid lane, bottom lane every single time. And I think that in itself is like a good thing to have, because if they don't deviate from the plan, they can perfectionize it. And I think that in itself is something I've been doing throughout the year. And now through groups, I think they've actually gone to the next evolution, which is actually creating more early game aggression to that playstyle they already have in place.
And my favorite thing about Rogue is there feels like there's no ego here. Like, you can see some of the ego picks coming out of other teams. You know, Dev taking the Draven into Jackulov, the Jace pick from Yagao. And I feel like because of how important draft is, because of how quickly things can get snowballed out of control, and because of how intelligent both these teams are, that if there is a bit of ego, if there is a bit of disrespect, Rogue are good enough that they can punish you. So I am in a similar vein to Amazing, where I still give this as favorites for JDG, but there is a world on the other side of the desk where it's like, wow, Rogue won, what happened? And you're like, well, that draft was a bit of a mess from JDG. They disrespected and Rogue slammed them for it.
Are you on the same train in terms of 30-40? Because that does seem a bit optimistic.
Of a 20-80, but I also think much higher of JDG than I think a lot of my other colleagues do, and I'm just very excited to see them on the stage. But again, you know, I think Larson, Inspired, and Hansama are good enough to go toe-to-toe with their counterparts. I do think that there is a bit of a top gap between Finn and Zoom, but I feel like Rogue have been really creative in how they're compensating it for the drafting. So now it's just, if Finn's going to take the back step, if he's going to be on Malphite duty, Ornn duty, Sion duty, then I need Hansama and Vander to actually break this game open, which is why things like this level 1 are so beautiful. The creativity, the fact that they were one of the first teams to pull up the Kalista still in this meta, and even against Ashes, they will still pick the Kalista and then doubling down. I love it. This is the final evolution of Rogue, and even if they don't make it out of groups, I personally feel like this is a big W for Europe as a whole.
But I don't want to hear it yet, because I see that also in the interviews, and you have teams that are underdogs and team, and I get it. You want to learn a lot from the tournament, and for a lot of the rookies, it's the first chance. But you can't give up before you play those last games, in my opinion. So, Rogue, you're going into this draft. Last time around, we also saw that, you know, JDG is a multi-threat team. Zoom can do it on his own. Kanavi will be everywhere. Yagao kind of smurfed on him with the Zoe, and the bot lane was also strong. Where do you start as Rogue?
I mean, the issue with slow and steady playstyles, usually they have to play against, you can only pull this off against teams that are necessarily, like, basically worse than you, like on an individual individual level. And I think for Rogue, I do think that the bot lane is actually a strength of theirs, and I think it actually elevates them above JDG in that department. Whether or not the top side of the map is something different, you know, I don't think the top side of the map can quite hang. But the bot side of the map, Wanda and Hans, Summer, the way that they have played so far, and obviously the creativity coming in with the Kalista, with the early game trades, with the early game, like, cheeses almost that are happening, I think can elevate them beyond that. And I think, especially if Larsen and Inspired get slightly more synergetic in the way that they play, and they do exactly what they did throughout the year, which is like play towards mid lane, get a roam off, play towards bottom, make something happen, I think they can actually get something done.
I think there are certain teams that can break draft difference at the top end, the DAMWONs, even the G2s, depending on what team that they're facing. I do not think that Rogue or JDG can break draft difference just because of the nature that they play. Draft, in my opinion, will be the most important between these two teams, and you can probably very quickly call this game as soon as you see what's happening in draft.
Well, then let's get into it. We do have a small break, so I kind of baited you there. It's cool. You can think about the draft and what we're going to see, but it is do or die for Rogue in our second game. Let's see if their run continues after the break.
As the arrow comes down from Han Summer, looks like the pincer move is on as Lumao gonna flash himself to try and get out of the way as he does pick up the kill onto the bear. 1-for-1 so far in this small skirmish, but Lumao in between two turrets.
Rogue do need to be very, very careful.
Through gets a Drowsy somehow. How the heck did that work? You got Sleeps laid upon Sleeps as that's gonna be a gap close from Vander as there's a flash forward the slice. The dice spin gonna be taken down. It's a double kill.
But now for Rogue, they have to contest with two of the best teams in the world, JD Gaming and DAMWON, wait in that group.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions
Welcome back, esports fans, to Worlds 2020 Group Stage Day number 6. Now, our next game has some serious implications as for how this group is going to play out. And by serious implications, I mean, if this goes one way, the group is over and decided.
That's pretty serious.
Yeah, you can't get much more serious than this. So just to set the stage for you all here, it's JDG versus Rogue in our next game. If JDG wins, Rogue and PSG Talon are both eliminated, and DAMWON and JDG will be the 2 teams moving forward from this group. If Rogue wins, hopes for both Rogue and PSG Talon will stay alive. So if you're all about the drama, if you're all about those nail-biting finishers that nobody knows who's going to win until the last game is done, you're cheering for Rogue. Otherwise, JDG could make swift work of this group.
Yeah, and I guess if you are all about the predictions going as planned and you just want your pick'ems to be correct, then, root for JDG to finish the business here, because this group has been the clearest group delineated with DAMWON #1 after their victory over JDG, but JDG also then a huge step and very clearly #2 with their dominant, super proactive approach that they took to their following games after DAMWON. I really have liked the proactive playmaking that we saw from DAMWON. They were very, very quick in their decisions for their macro as well, following up on some of these skirmish victories that they got. So that's why for Rogue, my eyes are super heavily on the jungle matchup here for Inspire, trying to get him a good matchup and something that they can actually create opportunities early on for the bottom lane should be the way to go, because this bottom lane for Rogue has really impressed. Hansama going super aggressive picks, Kalista, Draven, these types of things to try and get dragon control, try and make some of those plays, start adding to the pressure and building up towards soul victories.
Looking at the bans, we got Twisted Fate, Caitlyn, Nidalee, Lucian, Akali, and Irelia all banned away. I mentioned Nidalee's incredible presence in drafts so far in the tournament. She's going to be banned out here again. And there it is, first pick Ornn for Rogue.
You like to see it, Captain Flowers. Finn on top side means Finn, on weak side means Finn on the tank. Ornn gonna hand out some value to the rest of his teammates. This is a very good opener for Rogue, considering the top laner he's going against here. Zoom is one of the most punishing in the 1v1s. So we shall see how JDG rotate their flex picks here to try and get Zoom the biggest of upper hands that they can possibly have to try and create some space there versus Finn, then maybe even out the bottom side via teleports and map pressure.
Well, looking at the 2 picks that, let's see if that Sylas is locked in. Okay, so both of these picks have some serious repercussions for that Ornn. They can punish this. Sylas, you mentioned in the last draft when Sylas was banned how you can steal the Ornn ulti away and have a lot of effect with it. And Set, remember that Set's ultimate scales off of the health of the opponent that he dunks, so you can just grab that big old meatball and throw him on the floor and do a ton of damage to his team if you position it correctly. But the response from Rogue, they're picking up Graves in the jungle. We've seen so much of this champion so far. We'll see more of him here today. And let's see if they lock that Azir.
Yeah, this is the determining pick. If they lock the Assassin for Larson, they're going New Age Rogue. If they lock the Azir or the Corki, they're going old style Rogue. So it seems more old style Rogue here. This is what did lead to a lot of their success during the regular split for LEC, where Rogue and Mad Lions were at the top and they were pushing down G2 and Fnatic. It was this style for Rogue where they are very calculated. They've got, again, control mage here for Larson. I think he's been really good on the Azir, on the Orianna. So we shall see if they can, maybe shift something up with the bottom lane picks. There is a reason why Rogue are saving their bot lane picks here towards the end of the draft, which is fairly rare in the current meta. And we shall see what the surprise is after the bans come through. There is, again, the pressure draft from JDG. This is something we saw in the first round robin. I absolutely loved it. They picked 4 melee champions. They called over Kanavi to push mid lane for Yagao and then go dive. Like, they constantly are looking for kill threat, for pressure moves to create openings for themselves with these dive possibilities. And with the Echo pickup, that is going to go a long way for a dangerous matchup.
I like the Ashe ban from a team that's drafting multiple melee champions, stopping her from keeping you at bay with the long range and the permanent slows. Ezreal ban will be the choice here for Rogue, like that as well. If everybody's diving in together, an AD carry that can keep himself safe from the counterattack of the enemy team would be a good one to ban out. Let's see what the final ban here is from JDG. That clock is running down. Senna.
Yeah, taking away some of the possible safety. For me, again, though, I'm looking at Rogue for an aggro bottom lane. I really think that that is the area of the map where they should be trying to play their early game off of. And especially since you've got Orianna and Ornn for your solo lanes. Orianna is, excels in midfield as well as in scaling and bringing the utility for later. So it is going to be up to the bottom side to try and create that sort of resilient action.
Twitch banned away. Okay, another AD carry focused ban here. So honestly, the second phase of bans, all AD carries all the time, and the Jhin is locked in for JDG. You can see there on your screen, 62% win rate so far, Mr. Kobe. Not too bad. Not too bad.
It's also one of the AD carries that excels greatly when you have possible dive comps. When you have multiple melee allies, Jhin is able to keep super long range, and usually marksmen have a difficult time following up on those types of plays. But Jhin, obviously, with the extended range, can not only snare people to accelerate midfield picks here for the melee champions and land your W, but also follow up with the kills on anybody that does get away. Plus, it's one of the AD carries that does have a pretty nice power curve, just stacking a bunch of damage early on and possibly bringing some lethality to what is already a double mage composition that they have with Echo and Sylas.
Hey, Kobe, you said you wanted some aggressive bot laning. How's Kalista Pantheon sound?
That's just what the doctor ordered, Captain Flowers. I am one of the people that always roots for the underdog, always roots for upsets in these groups. I want to see Rogue make this group interesting. Vander and Hans Sama with the Omega pairing of playmaking.
Oh, baby. Pantheon and Kalista. For those of y'all who might have missed the number pop up on your screen when the Pantheon was locked in, 71% win rate so far at Worlds. And the final pick of the draft will be the Camille for Zoom. So that set that was locked in early will go down to Lamau. He'll be able to use that one against the Pantheon there in the bottom lane. But man, Kalista Pantheon, this is such a deadly duo.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy watching it. The possibilities are really endless here. And whenever you have a matchup like this, I think the priority on an early sweeper on control wards in your lane brush just rises like crazy. Because if you have a Graves slipping into a lane gank through your lane brush, which is kind of an underutilized strategy, especially for bottom side, since usually there are a lot more wards that are super prevalent, that extra power goes twofold when you have a Pantheon and Kalista, which are extremely good at tower diving, because you have multiple ways to drop tower aggro. Pantheon can immune tower shots. You can also then Kalista ult him out. Plenty of crowd control to set up Graves damage. The only problem with this loadout from Rogue is that the plan is so clear.
Yeah,
and especially for the early stages, very clear.
So that just means that JDG will have to have their own answer to that plan already crafted and ready to go, unless they want to be the victims of that Kalista Pantheon power, man. Just thinking about Pantheon E in combination with Kalista ulti and what you're talking about with the ways that they can juggle the aggro, stop the damage. It's such a difficult situation to deal with and actually be able to effectively target them, especially with Kalista going into a matchup against multiple melee champions. You've got to make sure you're hitting those skill shots, getting the CC down onto her. Otherwise, very easy for that champion to kite melee opponents out with the martial cadence.
Also, Pantheon pretty thematically accurate for this group, as Rogue have been drafted into the group of death, and the Spartans, they're trying to pull off a big victory here.
He's holding them off at the pass.
Let's see if they can pull it off. JDG, meanwhile, they want to head into their rematch with DAMWON with full confidence. So they are looking to stomp their way through today till they're meeting up with DAMWON again and really fight DAMWON for that #1 spot in the group. Because coming into the tournament, this was a fairly close playing field for JDG. But after the first game, and it's just a best of one game where DAMWON were so easily able to overcome JDG in skirmish after skirmish and outplay after outplay, I think a lot of people have actually lost a decent amount of confidence there. And JDG want to build that back up to build the hype for the rematch.
All right, once again, setting the stage for those of y'all who might not have been with us here at the very beginning when we came back to the broadcast. Remember, if JDG wins this game, Rogue and PSG Talon are both eliminated from Worlds. Yes, they will play out the rest of their games today, but the outcome of those games will not matter. The only thing that'll still be left to be decided is between JDG and DAMWON for who will take first seed and who will take second. If Rogue wins this game, PSG Talon and Rogue both still have their hopes alive moving forward into the rest of the matches. So a lot on the line here. Rogue, it's do or die in this match.
Now, let's get into some interesting stats here because we like to look at the proximities that players have to each other in the first 15 minutes. Your percentage of time that you spend near other players. And for looking at the bottom lane, Hansama and Vander, so far they have one of the highest duo proximities, time spent together. Usually that indicates a lack of roaming. But remember that when this bottom lane roamed already in group stage, they were roaming together. They duo ganked multiple times towards the mid lane. So they are still very active, despite having a very close amount of time spent together. So especially when they get the early push. Look for those opportunities. Inspired here, though, with a blue into red start here for Graves right over the back of the wall. When you play against Sylas jungle, you want to make it about farming because Sylas jungle's farming is terrible. As bottom lane gets pushed out and ignited, a little bit close for comfort there for Loken, but Graves farming versus Sylas farming,
not close,
is a freaking Grand Canyon of a difference. And Inspired.
Oh, he's gonna find him right walking into the brush right there. Kanavi tries to stroll on over, thinks he's got a red buff waiting for him. Instead, it's just a mouthful of buckshot. You hate to see it. Inspired with the smite there as well, making sure he gets the big chicken out of that Raptor camp. Everything's going over the way of Rogue here in this top side of the jungle.
And that jungle matchup gets really difficult for the Sylas. If you get behind early and you are forced into a pattern of catch-up farm, then you lose so much potential from this pick. Yeah, technically it is a flex pick, but if you put it into the jungle, you are putting yourself at a big possible deficit here. And I love to see how Inspired, one of the ones we are pointing out to look for in the intro for this matchup, is taking things into his own hands here. Really nice early path, takes away the red, cuts him off at the Raptors, and tries to take away any possible power here from the Sylas. If you delay his level 3, then he can't even get into skirmishing. Ooh, top side. Nice trade.
A little bit of spiciness here between Finn and Zoom. But yeah, Inspired also left one chicken in that camp when he was counter jungling, so that timer hasn't even reset.
Yeah, tell the tale of what happened here, chicken.
It's the worst. The chicken counter jungling. Now he's going to have to go in there, but Kanavi is trying to counter jungle the enemy red here now. He has backup from his bottom lane, and now Vander's in some trouble. The Pantheon is caught out of position, but he takes the first blood. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Kanavi dead. Not the situation he needed to be in. He already lost his red. He tries to steal one back, and instead, he just leashes it for Graves. Put the TY less than 3 in the all chat after that one. He just did you a favor.
Well, Flowers, it wasn't 1 versus 300, but it was 1 versus 3 there for Vander, and he comes away with the kill on the jungler like a true Spartan. What a beast of a support there. He completes the game plan of starving Kanavi. That catch-up being denied Kanavi means he is just scavenging for pickup here. He makes a pass towards topside. He's only got his Krug camp. As you mentioned, the chicken there in the
feels bad.
In the small camp is the only thing remaining for him. And that is not even a full chicken thigh. That is not a chicken breast. That is one crumb off of a popcorn chicken piece.
Oh, it's half a chicken nugget just for some reason left in the bottom of the box. And now the dive's coming in the bottom lane. It's a 3-man dive. Goodbye, Logan. Rogue makes it happen.
Well, if you're a fan of the upsets, you are smiling ear to ear right now because the Jungle Kingdom has been enacted by Rogue. And again, it's a team game. Vander doing his part, defending that red, taking down Kanavi. See what Kanavi can do to try and scavenge his way back into it, though. Because you see Inspired bottom side, he knows, all right, I've got a brief window. Let me get some camps here off of their side of the map before Orianna collapses. You saw Larson heading over. He said, Kanavi, you can have the wolves, but you better get out of there before you start eyeballing that Grom.
You can have the wolves, but we draw the line at the big old frogs. Leave that alone, get the hell out of town, and it looks like he'll do just that. Honestly, the farm between these two is pretty similar in the jungle. Despite the early difficulties for Kanavi, he has done a good job catching up, finding that farm where he can with that wolf camp. So now he'll just go back to farming his own bottom side. Blue buff should be spawning again here pretty soon for both of these sides. As you can see, the trading back and forth in the top lane. Farm is even between them, so Finn's perfectly fine with that situation. Scaling up here on the Ornn. Does hit level 6 first. Goes for the Ornn Horn, but Camille says, see you later. Finn, you got no mana. You can chase him down, but what are you going to do? He's not going to just stand there and let you bonk him.
Yeah, he's showing off the bowling skills, though. Does hit it. Got that Camille, dead in center. Meanwhile, as you're mentioning, Kanavi here does have these small camps to rely upon. Yagao threatening the dive now, and there's no ult on Finn.
There's no ult on Finn, and both of these champions have aggro drop for whoever tanks the turret first. There you go. Yagao ends up using it, but now Zoom goes in. Hextech Ultimatum will buy him enough time to get the kill, but it's a trade 1-for-1 thanks to the turret damage. So Finn is down, and Kanavi and Yagao now doing the damage onto the turret, looking to take down those plates. But what's this, Kobe? Back in the bottom lane yet again. Inspired is looking for Loken. The Jhin still has the flash, doesn't have to use it to escape this one. But now, Set is all alone underneath the turret. Here comes Larson on the Orianna. The Haymaker doing good job just to try to buy a little bit more time. Inspired takes the kill, but Loken with a deadly flourish to finish him off.
All right, honestly, cheers from the crowd for the kills for both weak sides. JDG answers with a kill there. Finn also really well played, honestly. In the 3v1 up there, he got multiple summoners forced out as well as getting the kill onto Zoom, because after Zoom drops aggro with the ultimate, he then autos to finish off the kill, reacquiring that tower aggro. So both weak sides come up with tower kills for themselves, and that is gonna upset a little bit of that early plan from Rogue. I think the bottom side there being turned back around for them is going to be a little bit of a hiccup. They still have the same look going forward, though. Vander now back out onto the map to try and get that vision through the jungle here. You want to ward up Raptors and keep Raptors warded against Sylas so that you can control mid lane via that camp control. If you take away the Raptors, then it makes it very inefficient for junglers to be pathing around mid lane as much. And if you don't have kill threat with Echo, then that matchup becomes a lot less potent.
And hey, look at Kanavi, man. He's the first of the junglers to hit level 6. He's got a farm advantage over Inspired, who did just hit level 6 himself. So Inspired's commitment to this bottom lane has given Kanavi a chance to catch up in terms of the farm values here overall. Inspired moves into the enemy jungle. He'll take out this blue buff, so Kanavi won't have that. However, Kanavi has completed his full Runic Echoes purchase, getting back out onto the map now. It's a pretty big power spike compared to just the ingredients of Warrior being held by Inspired here. Wants to give the blue buff away to Larson. Will be able to do just that, using the smoke screen to make sure there's no steal attempt from the side of JDG. And meanwhile, back in bottom lane, it's Hans Sama just working on these plates, getting as much extra money as they can. Look at the CS difference. 73 versus 45. And now Lamau has to try to get himself away from this one. Or does he? The turnaround is there, and Kanavi smacks him upside the head with the chains. That's Inspired down on the ground. And JDG tying the game up in kills 4-4.
Well, Lumao is definitely laughing his ass off right there. Nice flash, Graves. He does lock him back up, and the dragon will go over to JDG.
JDG, happy about that one, man. It's always such a trap trying to deal with Set. You think you caught him out, and all of a sudden, big ol' shield just turns things right back around and lets your opponents get the outplay. JDG happy about how that one went down. They also get the crab on the top half of the map, and they'll try to get a little bit of relief here in the bottom lane for Loken and Lamau as they try to catch up in this farm. Like I was saying, it was 75 to 45, 80 to 58 now. That's the biggest discrepancy on this map.
Honestly, this is going to be a really fun game as we watch the mid-game transition because Rogue going with their similar style, they're trying to still get Ornn up to level 14 to hand out the extra gold value for the items, and bringing the extra engage and team fight power is kind of offset there by JDG having really good side lane potential. This is the extreme advantage that they have on the other side. It's going to be another dichotomy of side lanes versus team fight forcing. And those are always some of the most fun to watch because they put a lot of pressure on decision making and setting up through these objectives. Already, Lumao and Kanavi here with full vision control.
Oh, they're going for it. Set wants to go in. Pantheon jumping into the fight first, and there you go. As soon as Pantheon's in some trouble, yoink, and he's right out of the trouble once again. However, because they had to use that disengage, JDG now feels confident to take over this top side of the river. You can see the Jhin traps being placed down on the ramp as the Rift Herald is secured, and we might see an attempt here from Rogue, but JDG will secure the Rift Herald, no fight here at the beginning. Gal throwing out that parallel convergence. Orianna ulti finds its way onto the Echo, using the ulti now to reset his HP. TP comes in. JDG on the retreat. Vander down to 300 HP, looking to turn things around. Here goes the set. Haymaker comes out, not finding the kill, and Inspired will take the one kill of the fight. So it's a Rift Herald for support trade.
Yeah, Lumao gonna sacrifice himself for the good of the team. With that Ornn ultimate coming, it could have been multiple picks if everybody is, every man for himself, just trying to scatter there. But he turns around, looks Death face on, and says, all right, I'll be the sacrifice. Dunks him right back into the rest of the team, and Rogue will get a counter kill in exchange for this Rift Herald, but this is such an early Rift Herald. 12 minutes, there's still plenty of time for JDG to get full value out of the Rift Herald pickup. So still, I definitely like it for them because, again, JDG are the ones with the extreme side lane potential there with Camille and Echo. So if you have Rift Herald early on for this team, not only do you get turret plate money, but you get to easier transition into your side lanes for your Camille and your Echo that much quicker.
I'm liking the fact that we got 9 kills in 12 minutes.
Hell yeah!
I like the fact that we got ourselves a nice, active, bloody game here, as Rogue are up about 700 gold compared to their counterparts. 2 longswords in the inventory of Inspired leads me to believe the serrated Dirk will be the next purchase here for the Graves, which I like to see considering the squishiness of the champions on the enemy team here once again, like we saw in the previous game. Kanavi stealing away the Ornn ulti here. Means the next fight could just be this massive collision between the 2 semi-trucks of the Ornn horns ramming into the fight, throwing everybody up in the air. Could turn into absolute madness. However, remember that there's plenty of CC on both sides too, and we know that one way to stop that Ornn horn is to interrupt him when he tries to knock it back. But Shelly is summoned up. They will be able to get bonus plate money out of this one, but here comes the Ornn. Jumping in with the Bellows Breath. TP going to be used next. Sylas in some trouble. Kanavi trying to keep himself alive. A very nice shockwave able to find the kill, and the jungler's already down. Rogue is making the moves and making the plays, and JDG is on the run.
Who said Finn was going to get gapped here? Finn on Ornn playing the team play for Rogue. Definitely counting here as he gets to the knock up. He punishes Kanavi. That allows the follow-up from Vander there. They get the kill. They also are able to finish off that Rift Herald and push heavily on the top side. The problem is going to be in the future to see Zoom's answer, because Zoom's answer comes in the form of that late game split push that we keep talking about, we keep setting up here. He is rushing straight for the Trinity Force, and you will be able to convert your Trinity Force procs into true damage later on, which makes it so scary for the Ornn. Honestly though, that initiation from Finn, locking up Kanavi, then the follow-up Shockwave, the follow-up from Vander there, it was just really good team play from Rogue, and that is what they are going to have to rely on to win this game, those coordinated team plays to try and keep JDG off their win condition.
Yeah, That coordination really coming in clutch up there in that top side, making sure that they don't get any more value than they did out of the Rift Herald. The turret still surviving means that first turret bonus is also still on the table here. All plates are gone. We are past 14 minutes now, which means turrets can go down rather quickly if one team manages to out-macro the other and get everybody in position for it. Inspired's in a really bad spot here, tries to get himself away, but the collapse is coming down, and the haymaker right upside the jaw takes him out. Here comes the Hex Tech ultimatum, and now Finn's in a real bad spot, flashes over the wall, keeps himself alive, the curtain call is open, and Finn is gone. JDG have managed to find themselves 2 kills, but it's at the cost of their own mid laner. Yagao died with Chrono Break up. He was CC'd down and was not able to execute on that ulti. But JDG with a man advantage on the map. They go after the Drake. The enemy jungler still dead. They have the smite advantage and they'll secure that one, no contest. 2 Drakes to none.
Flowers, the map state is overwhelmingly in favor of JDG here. It is getting scary for Rogue. When you're the team with the long range engaged, with the team fight setup, and you're facing 2 dragons picked up by the team that has so many side lane options, you start to get very, very worried here. JDG, really, really big picks there. Taking down Graves inside the jungle, deep dive for them. Yagao and Lumao not hesitating on the cooldowns here. Everything expended to kill him before the rest of Rogue arrive, because Rogue rely on the synergy between players. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they're early on Finn, so they force out all Finn's cooldowns, flashing over the wall, flash follow from Zoom to get the kill onto him, further feeding that Camille extra cash and allowing him some more presence here. You know, Trinity Force is completed. Vander coming in to try and answer, but Zoom already backing off, not overextending.
And you saw there on the very bottom part of the screen in the replay too what happened to Yagao. He tried to maintain aggro on the rest of the team, but then, yeah, it didn't quite work out the way that he was expecting it to. Just got point and clicked by the Pantheon W, and that's not what he wanted to have happen. So now he's trying to escape in the 1v2 down here as Larson comes to collapse. Finn on the chase. Meanwhile, topside problems for Zoom as he gets himself away with a Hex Tech ultimatum. Nice dodge avoiding the bait up there. Yagao still trying to run away. Larson continuing the chase. Parallel convergence coming down. Shockwave goes through. More damage onto Yagao. Kiting it out. How fancy are his feet? Can Yagao get away? Chrono Break right back into the loving, waiting arms of the Bonk Master himself. Finn picks up a kill on Yagao, but meanwhile on the top side, it's Loken getting a kill onto Hansama. There are dead bodies all over Summoner's Rift. Half of the players in this game are seeing grayscale on their screen right now.
Time for a lesson, Captain Flowers. What we're seeing on our screen is the ramifications of trying to pull off 2 plays on 2 different sides of the map at the same time. Rogue pull off the 2v1 power play bottom side, but it takes so long to chase down an Echo, and there's no teleport on Larson, so Finn would have been the only one to join back topside. If you make that bold of a play, you had better be gigantically ahead in gold, because if you're playing on both sides of the map, yes, you have multiple players bottom side, that means you're at a disadvantage top side of the map. And because Rogue are unable to pull off their dive kill on Camille quick enough, they get collapsed on. JDG have the extra member topside. They punish all 3 members of Rogue that tried to dive Zoom and were unable to catch him, thus punishing the kind of greedy double side of the map play that you pull off. That's why we're always so surprised when we see teams going for multiple objectives at once, unless they already have a very big play or they know for certain that they can pull off that dive very quickly. If you're on a timer as soon as you start that attempt.
You've got to make it clean or else it turns mean. Now topside, Hansama putting all the auto attacks into this tier 1 turret. Should be able to pick this up no problem. And that's good because Rogue are starting to fall behind here in terms of gold a little bit. They got to make sure that JDG doesn't start to run away with this game. JDG currently up 2,000 gold, up 2 Drakes as well. Bottom side, looking for the dive onto Finn. 3v1 is the name of the game. The Ornhorn gets coming through. There's so many damn Rams running around the bottom lane. Finn tries to survive. He will be taken down. It's Lamau grabbing the kill, but it's a trade 1-for-1. Yagao again. No chrono break, and the man is dead.
I mean, what can he do against Finn? The CC lock is there. Boom! Finn's able to at least get a counter kill on himself for the dive attempt. I saw that little pop up on the edge of the screen there. I couldn't quite see what it was, but some dead body throwing up a flare.
Yeah, I saw. Bottom side, looks like we might have another dead body here in just a moment. Kanavi gets himself away, but I think just watching the one Ornhorn run through and then the next Ram show up and seemingly chase it off the map.
Welcome to the concert of Ornn, Captain Flowers.
Silas is one of the wackiest champions to have to commentate in a fast-paced fight in League of Legends because he just makes everything so much more difficult to follow because you never know where it's going to be. But hey, we're still doing our best. We're keeping up with it. It's 10 seconds until the next Drake spawns. This is a Mountain Soul this time around, and JDG currently have 2 Drakes already in their pocket. They're bringing in the entire squad, looking to set up here for this play. Zoom gets himself out, has to flash. Otherwise could have been caught out there, and they do not want to run into this in a 5 versus 4. Speaking of 5v4, it might be Rogue who's in that situation now. Finn runs away, but with a curtain call opened up, surely the man has no escape, and Loken puts the 4th bullet in his back. JDG, now with a man advantage on the map, will look to take their 3rd Drake and move on to Soul Point. Orianna ball in the pit. Rogue trying to move around from the side, see if maybe there's some sort of an angle to find some sort of a move, but I do not think JDG will allow it. Instead, that will be 3rd Drake of the game for JDG.
Yeah, there's no way you fight without an Ornn ultimate on the side of Rogue. JDG, they're able to pick off Finn. 2 top laners picked out, Captain Flowers. Guess which one is going to get away? Either the highly mobile Camille, that flashes plus has hookshot, or the giant Ornn that has very little mobility, also flashing there, but good follows from JDG to secure their 3rd dragon. And JDG being on Soul Point at 21.5 minutes really just re-emphasizes what we were talking about earlier. Now, though, like the Rook from Rogue, they're trying to punish here, make a counterplay while they're spread out.
Okay. Let's see if Kanavi gets away from this one. Not much of a let's see to it. There wasn't enough collapse power there to really have any chance of blocking him down. So Kanavi walks out of that. That was an Ignite used by Vander too. So that Summoner spell will not be available here for the next 3 minutes or so. That's an advantage for JDG as they can just walk Kanavi out without spending any of his own summoners in return. Finn on the Ornn, still level 12, needs to get that next level. Very important for power spiking him. Remember, 13 is where you get to upgrade the Sunfire Cape and the Abyssal Mask. That graph is looking pretty scary if you are a Rogue fan right now, and the gold is only continuing to grow as Zoom takes down that tier 2 in the bottom lane. Ornhorn finds the target. Bone plating is knocked off. Nice avoidance of some of the damage there with a Hextech ultimatum. Zoom still looking to get himself away, trying to find the outplay. Inspired comes down to join the mix, and it's Finn who gets the shutdown.
Now they have to worry about covering Baron here. They've got a control ward on it, so nothing given up here. Nice play by Rogue, collapsing once again onto Zoom, finding the kill. This is now 2 kills here for Orianna, fully stacked up. Seraphs does have the extra shield. Rogue are still hoping for that big team fight victory. Can they lock down Loken, get the kill onto the back line, then deal with all the melees here? Loken does have flash, so his positioning will be a lot easier than you would think against the Pantheon Ornn, which can be very devastating.
Yeah.
But having that flash will be critical for JDG, and knowing that he can just save it for another 2.5 minutes up until the Dragon, I think that's probably the play there for JDG. They shouldn't actually risk cooldowns before the Soul comes up because it's such a low risk, high reward for them. And Rogue are the ones that are going to try and actually make one of these surprise plays. The possible way of them coming back here for Rogue, trying to create a pocket of Fog of War, to force one of those plays with Ornhorn into Orianna, Shockwave, a combination with the Kalista Pantheon is their possibility for getting a lead in that team fight.
One thing I'm a little concerned about here, Kobe, I'm going to be honest with you, is the damage output of Rogue. Look at the items coming through. In general, Kallista's not going to have the same damage as a crit marksman later on in the game. Then if you look at Orianna's itemization, it is a second item Chalice, which isn't going to do as much damage as something like a Rabadon's or a Spellbinder. Even Graves' itemization with a Hex Drinker after the Edge of Night. Very defensive choices coming out here from Rogue, which could be the difference between being able to find one of those picks and having somebody from JDG barely get away.
Well, we'll see if Finn can also get another level before the fight. If he can get one more level and upgrade probably Blade of the Ruin King for Hans Sama, that at least will give him a little bit more juice for this critical fight coming up. But kind of as expected, JDG just waiting it out. They're like, all right, we are not using cooldowns before this dragon.
No reason to.
1 minute left on the timer. 1 minute is generally the time where you get your recalls off. It takes about 30 seconds to walk back to the dragon after starting your reset. So that's where you see the coordination from the teams. You want to push out your minion wave. Those spawn every 30 seconds. Then you get your recall off for control wards and move into the river so you can have a good setup here and find your flank. JDG now, they've got Yagao on the top side. He just pushed that extra minion wave we talked about. Now going for the recall, and teleport is ready. There are deep wards through the red side jungle of Rogue, so it could be a possible flank there from the back.
30 seconds until that Drake Soul spawns. It's Rogue with control over this bot side river. They will have priority over the pit. They're trying to look for any sort of a chance to pick off someone from JDG that could be separated from the rest of the squad. But Yagao has put himself in the flank position immediately. If he pops that parallel convergence, this could be exactly what they're looking for, but instead it's going to be Rogue starting the fight off onto Kanavi, who tries to get himself away. Vander's going to be thrown in. Aggressive Kalista ulti looking to find the damage. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the fight, Larsen's going to be in some trouble. Zoom diving in. Hextech Ultimatum does what it needs to do. Double kill over to the 80 carry of JDG. Finn's on the run. Hansama's kiting around, but it will not matter. He goes down. Finn barely walking away, but the bullet in his back says no, sir. Triple kill for the Jhin, ace for JDG, and doom for Rogue in this bottom side team fight.
It's just so cool to watch the clean setups from JDG too. On the timers, boom, they push top wave, they go back for the recalls, they have their control wards, teleport flank from Yagao for their 3-person flank, 3 different directions, and honestly, Rogue made the good call to try and make the initiation before the flank actually comes in from JDG. They make the effort to attack Kanavi, go hard with their crowd control, try and force something to get an early lead in the team fight before JDG's coordination actually comes to fruition. But it's just not enough. You know, they get pincered from all sides here. And you see that Camille, second half of the Q onto Hansama, takes 50% of his life. Here's the initiation I'm talking about. You have to go super hard, super early. Rogue immediately forced down onto Kanavi, onto Loken. But looking at the back, Zoom with the Hextech Ultimatum, they take down Larsen, the heart of the team fight. The Orion is gone. That removes so much utility and damage from your team fight. And at that point, they're easily able to pick up the rest of the members. They kind of dissect the team fight of Rogue there that tried to make the first punch. You know, valiant effort by them.
36? Look, Orianna did 36.
What are you going to do? So he got flanked by an Echo and a Camille.
Did he hit half an auto attack?
It's hard.
36. All right.
Honestly, that's a good question.
I don't know. Like, an auto attack has to do more than 36. All right, whatever. Orianna did 36, and now Rogue are starting up the Baron. They know this game is quickly slipping away from them. So they have to go for a Hail Mary here.
All right, we'll say they're trying to force it here. Teleport does come in. Let's get into the fight as Yagao makes the threat.
Yagao looking to come in as the curtain call opens up, chasing Rogue away. Now Vander's stuck in a hard spot away from the rest of the team. Pantheon trying to keep himself alive there with the E, but he won't be able to do it. Now the Deadly Flourish comes out, not going to find the mark, but it is going to slow them down. Ornhorn goes through, but it's not going to find a whole lot here. Rogue still in trouble. Larsen going to be jumped on. Yagao leading the charge as Kanavi steals away the Ornhorn, but he won't be able to find the second part of Doom. Grabbing the kill onto Larsen there. Hansama going to drop, Inspire going to drop, and JDG will take down everybody on Rogue sans Finn. Now the Baron is theirs, the map is theirs, the lane is theirs. JDG can do whatever the hell they please. They have taken over Summoner's Rift.
I found it, Flowers. We're paying so much attention to the team fights and the setup and the strategy for both teams. The Orianna is a support build Orianna. He's got an Ardent Sensor over here. That's how you do 30 36 damage. And again, in this team fight, once Zoom got on him, it was a 2-shot on the Orianna. Again, the idea for Rogue, as we've been talking about, is to fight front to back for their team fight. That's why he's got this support build, Orianna. They want to try and have a standard, quote-unquote, honorable team fight where you go, front to back, just work your way through. But JDG have been able to get off the flanks every single time. Here, just chasing them out of Baron, and we'll get another look at it. The long-range slows here from the Jhin to stack it up. Vander's on the side, so all members just close in. They take down the Pantheon and just chase through with the advantage. Ornhorn does go through, but it's kited out, so it doesn't really get anything. And then you see the multiple forms of engage. First it was Yagao onto him, then Zoom goes in onto Larson, just ult, boom, he gets 2-shot. And they have been destroyed. JDG building up for their reunion with DAMWON Gaming. They want to get another say about it. They want to fight at the top of the group.
Kanavi's going in, and we're starting off yet another fight. The Silas is in some trouble, going to be juggled around, nearly taken down. Goes back in for the heal there with the Kingslayer, and he will find it. Stays alive for now. Turns around, the curtain call's coming down, and there goes Han Sama. Yagao with the kill is inspired, barely hobbles away. They're looking to go over the wall to chase him down, but they won't be able to do it. Yagao, he found the R key this time. He finds the chrono break, he's staying alive, and JDG will continue their push. Vander is rooted up, however, he does have that shield to keep him safe. A little bit more damage onto the mid lane. Tier 3 turret takes it out. Kanavi still very low on health here, but JDG are confident moving forward. They have the advantage in terms of living players on the map. Han Sam is dead for another
That's a
15.
good advantage to have.
That's a big ol' advantage to have, my friend. And Rogue are in one hell of a bad spot. They're 12,000 gold down. They're trying to defend their base, but it is so impossible at this point in time as JDG will look for the win push right here. Beautiful engage from Lamau, making sure he grabs all three with a face breaker. Now they're looking to finish this one off with a shockwave, trying to hold the line. But what can Rogue do against the assault from JDG? Zoom takes the kill onto Vander. Finn tries to run away. JDG will end this game and secure their spot in the knockout stage.
Hype building for the clash at the top of the group, Captain Flowers. JDG, they've got their eyes set on DAMWON, and they walk right through Rogue.
Rogue defeated means the end of their journey at Worlds 2020 is the group stage. They still will play out the remainder of their games here today. However, they are now mathematically eliminated from moving forward, as is PSG Talon. If the games play out in a way where the final scores between DAMWON and JDG are tied, then we will have a tiebreaker there to see who gets first, who gets second. But that will involve, most likely, JDG having to take down DAMWON in that rematch that you're hyping up. That's what it's all about now, is these two teams going head-to-head for that all-important first seed.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch, considering how important these first seeds are going to come with the way that the tournament is set up. This being said, you know, I have really enjoyed still watching Rogue, especially the bottom lane duo ganks that they had earlier on in the tournament. I think as a team, they've really evolved this year. Happy to see what they can accomplish moving forward, even though they have been mathematically eliminated already for the group stage.
Yep. Rogue was a fun team to watch. I liked particularly how they debuted in this group in week 1 of this group stage, taking down PSG Talon. They had that deathless game where they looked so damn good, but unfortunately for them, they are eliminated now. And as we move towards our break, you can listen to the World's Anthem Take Over on Spotify. Head over to the League of Legends official playlist, stream Take Over, and watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of the music video of Take Over. This is available only on Spotify. Don't miss out. Be a part of it. Hop over. Watch that right now. We're going to be stepping away, but don't you go anywhere. More Worlds is coming your way after the break.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
No one is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climber. Reach for the summit. Visions break the one false steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. But do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? We don't doubt you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We are joined by FLICKR from the LPL for a closer look at JDG versus Rogue. Hello, Lyric. Sorry.
Hey, Shokes. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
No problem at all. Sorry for messing up your name there. Let's talk about this game. And looking at the draft, I'd love to know from your side, as you know JDG very well, what in this is kind of typical of what you're used to seeing from JDG domestically in the LPL, or where they possibly changed it up?
The thing that's a bit more common is Kanavi going for a jungler like the Sylas. But honestly, when I saw this draft, I was pretty scared. They actually ran something similar against PSG a few days ago. But I really liked what Rogue had on their side to counter this. We saw it was really hard for JDG to get off these side lane dives that they wanted against the Ornn. And I think they really relied on Rogue making a few mistakes to let them out of this game.
Yeah, definitely. The mistakes that we saw throughout the game were they gave Kanavi especially breathing space, and I think that in itself was just too much to honestly overcome at some point. But what do you think about Rogue's execution throughout the game?
was a bit disappointing because I felt like there was just a lot of like small moments that someone was out of place. We looked at the bot dive when Inspired got cut off the first time by the Jin W, the second time with Lumao catching him out. Finn had a couple where he was going for flanks and wasn't really coordinated with his teams. And it was these really minuscule moments that I felt like really lost Rogue the game.
Yeah, I think we can agree with you on that. The minuscule moments who then turned into bigger moments because JDG knew how to capitalize. I want to take a look at this top lane fight, and I think this is a great example of how Rogue tried to be very proactive and recognized that they could have the upper hand in going for the kills and the engage here. But the issue is that they didn't ever seem to follow it up with something that could net them more.
Yeah, so what I liked about Rogue throughout the game was actually that they understood they had to play aggressive in order to overcome JDG. What I didn't like is how you put it already, that they didn't have a plan afterwards. So making kills happen is obviously good and all. It gets you a couple of net wins. Like you get 300 gold right there in Infusion. But if you don't follow it up with anything that is of substance, like a turret, a dragon, anything like that, you're not going to snowball the game. And I think that's where they faltered.
Indeed. Lyric, the next replay we're going to look at is the 4th Drake fight, which is very detrimental to Rogue. But, I mean, you know from your experience in the LPL that JDG, they love stacking those Drakes because they love to fight around them to get the advantage. When we got to that point, I guess you already knew this is over.
And this was just absolutely beautiful. We saw the deep ward flank coming in from Yagao. And even if you watch Zoom off to the side, he's playing so patiently. They're waiting for that right angle to coordinate this. They get on Larson very early, and then moving your eyes over to Lumao. It's just so amazing how this guy can not only find great flanks, but at the same time zone for Loken, allowing him to take absolutely no damage.
Lumao was also the Oppo player of the game. We're going to take a look at some more highlights, I think, in just a second. What can you tell our audience about this guy who has quite the reputation in the LPL?
Oh my God, watching his growth has been insane. He's been in the LPL for a long time, and he's always been considered like middle tier to the upper echelon of supports, but it's really been a breakout year for him. I think the meta is great, allowing for these amazing support counter picks. We've seen his Bard time and time again. He's the captain of this team, and it's so nice to see him break out on the world stage.
It is, and to follow JDG's development as a whole, a couple of things I want to touch on before we run out of time. Very happy with that. There were some choices that kind of surprised me from the side of Rogue, and I hate ragging on a team that just lost, but it's also our job to kind of point out things that we find a little suspect, and I think the fact that they couldn't follow up with objectives was something, and there were some build choices that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of criticizing builds too much, but I think this game was quite essential because of how the early game went. Like, Kalista wasn't that far ahead. She didn't have like 5-6 kills coming in, and the Grace was also not necessarily fed. So going for a supportive style build in mid lane where we went the Xerath into Athenes into Ardent is kind of weird when you have a jungler that also goes Hex Drinker and what else? Another item, but
we had no Ornn items.
Yeah,
man.
Exactly. With no Ornn items, so that in itself was just really weird. So I don't quite understand what they were going for. I do think that it may have been practice that kind of led to them to this moment where they basically felt confident in that, but I do think that you have to adapt in the moment. I think that adaptability is really, really important when it comes down to it.
And I would like to kind of button it up for Rogue in that regard. They are now out of the World Championship, and I think there you touch on something. Rogue is a developing team that they haven't for a whole year, and I think you arrive at a point after a year in the World Championship where you've learned a lot, and you now have to apply kind of all of that against a team that is much better, and then you start making some mistakes, which I think is totally understandable. But Lyric, for the side of JDG, when I talked to you way in the beginning, we were talking about title favorites. They got knocked down a peg after that DAMWON game. How are you feeling about them at this point in time and about their chances for a deep run?
So coming into the day, despite the fact I'm supposed to be an LPL guy, I was pretty terrified of DAMWON, but they've now shown 2 games against PSG that they are vulnerable. So I definitely think if JG can come in, not kind of lose at level 1 or have an unfavorable draft, they get to the mid game, they can show the smartest team in the LPL that we've really hyped them up to be.
Okay, I hope that comes out later in the day, but JDG did just secure a spot in the quarterfinals. And for more on that, here's Law with Kanavi.
And thank you very much, Shux. The journey stops here for Rogue, but JDG just make it to quarterfinals. And Kanavi, I want to know, how do you feel right now? And does the performance you had match the expectations you had coming to group stage in the beginning?
네, 우선은 정말 축하드립니다. 오늘 경기는 어땠는지 또 여태까지 보여주신 경기력이 좀 기대하신 만큼 나왔다고 생각하나요?
일단 오늘 이겨서 좋고 사실 오늘 첫 판인데 좀 뭐랄까 손이 덜 풀려서 그런지 좀 이 판 좀 못했던 것 같아요.
Well, I'm happy that we secured this win today, but maybe because this was the first match of the game, I was a little bit less warmed up, so I wasn't performing at the best level right now.
Oh, interesting, because I really liked your Silas here. And I have a question about this matchup, because even though it feels like inspired mistakes gave you room to breathe, I want to know more about the Silas versus Graves matchup, because you're the only player at Worlds to play Silas jungle.
네, 그래도 오늘 사일러스 경기력이 굉장히 압도적이었는데 사실 사일러스가 뭐 조금 상대방이 조금 덜 너무너무 힘들진 않게 할진 몰라도 어쨌든 사일러스 대 그브 매첩이 어떤지 특히나 이제 사일을 정글로 활용하는 유일한 선수신데 사일러스에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 사일러스가 좀 초반에 약한데 그래서 상대방 정글은 그레이브즈라서 좀 그레이브즈가 초반에 먼저 많은 걸 만들어야지 그래야 좀 좋은 것 같아요. 사일러스가 그냥 무난히 가면 좋은 챔피언이라서 그런 것 같아요.
Well, even though Silas is a bit weak in the early game, at the same time, it means that Graves has to make a lot of profits in the early game. But as the game goes by and time goes by, I'm pretty sure Silas outscales him and has better ability in the late game. So I think, yeah, if the game goes without accidents, it's really good for Silas.
Interesting. So nice pocket pick here if you can survive the early game. But okay, focusing on the end of the day now, you will have to face off against DAMWON again. We know how things went last time, but how do you expect this one to go?
네, 오늘 마지막 경기 상대는 담원인데 물론 지난번에 경기 결과는 모두가 알고 있지만 이번에는 어떤 식으로 경기 흘러갈 것 같나요?
사실 지난번에는 약간 관중들이 보시기에 좀 저희가 일방적으로 진 것처럼 보였는데 이번에는 좀 막상막하 그런 구도를 만들 수 있게 해야 될 것 같아요.
Well, for the audience, I'm pretty sure that the earlier game looked a little bit one-sided for DAMWON, but this time around, we're going to make it look neck and neck.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck in that game. 감사합니다 for the interview, and Jason, thank you again for the translation. And we're going to take a break now, and we'll come back in a few minutes for DAMWON versus Rogue. Stay tuned.
Valiant effort by Rogue, avoiding that killing blow for so long. DAMWON also never made the mistake to give Rogue that engage where they could turn around the fight.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020 esports fans. It's time for DAMWON Gaming going up against Rogue. Now, Rogue are mathematically eliminated from progressing any further in Worlds. It will be DAMWON and JDG moving forward to the knockout stage. But DAMWON are 4-0 so far, Kobe. And if I was them, I would definitely be wanting to make a clean sweep of it.
Definitely true. They don't want any chance of some crazy stuff happening at the end of the day where there's some spoilers played and they don't have an even matchup versus JDG at the very end of the day. So they definitely want a clean sweep here. Meanwhile, Rogue are fighting for honor now. And you know what that means? No more Ardent Sensor. That item is off limits. I would rather see Larson build an Infinity Edge than an Ardent Sensor in this game.
Yup, throw all that support stuff in the garbage. Let the garbage chute take it all the way down to bot lane where it belongs. I want to see some Chad items in mid lane. Now let's look at what these bans are shaking out as so far, because so far, both teams do not like the top lane, man. Ornn and Renekton banned out by DAMWON, as Rogue are paying respect to Nagri and his reputation on that Camille. That one's banned away, and Pantheon is taken out of the mix.
Yeah, no more Nagri Ornn. He did his time, okay? You know what?
Yeah.
DAMWON, they have all these different looks. Yeah, they can win the game in so many ways, but you gotta keep him happy, you know? Give him something exciting.
A little spice in there.
As I said previously, his Camille is banned out. I think that is a must ban versus DAMWON. So good research there from Rogue. Meanwhile, Ornn and Renekton, as you're talking about, these are two of the most common bans for DAMWON currently in the current meta. Two of the easiest top laners to pilot versus Nagri. And Nagri wants more skill matchups. He wants to challenge you. He doesn't want you to be able to rely on Ornn or Renekton, which are very, very simple to execute. Meanwhile, similar thing for Lucian here. Solo lane Lucian is just skyrocketed in priority because of the pressure that you can have with this champion, and kind of warps the game. So let's get down to it then. Bind pick, first pick here for DAMWON. Graves again here for Canyon. Try and rule them all.
Not surprised at this one. The Graves, so popular, so effective in the jungle. With Nidalee banned away, it's kind of just the #1 jungle pick that teams like to go for. So that one's first pick for the side of DAMWON. Rogue, what's it going to be? We need to see some spice here. Go out in style. And instead of spice, we're going to put it on ice. And they picked the Ashe first and Lilia second.
Okay, Lilia early pick. That does already start your brain ticking about possible level 1 invades, possible ways to control the jungle versus the Graves. I think you also have to look at the next consecutive picks to try and set something up here. Bottom lane power should be very important. So they do grab the Senna here for Ghost.
Well, if we learned anything from Bambi, the natural counter to a deer is a shotgun, so
a little
bit of a draft edge there for DAMWON Gaming. They got that one in the jungle. Let's see where the rest of the draft is going. Senna
for Bambi, it was fire, okay? It was the forest was burning down. You know, a sad story with the mom and all that.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie in like 25 years. I thought it was a shock.
Okay, well, you know what?
Well, I just gave them an idea for the reboot of Bambi. It's a little bit edgier, and it might be played out in front of us right now. Anyway, we got Senna and Twisted Fate locked in for DAMWON Gaming, and over on the other side, it's a Rise.
All right, the other counter here is long-range crowd control. It's very difficult to play Lilia versus TF. Showmaker has literally only lost, I believe, 1 game in his career on TF. So it's a huge pick for DAMWON. He's so good at utilizing it to get the rest of the map under control at the first stages of the game. For them, I mean, him having the mobility with this champion becomes a really big problem for opponents. So we'll see how they can answer here. You know, with the Rise, yes, you can scale Rise up into split pushing for side lanes. It's been a long time since we, you know, have seen the solo Rise really prevalent in professional play. But here at Worlds, CE makes a return.
Anything can happen, man. Anything can happen. But if we're talking about mobility and getting around the map, Bard is one of the supports that does it best. And Rogue is recognizing the threat of having that paired up with a Twisted Fate. They banned that one away. Alistar also taken out of the picture here, as Gangplank is the ban for DAMWON. Let's see what else they want to ban away here with this last one of the draft. What are we going to target? Is it more top laners? We're going to switch things up a little bit here. What's the story And instead, it is Set, who honestly can go to a lot of different roles.
And it's about the front line. They don't really care where the set goes. You just don't want them to have it.
Yeah.
You don't want them to have a front line to play behind, because that's where Ashe and Lilia excel so much. Both of these champions, that the theme of the kits relies on move speed. Ashe with the slows, Lilia with the speed. If you're unable to control the fight with a front line and make use of those differences in speed for both of those champions, then it becomes so difficult to actually control. So do know that Rogue have to lock in some sort of front line. Yes, the set is banned away, but Nautilus point and click stun, plus the passive route, plus the anchor, 3 forms of possible setup for the Lilia Ashe.
All right, the Nautilus locked in. Very, very scary stuff with CC in the bottom lane. But you know what? I think DAMWON, they like the look of that. They like the look of the engaged support. So they're going to lock in one of their own here with the Leona.
And Beryl Leona does like to create plays roaming with Canyon. These two link up quite a lot. When you have Leona Graves, it is a match made in heaven. Honestly, the jungler feels like, you know what? Ghost, you're going to have to play under a tower or something here. You know, you're Senna, it'll be fine. Honestly, I need to take control of the support, because Graves plus Leona is a kill waiting to happen when you have those roaming around together. The burst damage is insane with the Sunlight passive, with the lockdown from Leona from super long range. So this should be a very high support jungle proximity game for Canyon and Beryl to be able to link up, and they just get the Kennen once again for Nuguri into another tank for Finn top side, as Sion's goal is to stack up your infinite scaling health and soak up there.
All right, what do you think the odds are on us not getting that, but instead getting the classic Chow Dog lethality Sion that runs at turret?
Oh, hell yeah. The boss in the top here. Let's see if we can get some tower destruction, some damage here, some big ults.
I would love to see that. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would just make my day to see lethality Sion in the top lane. This is the last game for DAMWON before they have that showdown with JDG at the end of the day. Let's see if Rogue can stand up to him or if they will crumble yet again. DAMWON has just been unstoppable so far in groups.
All right, let's get into it here. Rogue fighting for honor, fighting for even possible spoiler that they can play to DAMWON. Help out JDG a little bit, try and deliver them a loss early on. The level 1 comes out, but already we had the retreat here early on from Naguri.
And as we're seeing the teams as we're seeing DAMWON invade the enemy jungle here, you know what I realized, Kobe? I was thinking of the movie Tarzan, because the villain in Tarzan, he has a shotgun. I got Tarzan and Bambi mixed up.
I'm glad we are straightening out your childhood.
Yeah,
here
I'm trying to figure it out. The worst part is, he's also the only Disney character who shares my name. So whenever anybody likens me to a Disney character, I'm the bad guy that tries to shoot Tarzan's friends. Feels bad.
You know what? I'm getting actually a pretty clear window into your personality right now. This all makes sense to me.
Oh no, man. Disney villain. That's terrible. But we've got ourselves a little bit of a surprise up here in the top lane. It seems, my friends, that we've got a lane swap from Rogue.
Yeah, and you're not gonna catch Nuguri off guard here. He smells something cooking. It is going to be exposed early on. Let's go over the reasons why lane swaps are not common right now, because this used to be so prevalent. And some of the steps that the design team took to take this away is they enacted something called fortification. For the first 5 minutes, top and mid take 50% reduced damage. So that should create a discrepancy in turret plates. Now, one of the reasons why you actually see a decent amount of lane swaps still is because Senna doesn't take tower plates very quickly. She has a hard time really punishing that. Yeah. So it might not be as big of a discrepancy. Plus, when you have a champion like Sion well equipped to soak up in the defense under that tower, that's one of the main reasons. So Rogue here with 3 members trying to pull it off.
Rogue looking for the dive. Still only a level 1 cannon, and he is first-blooded. Barrel arrives into the top lane, but it's too damn little, too damn late. TP shows up. Nagari will get himself back up here. So now we've got Kennen and Leona laning together. Barrel's going in. He's got the level 2, but Nagari's still only level 1. Barrel's in some danger now. Might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew as the fire flies, and the flash finds the kill, but now the return kill coming out as Nagari gets Hans Sama. He's going to chase down Vander as well. The shield shows up. Vander with a flash away. We got ourselves a game, my friend.
I love to see it from Ansama. Honestly, yeah, he does go down, but he sent a message. He takes down that support, pulls off the kill. Barrel arrived. They were trying to get their defense in place because Kennen's a lot worse at defending these lane swap tower situations than Asayan is, obviously. But Barrel arrives a few seconds too late. He arrives to a graveyard on the top side. And you could see from the timing on the teleport arrival, Hansama was not afraid at all, was not in fear of the counter there. He stayed auto-attacking that turret plate multiple times, knowing that Barrel would try and engage on him. He's got cleanse, he's got flash. He was not scared, knowing that Vander had his back. But then flashing forward to go for the kill, I think that's an extra expenditure of resources that is a little bit greedy. Yes, you do get the kill, but you trade it back and you spend your flash as Ashe.
Yeah. Nice ignite from Barrel, interrupting Finn's back. He can't go all the way in, because if he does, he draws too much turret aggro and dies. So he has to use the one ranged ability that's non-committal that he has, which is that ignite. Now a little bit more damage to finish off the Scion underneath the turret. Canyon will not fall to the turret aggro. And with Finn's dead body rampaging all over the minions, they'll try to just shut him down here before he farms up too much more, and that is DAMWON tying this game up.
But his CSing time doesn't dip at all. He CSs as a zombie, then teleports right back. Here's another dive.
And now we've got more plays showing up as DAMWON brings in the cavalry in the form of Showmaker to show up and try to stop this. But they're saying, all right, you want to bring in a mid laner? We'll bring in a mid laner. 4v2 underneath the turret. Vander looking to start things off here. Stuns coming through. Nagari going down. Turret shot flying out. Showmaker picking up one. It's an even trade in the top lane.
And they call their bluff. You got a mid laner, I raise you a mid laner. And yet they still push on the gold there as another kill traded back. This one, Flowers, this is what we wanted. Yes, Rogue are eliminated, but they are letting fly here. Why not throw it out? It's past 5 minutes, by the way, so the reduction in damage is not there anymore. You can try and push hard on those turret plates.
Yeah, so back in the day, you were talking about how turret plates, or before turret plates, before this fortification, lane swaps were the meta. It was the thing. And man, back then, it was a solved system. Everybody knew how to do it. The first 7 minutes of the game were always going to play out exactly the same no matter what. I used to call it popcorn time because I could just know that I could take a break and grab some popcorn. I wouldn't miss anything in the game. But now that things are different, you have to play around that fortification. You get to see all sorts of spiciness as both teams try to make moves that take advantage of these lopsided lanes. It makes the once-in-a-blue-moon time that you do see the lane swap a lot more fun than it was back in the day. And we've got ourselves 6 kills at 6 minutes. First strike of the game already going over to DAMWON, and things are not stopping anytime soon here. Nagari and Finn have found themselves in the same lane here for the first time today. So at least the top laners finally get to 1v1 just in the bottom lane.
Yeah. And there are multiple layers to it, too, also, you know, the things they put in place. Here's the fight, though.
Oh, no time for layers. We got a fight breaking out as Vander's in some danger. Canyon grabs the kill into him. Larson trying to get away here with the flash. Stays alive. But DAMWON take the fight and take priority over the topside river.
And we use the Showmaker ultimate here from Twisted Fate to be able to pull it off. This is 2 kills now on the Graves. Canyon should be able to finish his jungle item after he returns, looking towards the completion of the early Rod of Ages from Showmaker as well. Bottom side, though, look here. Hover from Larson. I think they're just going to pull off the reset, though. You want to try and send your top lane, your Scion, back to the top side of the map, because you want to keep it in that situation where he's got the extra wave clear, should be able to deal with the extra pressure here. Here we go on the in onto Vander, does get stunned up. Showmaker comes through with the gold card. Canyon picks up the extra kill, further funding the Graves.
And he doesn't use collateral damage there either, which means if DAMWON wants to stay aggressive, there's no breaks on that aggro right now. They don't have to worry about that ultimate coming back up. Canyon still has everything ready to go. Summoner spells, ulti, the whole 9 yards. Top side is Ghost, shoving this lane up. Not a lot Finn can do against a Senna. You just kind of have to stand there and eat the auto attacks over and over, hope that you're tanky enough to not suffer meaningful damage from it. He'll farm up, continue just trying to add some minions to his stockpile. Top laner farm looking a lot like it did back in the day, my friend. Very, very low compared to the other roles. You can see 72 on both the Ashe and Twisted Fate, while top laners are barely just cresting 40. Even junglers ahead of that mark right now. Lilia throws the bowling ball over the wall, but it won't do a whole lot as Shelly has been pulled all the way out into the river. Rogue moving in to contest this one. Finn has already joined, but now they're looking to turn things back on Nagari. Here comes the Realm Warp, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Flash away, Inspired looking to live, but Inspired's looking to die. Ghost picks up the kill as Barrel falls to Larson. Stasis goes through and Vander is kept alive, but now the ulti from Nagari looking to lock him down. They'll find the kill there. Meanwhile, Canyon gets one on the top side, gunning down Finn. It is 3 kills on the side of DAMWON.
What a scrap from DAMWON right there. Collapsing in even after the arrow hits, avoiding the follow-up there, and pulling up the extra kills. They've got Rift Herald, they've got wide open towers for turret plates as well. In a lane swap situation, of course, you can also even get greater value out of the Rift Herald because there are so many exposed towers. You should be able to get the first couple of turret plates down by hand, then use the Rift Herald on the later ones, which have more armor and magic resist. This is another one of the layers that we're talking about. There is the extra armor and magic resist permanently from those later ones, plus the temporary bonus if there's lots of people around. Here's the arrow, though. Immediately flash out there from Nuguri, so he didn't get chain CC down. Then the kill on the top here, Ghost with a well-placed ultimate to make sure they get the first one. Showmaker flashing in to force Vander's stopwatch. And even though he is able to stopwatch the gold card, you're still in place and he still gets locked down from DAMWON. It's just really good coordination there, and the extra crowd control from the setup here on DAMWON's side does find it an extra kill.
Yeah, we got ourselves a 2,000 gold lead here for DAMWON Gaming, and the items are already starting to pop off. Warrior plus Serrated Dirk for Canyon's Graves. Proto Belt already done here for the Kinnan, give him that extra burst and initiation power. And Rod of Ages completed and stacking for Showmaker. And look at that Kirche shard in his inventory next to it. That means Rapid Fire Cannon second item. I love this on Twisted Fate. Although you don't get a lot from the stat profile, I mean, attack speed, crit, yeah, sort of whatever. But that extra range is such a big facilitator for him making picks and setting up plays.
And picks are the name of the game. When you have Senna and Leona as your bottom lane as well, so much range there, possibility of following up on crowd control. What matters is landing the point and click first part.
Yep.
And you've got so much easy chain that can pull up here. Tenacity will be a very big necessity. Here comes that Rift Herald swap play that we're talking about, and it is everybody looking for Finn.
Here we go. Finn in some trouble. 1v3. He screams cowards and runs away at 400 miles per hour as it looks like DAMWON Gaming will not be stopped from taking down this tier 1 turret here in the top side. Also looking to make a play in the bottom. Inspired drops yet again. Second death here on the Lilia. Meanwhile, back in top lane, the camera pans over and the turret falls down. 4,000 gold lead for DAMWON at 11 minutes.
And again, Showmaker just really showing off this Twisted Fate once again. Such a good pick to have when you are in lane swap scenarios, very obviously, because he's able to go turn around some of these kills. Nuguri is on the chase.
Oh boy, a little bit more damage might take him out. Flashing away from the Senna ulti that would have been able to kill him. Hansama stays alive and the turnaround comes through. Nagari goes down. Showmaker's on the run. However, the Twisted Fate is still very deadly. Rogue doesn't want to chase this any further. They're afraid Larson would die in the fight, and Inspired wasn't close enough yet.
Yeah, nice punish there from Rogue. The reinforcements arriving in time. Dragon play here from Canyon. And Rogue are grouped up, but they're going for the kill. They're not going for the objective.
They're going after Showmaker. Looking for the Twisted Fate. Vander's here. He's got the Nautilus looking for the CC. Starts it off there with the ulti. Showmaker in some danger. Uses the cleanse. Tries to stay alive. He's going to be put to sleep. Here comes Inspired. There goes Inspired. There goes Showmaker. Trading back and forth all over the place. It's 3 dead on the side of Rogue. A double kill over to Canyon. The price for it is Showmaker, but the price is gladly paid.
Yeah, he's like, all right, you got my bounty, but I got the extras here with his team coming in. Now, with DAMWON pushing towards mid lane, how do they actually pull off this dive? Well, Hansama runs for the hills, so they can't pull it off. It is going to be extra turret plates, though, as they can push on 2 lanes right now. And this is the consequence of the constant countering from DAMWON. Always with the extra move here, able to get more gold on the opposite side.
DAMWON so far ahead, man. Twisted Fate has 2 fully completed items at 12 minutes. That's just not okay going up against this guy. He's in such a good spot to just have complete control over the game. 1-0-4 scoreline for Ghost's Senna as well. Would have had an extra kill on top of that if Hansama didn't flash away from the ulti the last time you fire it off, so getting really good value out of those. And the team on Rogue is pretty squishy, my friend. Yeah, you got a Scion, but everybody else is kind of just a big old marshmallow. And lethality is being stacked on 2 different champions on the side of DAMWON. As Beryl tries to get away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Ghost coming around to support him, keep him alive here. Piercing Darkness should be able to make sure that he stays nice and healed up. Instead, Ghost just uses it to farm, has to be looking out for that economy. Bottom lane, it's Nagari and Canyon working together to take down the second turret of the game. The lead goes up to 5K before 14 minutes.
Flowers.
Yes, sir.
Canyon is higher level than the solo laners on Rogue. Finn just hit level 10 as you were talking, but when we were watching Larson pass through the jungle, passes by the graves, he does not want a piece of that. Finn going hard.
Finn going in, but the flash away from Showmaker, he sidesteps a bowling ball as well, and then just steps underneath the turret, not too worried about it, so Finn tried to go for the big play, didn't quite work out, and now Rogue might be caught yet again. Inspired tries to get away, but Barrel's also having to tank up a lot here. Goes for the Solar Flare. Larson is caught out. Barrel's on the front line, rooted up, not taken down. Canyon grabbing the kill, dominating with that kill on Rise. 12 turret plates! What in the hell is going on this game? DAMWON Gaming just cleaning up, making bank. Nearly 2K gold on plates alone. Break out the fine china this game as DAMWON is taking down the last remaining tier 1 turret here in the mid lane now as well. Lilia will not be able to land any of that Dream Dust for the Lilting Lullaby. It's on cooldown anyway, but Ghost just casually steps away.
Yeah, Ghost throwing out the taunt. Please try and hit me with an Ash Arrow. See what happens. Look at that. Canyon at the top, baby. That's what you want to see for the junglers. It has been a kingdom, all right.
That's brutal. 7,700 gold. He has over twice the gold of either support. This Graves is just 6-0-3. Yumu's Ghostblade's second item. So not only a lethality item, but the lethality item that makes sure you're caught up and stay in point-blank range with whoever you're putting those shells into. This Graves is a force of nature here in this game. Already 2 Drakes picked up for DAMWON Gaming as well. Less than 90 seconds until the next one spawns. Canyon could just use the Ghostblade active to get to lane faster, grab himself some minions, help the team push. He's got Shelly ready to go. They might not even need to use it here to break this tier 1. Doesn't look like they will. Last couple auto attacks will take that one down, no problem.
DAMWON just have so many tools that set themselves up for these picks in the middle of the game too. The range that we're seeing out of these possibilities is just too much. Yeah. Canyon here, you got a lot of the money. You know, they were committing to the dives early on, plus in large part thanks to the assistance from Showmaker's Twisted Fate, creating those plays, using that ultimate really well. Arrow does hit though, that's a big bounty.
Arrow hits Canyon, who tries to get himself away, kites back with the collateral damage. Dredgeline makes a nice field goal, that's 3 points, but points aren't worth nothing in League of Legends. Hansama falls back, nearly completely out of mana, out of health. You're talking about all the tools in DAMWON's kit, man. They got that whole fancy toolkit that you buy your dad on Christmas, and now Rogue's looking to come in and fight up against him. Inspired is taken down. Canyon goes godlike. Nagari coming in from the side. Piercing Darkness fired off. And look at all that damage. Goodbye, Finn. Goodbye, Rogue. Goodbye, hopes and dreams. DAMWON Gaming just absolutely shredding them.
Oh my goodness, Rogue just realm warped themselves right into the face of death, right into the lion's den, and DAMWON made it quick. Holy moly, that's gonna be soul point for them as well. Honestly, you gotta keep throwing haymakers, I guess, here for Rogue. They're so far behind at this point. We're gonna keep seeing them just throwing all members at a possible pick. At this stage of the game, if you're in here with your friends, Flowers, you know, they're trying to have fun. They already got eliminated from groups. you got to set yourself a goal of just taking down a single person. You say,
yes.
Canyon has a bounty.
He must die.
We're not going to win this game, but we better throw everything at Canyon. Try and get that gold back. Only problem is, you know, you're versus DAMWON here. They got the flank. Nagari comes in. He makes sure nobody's getting out after that as well. And they clean that one up. See, still smiles on their faces. You saw Inspired there a quick second. He's laughing. They know they're just throwing everything to try and grab that bounty, try and take down Canyon.
Hey, Finn almost did as much damage as the Leona. He was one off, 401 versus 402. He'll get him next time. It's a little bit of a rough time here for Rogue, but again, they're just trying to make as close of a game out of it as they can. We've all been in a game like this where you try to just pour everything into killing the one guy and he walks away from the team fight. Not only still alive, but 90%, 95% HP. Not quite what the doctor ordered, but they aren't giving up just yet.
So, story time.
All right, what do you got for me?
I had a similar situation to this in competitive play. I was on the tennis team in high school, and we were a terrible, terrible tennis team. Okay. So we almost never won any tournaments, but our coach would set bounties on players on the opponent team. And we would just try and peg that player. And that's kind of what Rogue guy do at this situation. They're like, you know what? We're not winning this. Our coach was a scumbag, okay? You know, I was a child, so I'm not at fault here. The coach was a terrible influence. But that's what happened. And it honestly, it did work a couple of times where you kind of get in their head and they start missing shots because you keep, hitting the ball at them over and over. So Rogue right now setting the bounty on Canyon, and they're like, you know what, everybody, we got to get this bounty. he is a lethality Graves. Yeah, he's got an extra shield from Phantom Dancer, but maybe we can find this kill.
Maybe we can hit him in the head with that tennis ball and take him down here.
Not the head. Whoa, 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 not the head. We weren't that evil.
I mean, I don't know, man. I didn't meet this coach. Maybe this dude's an evil villain or something. I'm not sure, but either way, they're aiming tennis balls at him. We'll see if they can land them, because right now it is 25 seconds until the Baron spawns, and DAMWON Gaming are in the kind of a lead where they could just take it as soon as it does, or they might not even need it. They're all marching down that bottom lane. Twisted Fate's up on the other end of the map, but Showmaker does have TP to join up with them. Rogue, yeah, they're going to show up here.
Oh, here we go, baby!
They're making it happen yet again. It's a 5-man Rogue entry into the fight, but now Nagari's turning it right back around. He's going to be juggled up and beaten down. Finn taking the kill, but Canyon's grabbing Legendary. There's your click, click, boom with the buckshot versus the deer. The natural counter. Bambi or not, that's the way she goes as Finn walks away. 2 dead on the side of Rogue, 1 on the side of DAMWON. They end up getting the victory yet again. But hey, Rogue is not going down easy.
Well, they may actually still be going down easy, but they're trying. They're throwing those punches.
They're not happy about it.
Exactly. They did get 1 kill on the Nagari. DAMWON at the moment, though, they should be expecting these realm warps of death, the Rogue pain train coming through. So they're ready with the counters. You see a stopwatch. A stopwatch has been bought by Nagari after that one. He's like, you know what? All right, they're going to keep going for this. There's another look at it. Nagari actually flashed in to the team to try and counter this initiation. And yes, he does sacrifice himself. He goes down. The rest of DAMWON profit off of his death, though. And now on to the Baron. This should be, yes, conceded by Rogue. And they're just plotting their next realm warp.
Oh, boy. Where's it going to show up? Oh, Larson still doesn't even have the cooldown. Never mind. It's been so long. Oh, man. All right. Well, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies through. It's a cool 12,000 gold lead.
How fast was it going?
Fast enough to miss.
If an Ash Arrow flying towards the Baron.
No, dude, I hate these problems. Okay. If an Ash Arrow flies at a moving train at a rate of 70 miles per hour, how fast will Rogue lose? Well, considering DAMWON has Baron in a 12,000 gold lead, pretty damn fast. Total champion damage this game. Yeah, turns out when you cannon ulti 5 people, you get a lot of damage, Mr. Kobe.
Yeah, this isn't a lane swap situation where Nagari is out-leveled by his own jungler, and he's still getting in there right in the middle. Giant ultimates. Like I said, he picked up that stopwatch, so look for the next play. He doesn't have flash, but he will have a little bit of extra survivability.
All right, place your bets right now, Mr. Analyst. Do DAMWON win with this Baron? They have...
Yep. That's an easy one. I thought you were going to make it more difficult.
No, they have to win with the Baron buff still active.
Okay.
Not like...
I'm still taking it.
Do they take the victory push? But yeah, the purple still has to be there when the Nexus blows up. That's the question.
So, casual soul picked up. It happens when you have,
that.
Over a 12,000 gold lead and a Baron at your hands.
It is what it is.
What we want to see is the counterplay here. Actually, they've decided to split push there. Larson on the bottom side, he was split pushing towards that tower, goes with the recall.
Canyon is not afraid of anything here in the mid lane. Goes after Finn, and changing Crystal Arrow comes through, but it barely misses. Canyon's walking away, but the Senna ulti comes through, keeping him alive, getting himself back there. Oh, the auto attack on Lilia. The poor Lilia never stood a chance. Somebody play the Arms of an Angel music,
Watch out,
man.
Eep.
Goodbye, Lilia. Watch out, Eep. Triple kill for the Graves. Finn is alive, but he brings down the hammer and gets smacked around anyway. Quadra kill for Canyon. Hans Sama is alive. It is time for the pentakill. They're just dancing together. Everybody's just having an old disco party around here. Hans Sama denying the penta, standing back in the fountain. The timer is still active. Canyon could still get this penta if they're able to find the kill onto Hans Sama.
How bad does he want it?
Underneath the turret. He goes into the stasis. Canyon needs a little bit of damage to take him out. He almost gets it. Hans Sama denies the pentakill at the 11th hour. And DAMWON, they will take the win over Rogue and go up to a 5-0 record in Worlds Groups.
You know what the funniest thing is about that tower laser, the fountain laser getting that kill?
What's that?
Canyon was actually not touched by anyone on Rogue when he went down, so...
Wait, that was an execution?
They didn't get his bounty. I'm 99% sure that was an execution.
Oh, man, what a game. What a game. Rogue tried, but hey, man, I like the fact that they came out with the lane swap. They really just wanted to turn the game on its head, try the wackiest thing they could possibly think of going up against the Titans that are DAMWON. But, man, these guys are just prepared for everything.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, having the Twisted Fate early on in the draft was a huge boon to them, but also how they react to these situations. Nagri from the level 1 early on, playing conservatively, backing off, knowing that Rogue eliminated are going to try something, and then trying to take your little kernels of information that you can gather along the way and coming up with that counter plan live in the game. I just like how DAMWON not thrown off here at all by things being shaken up.
It was a fun game to watch for sure. DAMWON still continuing to dominate throughout this group, start to finish. Of course, they still have that one game left at the end of the day going up against JDG. But for now, let's go ahead and look back at the game that we just watched with our Mercedes drive to victory.
Drive me over!
You driving the car? You driving the car?
All right, here we go into the river. This is the one where they're able to get the snipe onto Lilia after the flash. Had the snare there, well played by Ghost. Showmaker's flash gold card was stopwatched, but Nalgary is there with the follow-up Kennen ultimate, stunning him through. And that was one of those early on kills that Canyon used to get to the stage where he took over the entire game. It was a lot of coordination. It can be difficult to play jungle in those lane swap scenarios if you're not ready for it and not coordinated with your team. But you could see the steps ahead where he's able to change his jungle path to then coordinate with the Twisted Fate, with the counter for a lot of these dives.
It was a super fun game, honestly. That's you and I's last game to cast of the day, and I'm kind of glad we got to end on a
high five,
on a happy note with that one. You high-fived the wrong one. I think I got to look to my right. Are you?
Always happens.
Okay, cool. We got it. We ended up finding it eventually. We got the synergy. But right now, that's about it for us. However, as we're about to toss things away, let's take a look at something different. Throughout Worlds, MasterCard is highlighting everyone cheering from home in the MasterCard Fans of the Decade. Today, we say hello to Callie Sherwood from the United States. She and her husband are a deadly duo in the bot lane and have attended almost every LCS final and Worlds 2016. We're going to go ahead and step away now, but we'll take another look at Rogue's lane swap after this.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Back to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where I'm going to be taking a closer look at DAMWON versus Rogue. Now, the lane swap is a legendary Rogue technique that we saw this dark technology debut in the LEC, but I'm going to take you through it as we sing our swan song to Rogue. So first and foremost, it starts with the Sion pick in particular. Now, Sion is pivotal to making this lane swap work because you need to have a top laner that's playing the weak side, as in the guy who's left out to the wolves and left out to dry, that has a lot of tools to help out with this. And what helps with Sion is A, his wave clear with his decimating smash, as well as his zombie passive. And you saw that come into effect with his ability to clear waves very quickly as waves were shoved into him, and then when he was punished with attempted dives, using his zombie passive to make sure that he's still picking up the extra CS and not falling too far behind. Usually when you see the Sion coming out, there's a good chance that a potential lane swap is going. So we're gonna see the lane swap in full effect, and we're gonna see if I can touch this or not. Say it again, Kevin. No boop, boop. There's There's no boop time. Okay, guys, follow along with me. So first and foremost, in a lane swap, it is about creating a strong side of the map. Can I get a pause here real quick, guys? Oh, perfect. They're listening. Okay. So what's important here is what is the goal for Rogue in doing this lane swap. Kobe talked about on cast how the tower changes really kind of killed the lane swap, especially that fortification coming in, which meant that it's not just about burning down a tower and opening up a side of the map. It used to be that you were dodging certain matchups. And in this particular instance, it feels like you're really trying to put down Nuguri in specific. So that means that the dive is going to be pivotal here. So as you can see, Canyon has adjusted his pathing as soon as he sees the lane swap is going on. Kobe rightfully called it out and is starting on the enemy Gromp cap, whereas Finn is being used to help leash for Inspired, while his bot lane is trying to catch out a unawares Kinnan to potentially get a very early flash off of him. Nuguri sniffs this out and is waiting on his tower. Go ahead and roll it, let's go. We're in 2x speed, so here we go. Nuguri will then approach the wave, and the goal that Vander and Hansama are going to do is to keep Nuguri at level 2 or at level 1 for as long as possible and create a stacked wave or a slow push into it. Now, here's where things get a little bit dicey. Finn is gathering information for his team about where Canyon is starting. That's all great. This is not. Getting chunked out and losing half of your health when you know that a potential dive is coming is going to be disaster. Press pause. Again, the goal was to keep Nuguri at level 1 for as long as possible to make the dive as easy as possible. The issue is that the slow wave didn't come in and they actually had to wait for 2 waves, and Nuguri did a really good job disengaging from the tower and then reapproaching to try to get some EXP. I have a feeling he's trying to rush to level 2 here and make it very dangerous to dive. At this point, you can go ahead and play it. Everyone is screaming, Vander, play. You have to hit Nuguri right now. Now, he does manage to draw off enough time that Beryl has now made the swap to join his top laner. The TP comes in, and Inspired is out of here. Hansama will now use his flash to pick up the kill onto Beryl, but trades 1-for-1 for Nuguri back. Pause. At this point, you have a decision if you are Hansama. It is 3 minutes into the game, and he is backed with a BF sword. Rogue could actually choose for Hansama to not go back into the top side, but instead to walk down bot side, swap with Finn, where Finn takes back over for top side, and have standardized lanes. Suddenly, you have an AD carry who has a BF sword over a Senna who does not have the firepower to match you, and you could play out the game like that. Instead, play. Rogue decide to double down on sending Hansama back into the top side. This means that the dive has to come through on Nuguri for the second attempt. You burned his teleport, you have a BF sword on your Ashe, you know that your top laner is about to be dove because the swap will happen where strong side of the map is bot side. So at this point, Rogue are tripling down. It is all about putting Nuguri as far behind as possible. And now you're going to see the beautiful dive that is executed. Beryl with the fade away ignite to make sure that he interrupts Finn's back is just, that is that chef's kiss, that good stuff. But you do see why the Scion is so important here. Not only does it take a very long time to kill him, but then the zombie passive comes in and he's able to clean up a lot of the CS. When we come out of this dive, Finn's actually even with CS for Nuguri. This is the most important one, though. You threw away the fact that you could have had an Ashe that was much stronger in the bot lane to make this dive work, to try to punish the fact that Nuguri doesn't have TP, and this is where it all goes sideways. Instead, DAMWON match that, they follow the teleport, suddenly Nuguri picks up another kill, and everything really goes sideways for Rogue. So that's the lane swap, that's how beautifully DAMWON executed on it, and now hopefully you have a bit more appreciation for Rogue, and a lot more appreciation and fear for DAMWON. But for more on that, let's join Lore talking to Vander.
And thank you very much, Frosk. Lore here, joined by Vander. And Vander, I understand that this isn't the outcome you were expecting here at Worlds, but what can you tell me about your thoughts on your Worlds run when it comes to everything you managed to learn as a team?
Well, I think we played better for like early game. We could learn how to play together, better in the early game, how to play more aggressive. I don't think we played that well, especially the first game. We had a decent lead, and I think we did like really stupid errors as a team. We got caught a lot of times, and we kind of threw the game and let them scale. So yeah, I think the first game today we could kind of win it, and the second game was kind of trolled by us in general. But yeah. I'm just kind of happy we kind of evolved as a players. I think everyone learned how to just be more aggressive and more proactive early game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And honestly, I was happy to see you guys smile through the player cams by the end of the game against DAMWON here. But talking about you personally, among all the Rogue players, you were the veteran here. So is there anything you learned personally that you'll be able to bring in the LEC next year?
Well, I'm not sure. It's just kind of the same answer I can give you as I did to the last question. I think in general, I could learn a bit just how the supports and teams in general prioritize objectives and how they play for the early game. And I think it was like the biggest kind of thing we had to learn when we came to Asia and we started screaming those teams. So yeah, pretty much early game. In Europe, it was like very slow and we're pretty bad in Europe and playing early game and playing those scary jungles. So I think all the European teams improved a lot, like in this regard.
I agree. It's a tricky thing, right? When you have your domestic playstyle and you have to transform everything going to the world stage. But I mean, you got to face teams that are described as the two heavy favorites here in the tournament. So as they will advance to the quarterfinals, what can you tell me about JDG and DAMWON? And do they look as scary as we think they do?
Well, from my perspective, DAMWON played way better than I expected them to play. I thought they will not be that good, but they look very strong and it's very hard to play against them. And JDG, they kind of played worse on stage than I expected them, because in scrims the Chinese teams are insane and you can't be even for 10 minutes. They kind of already win the game to this point. And I thought we had chances to win against JDG at least. So yeah, I'm not sure if those two teams are the best teams in the tournament. Is our group like the hardest, stuff like this? We'll see it from the tournament. Maybe they're gonna be like first and second. Maybe they're gonna both lose in quarters. I'm not sure. I think DAMWON is very good. Yeah.
Well, thank you for these insights, Vander. But one last thing I have to ask before letting you go: is there last words you would like to say to the fans who've been watching you and supporting you so far? Thank you to everyone. You guys supported us very well, even though it was like quite hard and the first week didn't go our way as well. There was like a lot of positive messages and we tried our best, but sadly, JDG and DAMWON were better than us this time, and hopefully see you next year, right? Yeah, we'll see you next year. I wish you the best of luck for the next game, and thank you very much for the run at Worlds here, Vander. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a break and we'll come back for the next game. See you in a few.
That bot lane from JDG was really showing up on the day.
Feels like that they just don't get to play. The relentless aggression that just comes out from both Rogue and JDG have been so aggressive.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020. We are jumping in as hot as you can into this pick ban between JDG and PSG. I'm Medic, and Vedius is here to join me for all the action.
Hello! Let's jump straight into this draft. Of course, still a lot of stakes on the line for JDG. They need this win if they want to contest for that first place spot against DAMWON. And they're going to lock in the Graves for Kanavi in this matchup. Let's see what the response is. Ornn, of course, is still up and available. Wouldn't be surprised to see that put in the hands of Hanabi. Something that he is quite familiar with, and he has in fact already played once this tournament as well. So, still looking though with oh, I don't like this. I never like this. I know that it is something that Tank has been playing a lot of, but I think that we've come to realize that blind pick Syndra probably not as potent as it once was. There seem to be a lot of counter picks, especially from Yagao. He's already played 2 Echo games this tournament. Wouldn't surprise me if he played a 3rd.
So last time these two teams played, Hanabi played Ornn in the top lane. It was countered by Set, which has been banned out. Tank played Syndra in the mid lane, and Yagao picked up his Echo and absolutely demolished Tank in the mid lane. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that very common counter pick in mid, the Echo into Syndra.
Well, I'm thinking Camille Echo right now.
Yeah.
From the side of JDG. We've already seen what Zoom can do on the Camille. He had a very impressive performance, but we're going to see the Kayle. Okay, so this is a bit of an old school counter, something that we saw a fair amount last year's World Championship. And I think that the Camille, I'm convinced that Camille's still going to get locked in. Kayle is the whole purpose behind why you pick the Kayle into the Ornn, so that you can have a free scaling lane. You don't really get punished that hard, and then once you obviously get to those certain breakpoints of level 6, level 11, and 16 is really where this Kayle will continue to get stronger and become a massive powerhouse.
Alongside that, the Galio will be secured here for JDG. Expect that in the mid lane for Yagao. And one of my things with jungling at the moment is you kind of want priority in your lanes, right? You kind of want your lanes to get ahead and be able to push into the opponents, and then you get leads by using that advantage to translate into 2v2s in the jungle, right? So you bring, say, the Kayle over towards your Graves. But here, I look at it and I think Ornn early level should be able to push the Kayle in. Kayle melee range can get harassed, and Galio can be harassed out by a Syndra as well.
Well, I think that in the context of the comp, it's fine. Like, Graves might not have as much early game power because you're right, in terms of early prio, he's not going to have that. However, his whole purpose in this game is to just farm up, do damage, and be a threat later on into the game. And the thing is, there's always going to be a situation where PSG may threaten to dive topside. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw something like that early, especially with the early prio that a Syndra can get. But then he then just looks across map on the bottom side of the map. So okay. I wouldn't be surprised to see a strong 2v2 coming out from JDG in the bot lane. Something we've been seeing a fair amount from Lumao is, of course, his Bard. They may even consider going for something like a Jhin, something that Loken is very comfortable on as well. And then, oh, actually, that's a pretty good Bard ban. I like that from PSG. Notice that they also took away the Pantheon because they're aware of this potential strong 2v2 in the bot side of the map. If I kind of expect an Ashe ban, but if it's not banned, I imagine that PSG is going to go for that. Okay, they're going to take away the Twitch. Interesting.
So, as you say, PSG expected to go towards the Ashe here for Unified. Is his most played across the course of Worlds. And, of course, PSG yet to pick up a win. So giving Unified something that he is comfortable on may help out in that 2v2 in the bottom lane and negate some of the power that JDG could be looking for. Instead, the Caitlyn is the hover. Something we haven't actually seen that much in Group B specifically. It's been quite commonly banned out across the course of all the other groups, but in Group B, we've only seen it banned a couple of times, and I believe it's the first time it's being played.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think Caitlyn was a big power pick pretty much across the world, but then she had a very slight nerf, which kind of lowered her priority, but many teams still considered her a threat, especially with her ability to just dominate the 2v2 laning phase. But I think that what JDG's answer is actually a very effective one. Ezreal Karma can have pretty effective pushing power. Often we'd also see things like Ashe Karma to try and match it. I think that the Ezreal Karma is a little bit weaker in the early laning phase, especially when playing up against, the Caitlyn and the Lux. but we'll have to see how much jungle resources they actually get, because you can see obviously the top side of the map not particularly strong for JDG, whereas on the bot side of the map they actually should have decent pushing power depending on who actually gets the lane first. So I think in this early game we'll keep an eye out, see what both these AD carries are looking to do, where junglers choose to start, because I would imagine that both junglers actually want to try and pass towards the bot side of the map unless PSG want to try and put this kill behind early. A lot of interesting stuff happening here. And of course we've got, well, I think both team fighting prowess is actually very strong for both teams, depending on at what point in the game we're at. In the mid game, I would give the PSG the edge. However, later on into the game, because of the Kayle, because of the Galio, it actually gets very difficult for this comp to die, right? There's no real threat onto the Ezreal later on into the game, which means that Loken can be a very big carry. It's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure.
And Loken's Ezreal was one of his signature picks in the LPL, 10-1 on that across the course of the 11 games that he played. So definitely a champion to be feared. JDG still fighting for a lot here. Of course, they want to tie up with DAMWON at the top of the group. DAMWON currently undefeated at...
30 seconds.
Do you want me to, can I finish my sentence?
No, they're grouping bot lane. Do they know? Does Lumao know?
Only Unified's been spotted out. Lumao's going to get rooted up. And there goes the first kill. PSG on the board already.
All right, that's the heal from Loken as well. I like it. Everyone grouping up in the bot lane. Getting that first blood over to PSG is definitely going to be very valuable, especially on the back of the Kindred. I know that junglers, whenever they get that early bit of gold, it means you get your early jungle item much sooner. We may even see early boots, depending on what River's preference is. No, he's going to start working towards that warrior enchant. I like it.
He's double wielding at the moment. He's got his machete, he's got his longsword in the other hand. He's ready to cut down those camps.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of confidence because PSG, of course, while they are knocked out of quarterfinals contention, they can, of course, still play spoiler. If JDG lose this game, then it becomes a lot harder for them to be able to force that tiebreaker. And let's have a look, see how they use that lead. So we want to talk about early junglers. We can see that Kanavi going to start solo in the bot side of the map, meanwhile River starting top side. This does mean that Kanavi will be playing weak side of the map. He won't have that jungle assistance. He has to be careful of potential early ganks, and he definitely doesn't want to give a kill over towards the Kayle. Meanwhile, unless Kanavi splits the map, but he's going to get spotted. And you can see that's why Loken and Lumao were trying so hard to push the bot lane so they could offer their assistance. River is going to spot this out, though. But do they know that River knows?
Well, River's going to step out of the bush now, so now they definitely know that River knows because he has shown himself. Loken's rooted up. There's the light binding into the build of a Peacemaker, and Loken almost down. Kaiwing flashing forward, can't quite get the final shot. Kaiwing healed up through the Ignite, shielded as well with the Guardian. Kaiwing survives, Loken goes down, Kanavi falls, and PSG have come out of the gate swinging.
Yes, they have. That ward was beautiful from PSG. They punished JDG's early game plan. They recognized that JDG wanted to try and split the map. They wanted to try and put River behind, but so far, River is only getting further ahead, 2-0-0 now. And I think River even got himself a mark because he marked the Graves early, and of course the Graves did die there. So beautiful stuff coming out from PSG. Looking to end this group stage with a win.
And I don't think we really reinforced how important this game is for JDG. If they lose this, DAMWON Gaming are at 5 wins. JDG wouldn't be able to catch them. So DAMWON would be first, JDG would be second. With PSG getting such a good early start with a 1,600 gold lead, JDG, they have a strong scaling composition, but they've got to find a way to shut down River early on, because otherwise this Kindred could just take over the game.
Certainly could. And I think that this is something that PSG fans have been looking for a while. Seeing River and Tank step up. Of course, River also the benefactor of that early play. 3 kills to 0, 1.5k gold lead. River now sitting at 2 stacks, I believe, if my math is correct. And now he's looking for a gank in the mid lane. Here we go.
TP coming in, Yagao gonna step forward with the taunt, and now River knows he is green lit for the gank. Flash away from Yagao, but the stun still lands. River still on the chase here. No flash for him, but Yagao is going to the wrong side of the rift. Justice punch into a bush. Looking for some sort of way out of this one, but River and Tank can just go either sides of the wall. And Yagao will have to accept his fate. Actually trying not to give the kill over to River. Tank will take it. River still gets an assist.
But the mark was applied. That's the most important thing. So because of how extended that fight was, he was actually able to swap targets from Karma over to the Galio, which means that River now sits at 3 marks, 4 minutes into the game, which is so valuable for the Kindred. That's just going to further accelerate the late game power that this Kindred will offer. PSG, 1.5k gold up against JDG. Beautiful stuff in the early game.
And we've seen PSG have these strong early games. We've seen them fight against teams in the first 10, 15 minutes of a game and then start to struggle when it gets towards team fighting. Now, I will say, I don't think we've ever seen them have this sizable a lead at this point. So we'll have to watch River and Tank and see how they can translate these 2 kills apiece into a lead in the mid game.
Certainly will be. I think that PSG should also try and look to attack Zoom up towards the top side of the map. Hanabi's got a really good potential freeze here. Okay, not going to get spotted out. Well, the ward may have just spotted him backing, but Hanabi has the wave in a really good space. What this means is that soon the wave will be stacking and start slow pushing towards Zoom. Notice the camps are spawning on the bot side, which means that River's going to go from bot, move up through his jungle and path towards top side. This means that Tank should also, I think he just hit level 5, which means that in about 2 waves times, he's not going to be in a good position to be able to go for 6, but he can push in mid and actually look for roam top before Yagao hits level 6. So like, you can see all these pieces starting to come together, and even though I've set all this up, River is just ignoring me and is instead going for the Inferno Drake. This is fine. This is also fine because he can also then go back into his jungle, do the Gromp, and then do what we were talking about, seeing as Hanabi still has a pretty comfortable lane freeze on the top side of the map.
I'm gonna be honest, gonna side on with the guy who's 2-0-1 on a Kindred at 6 minutes into the game here, Vedius. Against JDG, no less. One of the favorites pre-tournament to take the entire thing. Kanavi is up on this top side. He's gonna take away this Grump, means the mark will relocate in a few moments' time. And both Zune and Hanabi now 6 in the top lane.
Here's that slow push that we were talking about. A giant stacked wave is building up. Zoom isn't going to be able to just clear this all out, which means that now we want to see the Kindred start pathing up towards the top side, maybe even a Lux roam up towards the top side of the map so they can try and leverage this. Zoom, of course, is level 6 and has that ultimate to mitigate a lot of the burst, but Tank has now just hit level 6 as well. So I set this all up. He's not going to go for it. It's fine. It's not a problem. I just thought that that was a great window of opportunity that PSG could have used to try and attack Zoom in the early game. Instead, they're going to look for another gank mid. Of course, Yagao still doesn't have the flash available. Let's see if they're able to pull it off.
Now, Yagao knows River was in the bottom side River itself because he cleared out a control ward over there. Tank's just going to use this time to put some pressure.
Oh, he already used his
ult. He's already used his ultimate, so no unleashed power for him. River now trying to dive onto Kanavi. Has got that Lamb's Respite up as well. So River, total control of the jungle right now. About a 2-camp lead, 6 yes or thereabouts. And it's still 2,000 gold in advantage here for PSG.
So PSG is pretty committed towards playing the bot side of the map. I'm surprised they didn't commit harder to this red buff, but I suppose without Tank having any mana and his ultimate, along with the bot lane kind of sacrificing wave priority in order to come and assist inside the jungle, River did not want to overextend. But now all of his topside camps are up and available. He needs to clear through those. And like, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I feel like there have been a couple of missed opportunities now that we've seen for PSG where they really could have leveraged the strong lead that they had. The map state was in a really good position for them to try and punish some of the members on JDG, where JDG really couldn't have responded. And I don't think that they've been able to really leverage that. So a few of these windows have kind of now closed because Yagao has now hit level 7. Trying to attack one of those side lanes is going to be a little bit harder. He does, of course, still lack the flash, which means that PSG could continue to try and attack this mid lane, especially with Tank already completing the Lost Chapter. But we'll have to see how much more they get off the back of this. This invade is a little risky, I suppose, because he has information on where the Graves is. He'll be able to take this one away. But I was concerned because the Galio was making his way back up and there was a risk of a collapse, but River not going to get punished for it. So he should be making his way to the 5-mark point right now.
Yeah, 5 marks on that Kindred. Already got the first range upgrade and is in such a strong position. Kanavi looking for the invade here as Kaiwing and Unified try to keep him around, but the light binding missing means it should be a pretty easy secure for the Graves. Build over Peacemaker, not quite enough damage to take it down. And I do like this from JDG, coming into the enemy jungle, being like, okay, we'll split the map with you right now. You can take away my wolves, you can get the Rift Herald, but we'll try and get the blue buff in this Gromp at least.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen River steal away the enemy blue there. I think when you know Kanavi is literally stealing everything, you know that he's not on the bot side of your map, and you should also have information that his blue buff is up and available. So all of these camps are just going away. Meanwhile, all this bot farm is just kind of disappearing. PSG is kind of trying to stop Kanavi from taking all of these resources, and they're not really doing a good job of it. So he's actually been able to close the CS gap. He's still even in experience, and you can kind of see JDG taking advantage of all these little mistakes with which PSG is making and kind of clawing that disadvantage back. Still a hefty deficit, admittedly. And of course, the Rift Herald is still in the back pocket of River, which he can drop into the bot lane, funnel more gold into Unified, but that Kayle is still continuing to ramp up. So JDG will still have options later on into the game, because I feel like they haven't been able to fully utilize some of the early power that they do have.
That's the thing, you have to look at like who has been really shut down in this game by PSG after they got that early lead. Kanavi, not really, like he's 10 CS ahead. In the top lane, Zoom is actually ahead in terms of CS on this Kayle. River has got himself a bit of a lead, but there's no real lane that is massively behind for JDG. And yes, they're behind in total gold on the map, but they don't seem to be losing out on pressure too much because of it.
No, they're certainly not. And I think, like, as you rightly said, Yagao, kind of the only one right now at a significant deficit. But when you think about later on to the game, his responsibility will be to...
Just ult.
Just ult, yes, quite right. Just be that meat shield. A lot of the damage is going to come from Loken on the Ezreal, Zoom on the... Why do I keep thinking Camille? It's Kayle. And of course, Kanavi on this Graves. So as long as he acts as a tanky frontline, then he's going to be doing his job. So I think JDG right now are actually feeling quite comfortable. They didn't sacrifice too many plates. Their bot lane tower is still up. The Kayle hasn't really been put at much of a deficit. And so even though PSG, they found a lot of early advantages, and you know, they're sitting pretty comfortable right now. What was a 1.5k gold gap is now a 1k gold gap, and that gold gap will continue to mean less and less as the game goes on.
So the next option for PSG is to start looking to stack up these dragons. You got the Infernal Drake at about the 6-minute mark. There's a Mountain Dragon for you now. If you get this, you can look towards, you know, a 22, 23-minute Soul and really put the pressure on JDG to fight before they're fully scaled, before the Kayle is level 16, before the Ezreal has those 3 items. Because if JDG get to a point where they're at 2 or 3 items apiece, they're going to be very difficult to navigate in a team fight. And I like this from PSG. They get the Mountain Dragon, and we'll see what Soul is going to grace us with its presence on the Rift today, Vedius.
Looks like it's an Ocean. Definitely a valuable one for both teams. PSG, as you rightly said, in a good position to set up for that Ocean Soul themselves. Let's see what next steps there are available for both teams. Of course, no neutral objectives on either side of the map. There are these bot plates that could be up for contention, and I kind of wanted to see Tank moving a little bit, like forcing Yagao to use that ultimate, even if you don't get anything off the back of it, just like creating those points of pressure I think is really valuable, especially given the state the tank is in, and looking to try and take down this bot tower to enable the Caitlyn to start moving around the map a little bit more. Also puts pressure on Zoom, because if you have the Ornn sitting in a 2 versus 1 lane, sure, he's going to be denied farm, but that's significantly less impactful than having a Kayle being denied that farm, having to try and play into a Lux Caitlyn setup. So again, we're kind of looking at PSG to try and leverage a little bit more some of the playmaking tools that they do have, but they're committed to try and make this play happen in mids. Kaiwing has now joined them.
Yagao just takes a momentary overstep for him to be caught out, but we'll be fine right now. I will draw attention to something we don't often talk about, Vedius, as Yagao should just be able to escape. The upgrade on warding items. Kaiwing has already hit his, and Lumao is actually yet to get that Frostfang upgraded. So he doesn't have those extra wards for the map. And if PSG can play around the fact they can have a little bit of extra vision right now, they do have a window of opportunity where they can just see more of the map than their opponents.
Very true. We did see Kaiwing move with the jungler just a little while ago, and you can see these pocket of vision set up on the bot lane River, which does then make things a little bit scarier for Yagao, but he also has full information on where Unified and Kaiwing are. Loken and Lumao have actually done a great job of pressuring this 2 versus 2, and you'll notice that they've been able to take 3 plates in the bot side just through playing some of the pressure that Kanavi has. And again, this Kayle, continuing to ramp up, has now completed the Gunblade, and now we're kind of looking at a little bit into the future. That level 11 is going to come through for Zoom, making him much more potent. And obviously JDG wanted to do their best to slow the game down, and you can see that that gold disadvantage is only 1,000 now. River, while continuing to get these stacks, here we are. This is the bot lane roam that I wanted to see. Tank now moving down, River alongside. Let's see if they can get anything off the back of this.
No, they can't. They weren't able to find Loken and Lumao, who are just very safe, backed away preemptively. Plate doesn't even go down, so that's the 4th plate untaken in the bottom lane for PSG. Those plates will fall off as we hit the 14-minute mark, and the gold, about 900 between the two teams now. You can see CS advantage in the top lane for Zoom as Yagao is jumped on. River taunted up. Yagao gonna have to flash across the wall, and as I said, Zoom with about a 15 to 16 CS lead in the top lane, about 13 or so in the bottom lane as well for Loken over Unified.
Okay, so they're getting the push again. They will get this tower. I want to see PSG. Unfortunately, this Gromp camp does get smited away from him. We may see a fight here, though.
Wolf is down, but Kanavi is just able to back away. Lumao has now finished his award quest, so he has got some extra vision for JDG, making it a lot easier for them to fight around the next objective, Vedius. And with that Ocean Dragon coming up in 2 minutes' time, my expectation is both these teams will want to look to fight around the third dragon of the game.
Certainly will. A lot of damage now coming from Zoom. You can see that he's getting within kill range. Hanabi going to be forced to play a little bit more defensively, but Zoom no longer weak side of the map. No. Being level 11, having that extra range, having that first completed item, definitely makes him a much bigger threat, and Hanabi's constantly going to be forced to play defensively. That's why we're seeing the swap now from Unified and Kaiwing up towards the top side of the map. But, you know, I am a little disappointed in PSG not attacking Zoom a little bit more when I think they had the tools to do so. In the meantime, Kanavi going to take this Rift Herald, and, you know, they can now use that to funnel a little bit more gold into Zoom. Of course, the plates have disappeared, but taking that top tower down gives him a little bit more of a safety net, as he's actually playing 1v1 right now against the Caitlyn in top lane.
Now, Kayla champion we don't see too often. I'll just quickly go through some of her mechanics in case anyone at home is wondering why on earth she was melee at the start, and now she has these weird flaming swords coming out of the back of her. When you hit level 11, you get... it's level 6, you get ranged auto attacks at level 11. They add this little extra flame on top of them, and then at level 16, you get fully stacked passive, so you get all of the extra attack speed from your Zeal, and you also get a little bit of extra attack range alongside those flames. So that's why we always talk about Kel being really strong when she gets later on into the game, because you are doing AoE damage with a huge amount of attack speed.
Yeah, and of course, prior to that level 16, you have to stack up those AoE things. So she doesn't she doesn't automatically have all that additional damage, AoE damage. She has to kind of build it up. But once she hits that level 16, she pretty much always has it, and that's what makes her so scary. We do actually see both teams now kind of posturing around the mid lane. Tank using his TP to the bot river. We're just going to see a full-on fight here. I do like the investment from PSG. We talked about it. Playing towards that 4 Drake win condition. At this point in the game, they're feeling pretty confident. They have a lot of their core items completed. But JDG, they want to answer back. They're going to use the Rift Herald mid to create that point of pressure. And it looks like they're actually just going to go for the Drake.
It's going to be an Ocean Dragon, third dragon of the game for PSG, in exchange for a mid-tier 1 perhaps. Rift Herald charges in, still half HP on that tower though. Light Binding goes a little bit wide. River, Unified and Tank looking for a flank position. Hanabi is on the front line, forcing Kanavi off towards the top. And now it's a 4v4 around this turret. Kanavi is actually almost taken down the enemy jungler here. Call of the Portugal is going to connect. There's the final spark. Kanavi healed up by Loken.
So, PSG don't actually lose anything off the back of that. They will secure the 3rd Drake of the game. Their mid-tier 1 is still alive. JDG doing everything that they can to try and pressure this tower because they know there is a pushing wave top and actually a slow wave pushing in the bot lane, which means that there's a lot of farm for them to catch, and PSG is just kind of doing everything in their power to hold the line right now when they really need a reset. Looks like they're going to get it as well.
Yeah, they get the 3rd dragon as well. So it's 4 minutes on an Ocean Soul here for a Caitlyn, for a Syndra, for a Kindred, for an Ornn. That can be a team fight decider. Of course, Grievous Wounds can come out from JDG. You're only mitigating a little bit of that healing, reducing it by 40%, not cutting away the entire bonus that you get from an Ocean Soul.
All right, so while PSG haven't really been able to balloon their gold advantage, sitting at a 1.5k gold lead, they've kind of been able to build it back up a little bit. That's going to neutralize as JDG look to get some of these out of towers, but once again, PSG will deny them. Honestly, Medic, this has been a bit of a weird game. I think that because of the advantages PSG found themselves early on, the JDG obviously couldn't be as proactive as they wanted to be, and now, like, they've been trying to force a lot of the plays, and I think that a lot of the things that you would expect PSG to do, they're not actually doing. Yep. They're kind of reacting a lot to what a lot of JDG is trying to set up, and they're actually successfully stopping them, which I think is the slightly strange thing, because often what we see in pro players are trading of objectives. Like, oh, you're going to play towards bot side? Well, then we'll play towards top side. Yep. Because we're the team that's ahead, we're actually going to end up taking more, usually because we're ahead of the play, and JDG's like, well, okay, we'll just take these small advantages back. But they're actually not getting really any advantages. You know, early on they were getting a couple of farm or CS leads in various lanes. You know, the KL, as we were talking about, getting the free scale. But in terms of objectives, GG really haven't been able to convert it into anything outside of a single Rift Herald. So PSG, in terms of the objective front, have been very dedicated to keeping them protected and alive, and they're doing a good job. And this will be the first tower of the game. It looks like JDG now finally going to break some of these outer towers. Yeah, Zoom in such a good position against Kanavi in this side lane. Kanavi's chased off by River, looking for the stacks. River almost kills out the enemy jungler. Shield from Lumao at the end will keep Kanavi alive, but that just adds more pressure onto the map here for PSG. They'll take down this mid-tier 1, third turret of the game for them. Or second turret of the game for them, sorry. The scoreboard updated a little bit rapidly. Now River's looking for the dive on Yagao, but Yagao will retreat. So here comes the third tower. I was a couple of seconds in the future there, Vedius. Knew it was going to happen. But I will say, back to your point about PSG getting an early lead and then playing just that little bit slower, more reactive, this is what we saw from them in the PCS. This is how they played in the PCS. Compared to play-ins where it was all Kongwei and Uniboy really exploding the game, that wasn't a typical PSG style. They were much more about getting a small early lead and then translating that into team fights later on. Well, team fights are going to be the name of the game because they're guaranteed to get one, as the Ocean Drake is going to be spawning in a minute and a half. That will, of course, be the sole point. And JDG will be forced to fight for it. It doesn't matter how strong the Kayle is. Ocean Soul is a beast in its own right. That Kayle is pretty darn strong though. Yeah, but still not level 16 yet. Not really the most terrifying point. Definitely strong, definitely terrifying, but manageable. Unified, level 11, 2 items completed. Of course, Loken in a similar position. The Galio is not very relevant. However, Tank gonna base, and I hope to see that upgraded Spellbinder. There we go. There it is. All right, nice. So PSG kind of have all the items that they need. It's a bit of a shame that River kind of diversified his build, so he wasn't actually able to fully complete either the Black Cleaver or have upgraded boots, which means that he's likely not going to have it available for this next fight, because if he resets now, he's going to concede River control, which is going to be very important when contesting for this objective. 40 seconds on the Ocean Dragon. Loken trying to step forward. Hanabi headbutts a wall, can't quite find the Nuka, but there's some good damage onto the Ezreal. Final spark coming out as well is going to force Loken away. Will be helped out just a tad. He's still got the heal, still got the flash. He's going to try and heal up. But that's really valuable and a worthy investment from PSG, because Loken is now forced back. He can't contest the mid-wave. This is going to guarantee it for PSG, so they can push in more poke coming down onto Loken. Going to make it even harder for him to get involved in the fight. I like the way in which PSG are playing this patiently. They don't have control over bot, but the Drake is spawning in 5 seconds. This could be do or die for JDG. Control ward in the back of the pit has been cleansed away by Unified, and now PSG are fighting for the Ocean Dragon. They'll start it up. Yagao, Lumao on the front line, trying to step forward into the PSG team, but here comes the call of the Forge God, and there goes Loken, flash forward from Tank. Loken flashes away to try and survive, but the Ocean Dragon has to be the target here for PSG. Kanavi in the pit, doesn't get it, secured by PSG, and now Kanavi will pay for his sacrifice with his life. PSG can turn straight over towards the Baron right here. They're going to chase away JDG. It wasn't a huge explosive team fight. It was just slow and steady for PSG. They were able to just poke JDG away from the objective, and now that they find that pick onto Kanavi, they can convert this straight into a Baron. Ocean Soul, Baron in their back pockets. PSG is looking to make the upset real. And what an upset it would be. It would deny JDG a spot in first. DAMWON Gaming would secure it. PSG would get their first win of the tournament, but Yagao is trying to say something else about it. Zoom stepping forward. Is a flame, is Arisen looking for the damage here on the Kayle. Hanabi goes in, but there is the Nasher secured. Taken by River, but the engage with the taunt. River pops a Lamb's Respite. First time we've seen that this game, but it works out so well for him. Yagao steps out of it and immediately is popped. Zoom chased away. PSG all going to get out alive. Loken trying to have something to say about it. He dashes forward, looking for the damage with Mystic Shots, but the ace in the hole to turn around. Goodbye, Zoom! Loken has to jump across the wall, but he's done for as well! PSG with an incredible fight around the Baron, turn it back around on JDG. Lumao forced away as well. PSG aren't done for yet, they're chasing, they're trying to get Kanavi, who is just trying to get the smallest
bit of solace out of his own jungle.
PSG is bloodthirsty as they hunt down the remaining JDG members. They don't care about the objectives anymore. They just want to shut JDG down. They want this world to be remembered, and they will take everything away from JDG as they only get 1 kill, while PSG walk away with the Ocean Soul, with the Baron buff, with multiple kills, and with JDG being denied that first place in Group B.
And what a performance from PSG. You have to remember, like, River's never been to World, Tank's never been to Worlds, Unified and Kaiwing have been twice, once they got knocked out in play-ins, and once they went 6-0 in their group. And you can see off the back of plays like this just how much this win means to them.
This was a great flash in from Yagao, but it's too little, too late. The ultimate comes in from River to mitigate all the burst damage. He then tries to escape, and he gets shut down. At this point, PSG's like, we should disengage, but JDG thinking, no, we can chase, and then you see it. The stun comes through, or the trap actually comes through onto Zoom, which gives Unified all the damage he needs, along with the damage on top of Loken, to make it an easy cleanup for PSG. They now have a 5k gold advantage over JDG, and it has been slow, it has been steady, but it has been the way PSG have won domestically, and you can see how they earn their way to Worlds. It's not flashy, but it gets the job done.
Really does. Unified topping the damage shots in that last fight. 6k from the Caitlyn, has an Infinity +1 edge upgraded by the Ornn, has a Phantom Dancer, a rapid fire cannon. This Caitlyn is well and truly online, and now it's all on JDG to try and defend. Hanabi has the teleport, is going to push in with the Baron buff in the middle lane. And PSG are just waiting for this next wave before they should be able to crack this tier 2 in bot.
Still have the Baron for another 30 seconds. Let's see if they can actually break into the base of JDG. They have a wave pushing in mid. They've got the wave on bot with Caitlyn on all the traps. The sieging power of PSG is very strong. Stun comes through.
Hanabi still in the mid lane, looking for that Ornn TP, seeing if he has to join the fray. Ace in the hole, popped on Hanabi, and he's forced down to half HP. The wave, quite a way away, but you can see River's actually going to catch it and speed up those minions. Baron about to expire. They're trying to get those minions towards this bot lane tower as soon as possible. Baron buff falls off, but the wave is here, and it's a cannon. As PSG once again start to chunk out this inhibitor tower. Knockup's going to land onto Zoom. River jumping in, but they just want the turret to start it off. Lots of damage onto River. Zoom forced away as well. There's the Lamb's Respite to keep the Kindred alive. Divine Judgment coming out from Zoon. Here's the hero's entrance, and you can see the re-engagement. Unified's already taken 2. PSG find another in the fight. Kanavi forced away. Unified's on the chase. That's a triple, and he's looking for his Penta. Loken and Lumao forced underneath the Nexus towers. The inhibitor will fall. No wave in the mid lane yet for PSG.
Tank is looking to reset. He's going to TP back in. I think PSG is going to look to end the game right now, Medic. 30-second death time as JDG have got nothing left.
Loken and Lumao have to do something absolutely miraculous to hold on to this game, but PSG are having none of it. They take the Nexus towers, and in an absolute shellacking, 11 kills to 1, PSG claim their first win at Worlds 2020.
A well-deserved win from PSG. They found those early picks, and they were able to punish some of the plays that JDG tried to make, and then they took it slow, they took it calm. They knew that as long as they controlled the Drakes, there would come a point where they could just force those fights in the mid-game, and they found them. It wasn't an explosive 5v5, it was actually just PSG picking away at JDG, preventing them from coming up to the objective, and once they secured the soul, they were just able to run away with the game. Fantastic performance, and no, this does not mean that they can suddenly qualify for quarterfinals, but they will deny JDG that ability to fight for first in the group.
JDG now locked in second place. DAMWON Gaming will be the first seed from Group B. We'll be looking later on today to be only the 4th team in World's history to go 6-0. But for now, we see JDG, well, they have a much tougher road on their hands. If you place second place, you're looking at top esports. You're looking at perhaps Suning, which of course JDG have beating in the past, and we'll see who comes out of Group C in first place as well. Second seed is always more tricky at Worlds, and JDG of course would have wanted to win that game, but PSG stood in their way, and one of the key players, our Oppo player of the game, River, was one of the reasons that PSG were able to take the win.
Yeah, he certainly was. I think the most important part was the smite onto the Ocean Drake. He kind of got himself into a 50-50 situation against Kanavi, but it ended up paying off in their favor, and just beautiful play in the early game. And as I was talking about it, this is the play right here. Kanavi tries to get over the wall. 36 HP is what was left. Kanavi came extremely close, and if he'd gotten it, then maybe JDG could have come back. But off that pick, they were able to convert it into a Baron, and excellent execution. So great stuff from PSG. Yeah. It is, of course, a shame that they were able to find that win at this point in the tournament. But I think you can see from the excitement, being able to take a team like JDG down is a huge accomplishment, especially when they are considered one of the favorites of the tournament.
And I will say, like, with Kongwei and Uniboy doing such a good job at play-ins, I really wanted to see River and Tank pop off. Sure. Because in their regular season, they were a core component as to why this team was good. And so to see them have a really solid game and to take a game off JDG is just very encouraging for PSG as a team as a whole. But as we go to a break, let's check out the comms from yesterday's game between G2 and Team Liquid in the sounds of the game presented by Bose.
Okay. I have TP though.
I think they just wasted kill ult. Yeah, they don't have that.
Oh, they're going really hard though.
Silence not dead, okay? So play very slow, play very slow.
I'm just TPing on mid wave. I'm not TPing like really slow.
I kill Silas here.
Yeah, maybe I can get this ult, I can't. I'm 16 now. I can GLP maybe.
Look. I flash all of them. Alright, look, you got this guy with GLP.
Maybe I can get him.
I just got mids. I can chase him, I can chase him. I can chase.
Back to Lissandra.
Just send top, I guess.
5 seconds from my tomb.
I'll wait for you.
Just wait.
That's emotes.
We actually did it, guys. We actually did it.
We beat NA.
Wait, we have to.
Yes.
We're kind of out now. We're kind of out. There's like one case we're not out, but we're basically out, guys. Okay, Jet. Thanks for the stats.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
We can always be
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. PSG may be out of Worlds 2020, but they finished on a high note. A huge upset versus JD Gaming, and this means that we'll have no tiebreaker games today because DAMWON are locked in first and JDG are locked in second. Now, a huge congratulations to PSG, and it actually gives us a fantastic window to talk about the level ones we've been hearing so much about. And yeah, we said it already at the countdown how important they have been, but now we have a tangible example. And there's a fun stat. In 2019, in all of group stage, there were only 8 kills at 2.30 minutes in the game. Now there are already 15.
Jesus.
Amazing.
That is a difference.
Is it that there are so many level ones, and what makes it so possible at this World Championship?
I think it's mainly due to the jungle pool. I think the jungle pool has become really farm-centric, but the whole jungle pool also has the ability to do something level 1. We think about the Lilia that wants to invade the enemy race, for example. We think about the Grace that can dash over wards and can basically invade an enemy jungler and 1v1 him at any point. So there are a lot of tools to use, and the goal of that is obviously to get the jungler ahead and have him snowball from that. Because if you get a farm advantage, if you hit level 2, level 3, the level spikes earlier, you're obviously going to be able to farm faster. So that snowballs and keeps on snowballing throughout the game.
And we've seen that those snowballs have decided so many of these games, as they did in this one too. So let's pull up the draft. And can you tell me, when we look at the compositions from both sides, what urged them to go for something level 1, as we saw from both sides, in fact, in this one?
Yeah, so for blue side, it is the Karma Ezreal bot lane. So usually when you have Karma Ezreal, you want to establish a level 1 into the enemy lane, or into the enemy side of the lane. So you basically want to have a bush positioning where you basically are able to push up the lane from level 1 on. So that gives you leverage in the lane and gives you the ability to invade the enemy jungle continuously. So that in itself is really important for the Karma Ezreal. So from the other side, we obviously have Reed coming in. They know what the enemy wants to do. The Karma is really specific in that regard, so they're going to counter it, and that's what we saw level 1.
Okay, so let's pull up the Telestrator clip. Yeah, if you've been watching since the beginning, it's a rematch. Maurice got owned by the Telestrator at the beginning of the day, but this is round 2.
We're going to get him.
Go and get him.
We're going to get them this time. So as we see here, as we press the play button, we see the level 1 setup. So PSG obviously anticipates this level 1 play coming in. We see JDG almost like looping around, trying to get a read on what's happening here too. And they feel relatively safe as they see the Caitlyn walking away. So this 4-man trap or 3-man trap is actually really surprising because they see the Caitlyn walking upwards. So that is something you wouldn't necessarily see in normal level 1 setup. So it's really well played by PSG. And now, shortly pause to analyze the status right now. So on the bottom lane, we now see Ezreal and Karma having the push coming in, and a ward here being placed after level 1. But PSG basically anticipates, again, like a movement from JDG. So we have this back and forth coming in. And what I like about River right here is that he's shying away from the situation, but he's really well aware of what he has to do. So he waits for his bot lane to come around. Kaiwing and Unified basically loop around, try to get a position on Kanavi, and now we pause again. And now we can have to look at the minimap basically to a certain extent, where we now see where Syndra is basically walking up before Galio can even move. So that creates a 4v3 situation at the own blue buff, and that basically gives them the ability to make this level 1 play happen and really work out for them, because it looked pretty risky when Kaiwing flashed in.
It did, and I like this example specifically because we have kind of 2 parts, and I asked you before this, what is usually the goal? But there can be different goals to different level 1s or level 2s, and we saw the first one was for the lane state, right? To make sure that your matchup there goes better, and the second one, the follow-up, was then to make sure that the jungle also got ahead, and that's pretty advanced stuff.
So I think the level 2 invade was basically to support the already established lane status, and to basically have that keep going. But also Grace into Kindred, like if you make something happen level 2, Kindred does not have access to an E yet. So at that point you kind of win the 1v1 to a certain extent, and you have a good farm ability too. And you usually would expect a Kindred to actually go for red and then go for the golems instead of going for blue buff instantly. So I think there were a lot of moving pieces at the same time. I do think the invade was warranted. I think the result was a bit worse than I anticipated.
That was pretty crazy, I guess. 3 kills going over to PSG, great snowball. And it's also like, you can think about everything, know all the summoner spells that are up, know everything you have to do, but in the moment, you still have to hit your skill shots and make it happen, and that doesn't always happen.
Especially in the early game, it's so important. Like, you can't get away with any missed skill shots. The execution has to be really well done. So that's why we see some teams hesitate to actually make level 1 plays happen, because it requires so much coordination and so much security within your own play. So if you mess up just a little bit, you suddenly lose a level 1, and that's what's 500 gold in the early game, for example. That is like basically like 2 to 3K gold difference later on in the game. So always be careful when you do something like that.
Okay, wise words from Amazing. Always be careful when you do your level 1. They weren't, and it paid off. Great stuff by PSG. Humongous upset for them, and PSG will return to the stage for their last game of Worlds 2020 as they take on Rogue from the LEC.
The level 1 preparation in these best of ones means a lot and can shape the entire face of your game.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020. We have 2 games left to round out Group B, and, well, they don't matter as much as perhaps they could.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
Okay.
Because pick'ems are on the line.
That's true.
For everyone at home, because I know a lot of you probably put Rogue last or third, and this is literally the game that will decide where they finish group stages. So this is for the pick'ems, and I'm curious as to what we're going to see, because domestically in the LEC, some teams experiment a little bit in the draft when games don't have any value behind them. But of course, this is the World Championship. Wins do matter for these teams, and they want to try and gain as much experience as possible. But I'm hoping that we see some you know, some cocktail drafts, you know, a bit of spice to the pan, you know.
How much spice do you put in your cocktails, Velius?
What? No, I said spice to the pan.
What cocktail are you making in a pan?
Well, I'm not making a cocktail in a pan.
Like you know nothing about cocktails,
I was making
Velius.
two metaphors. They are not conjoined together, Medic.
I saw the other day 8.6%, I think, of pick'ems are perfect after Group A. So that 8.6% of people still on the line to win the.
That's my favorite thing. You know, like when a bunch of like analysts and casters and whoever like post their pick'ems, and then people go like, "Wow, you're an idiot. How could you think that this was gonna happen?" I'm like, every single year, no one gets perfect pick'ems. It is just the nature of the World Championship. It is always crazy. We've already had one big upset today with PSG getting a win, but of course, just to remind people at home, both DAMWON and JDG have locked that quarterfinal spot. DAMWON will be in first, JDG will be in second, and even after their result of the game at the end of today, that result will not change. So, let's get into this draft. Medic, walk us through the bans.
Hecarim, Nidalee, and Shen have been banned by PSG, who are on the blue side. Rogue on the red. Get rid of the Twisted Fate, the Lucian, and the Caitlyn. So, power picks available. I can hear the call of a Forge God. I can hear the horns being sounded in Hammerhand, and immediately Hanabi is like, yes, I will answer the call, as he picks the Ornn.
All right, here's my prediction. Finn is going to play Aurelia.
You know what he should play? Kled.
Whoa! Guys, for those that don't know, he's actually a huge Alawi player. He also played it. I can't remember if it was Summer Split or Spring Split that he played it. It was one of the two.
I'm pretty sure it was Summer, and he lost on it.
He did lose on it quite dramatically as well. It was not a good game.
It was an awful performance.
But let's have a look. See, of course, in terms of expectations, things like the Camille are a great answer. The blind pick Orianna is a little surprising this early on in the draft, especially when you imagine that Tank would like to grab himself the Syndra, a big comfort pick for him. And all right, it looks like that we are going to go with a little bit more of a standard draft. Double AP in the mid jungle from the side of Rogue. We've seen Inspired with a fair amount of Lilia games under his belt. And we'll see how he does in this matchup.
On the side of PSG, they'll be looking to team up this Ornn with something that deals a lot of damage from the jungle. Graves, River's second most popular pick across the course of Worlds, and there is the Syndra as well. So we have highest comfort for Tank, second highest comfort for River.
So PSG is just kind of getting everything they want. There's the Aurelia. Boom, got the prediction. Happy about that one.
Good job, Eddie.
Finn, he was known, for those that don't know, as an Aurelia one-trick. This was the champion that he perma-spammed before he became a pro player, and he is an expert in it. I spoke to him about this champion for my picks to watch, and he was the person that gave me so much information on it. So very excited to see him on that. He is going to be playing into, actually, I think that it's quite good, especially into like low-range champions like the Graves. I think that it's also easy to set up stuns against things like the Syndra, and I think that it can offer a lot of team fight power. The thing that Rogue really need now is a frontline, something like a Norla, something like a Leona, something that can act as an engage for the other carries to be able to follow up on.
Of course, we have seen Aurelia only once so far at Worlds Groups, 100% win rate. Bin played it against Machi Esports. So we've got Finn and Bin. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you can only play Aurelia if your rhyme name's within. Of course, with the Alistair ban and the Twitch ban, you're kind of pinching the pool here for Unified and Kaiwing in the bottom lane. Pantheon removed. I'd love to see, as you say, something like the Nautilus, Leona taken away here by PSG as well. Just try and get rid of some of those tank engage supports, because as you said, it's kind of what Rogue are missing as part of their composition.
Direction right now. It's pretty interesting that we've been seeing so much bot left for the second half of draft, especially when you contrast that to summer, where bot lane was like the first pick. You know, like it was Ashe almost insta-locked in, Senna, Caitlyn.
Before that we had like Varus was insta-locked.
Like for a lot of summer, for pretty much everywhere, it's been a high priority.
Aphelios.
Of course, over in the LPL, they've been prioritizing a lot of things like jungle top matchups as well, and like that's kind of where the shift started as we came into Worlds. Bot lane clearly became less of a priority and more of a counter matchup. So usually you would blind pick something like an Ashe or a Senna hit, which is exactly what Rogue is going to do, and then they'll look to try and counter pick the support.
PSG have a few different options as to what they want to do. Aphelios instantly locked by Unified alongside the Thresh.
Hey.
Ooh, I like this lane. I like this lane a lot.
So, I think that Aphelios is quite good into short-range champions, and when you think about like Irelia plus Lilia, both of them want to try and close that gap on you. Of course, one of the big risks of Aphelios is in the early game, he often struggles, and I think that against a Senna and an Orianna, who both, you know, well, I suppose you could argue that Orianna is actually relatively short-range. Oh, bro, okay. So the thing about Braum is, I understand in the context of why you would pick it versus the Ornn, because it then mitigates PSG's ability to engage. However, Rogue now lack an ability to engage a fight. What you're kind of relying on is Inspired to like maybe get a flank off, maybe land a bit of damage, throw the sleep out, and then you use that as an opportunity to actually start the fight. But outside of that, it's very difficult to actually get things going. Meanwhile, for PSG, of course, they do have the Ornn ultimate, but assuming that Braum doesn't waste the shield on anything, that then gets mitigated. So we might have a lot of weird, awkward standoffs. Both teams trying to look for picks, look for those opportunities to try and force that engage off a single target. But yeah, with a lot of limited engage tools coming from both sides because of the Braum specifically. It's going to be interesting, and we'll talk a little bit more about the lane matchups when we get into the game, but I am very excited to see Finn on his Irelia in the top lane. I think that this is definitely going to be a fun one for him.
I think it's going to be a fun game for both teams. Of course, both sitting at 1 and 4 right now in the group stage. Both eliminated from contention for the quarterfinals, but PSG have already shown us just because they're out for the count doesn't mean they are done fighting, as they took down JDG in our last game. And it's for the Pick'ems, Vedi. It's for the Pick'ems. Where do you have Rogue?
I have third, Rogue.
I have third as well.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see.
But, you know, I know a lot of people thought that Rogue would just crash and burn. So there's a lot of PSG fans out there that think that Rogue should be at the bottom. It's like there's a lot of weight on this game. Pick'ems are, of course, important. I'm curious as to how the Pick'ems rate will change, because I felt like that this, from many's perspective, this group was kind of set in stone from the get-go. You know,
I think top 2 was like solid.
Yes.
And then 3, 4 was the little bit more tentative suggestion.
Yes. So it's going to be interesting how the Pick'ems does in fact change after the results of Group B. Only 2 games left, and then of course we do have Group C tomorrow.
Yep.
I think.
C tomorrow, and then D the day after.
The day after. So it's going to be an action-packed weekend. Group C, of course, looking very close.
It is the weekend, isn't it? I'll be like, I tweeted at the start of Worlds. From now on, there's no days of the week. There's Worlds days and non-Worlds days, and I've just remembered it's Friday today. So thank you so much for that. I need to go out and do my groceries because shops close on Sunday.
Yes.
And then I'll have all of the food to watch Worlds over the weekend.
Great. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a good day. Sunday, I think, is also going to be an interesting one, because the great thing about week 2 is a lot of upsets do in fact happen.
Yeah.
And of course, we are waiting to get into the game. That's why we're kind of talking about some of the other stuff. But I'm very excited to see like how long the Fnatic week 2 thing will last, because like there has to be a year where it doesn't come to fruition, right?
And also like it's not really week 2 this time. Like they played at the start of this week. It's 5 days later.
You know, I think that there's a weird gray area where, like, somehow EU fans will decide, like...
The weekend's on Wednesday, guys!
Yeah, they'll find a way. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're going to be jumping into game very, very soon. Of course, just to remind people, in terms of stakes, there's not a huge amount on the line for both these teams. They are just playing for pride at this point. And of course, our last game of the day will be JDG versus DAMWON. Because of JDG's loss over to PSG, they can no longer fight for first.
Yep.
Even if JDG do in fact win that game, they will just not have enough wins on the board.
Because DAMWON have 5 wins, JDG only have 3 right now. There's 1 game left to play.
Correct.
That is some quick maths for you as we jump on to Summoner's Rift for our penultimate game of the day. Already some pings coming out from Rogue. Looks like they're going to spread out for the level 1. But I do see Inspired just trying to gain control over his Razorbeaks.
So I think an early ward came down from... Oh, I thought an early ward came down from Finn, and then he was going to look to reset. What shenanigans have we got going on in the early game? There's that
I
ward.
care more about the emote game. So we've got Angry Cat versus the Mole Diver. Who's going to win?
So look at this from Finn. This is actually quite uncommon for top laners. Normally you'll see this play come out from a jungler, because an early sweeper is a lot more valuable for a jungler than the early wards are. So the fact that Finn has already chosen to drop his ward and then go for the sweeper, I'm interested as to what this will result in as the game progresses, because not having that vision up towards the top side of the map could be very dangerous for him, as Rogue is setting up for the delayed invade.
There's a ward here that will spot them out, and they spot it out as well. So tiny bit of XP, tiny bit of gold goes over to Rogue. They will ward up with this red buff. And of course, Lilia, when she does jungle camps, likes to start on the Razor Beaks. It's pretty good AoE, can take them pretty easily. Then we'll turn our attention over to the red. We'll see where River goes. He's currently sitting on his own blue buff, but a red invade makes the most sense.
So it looks like in the bot lane as well, Kaiwing got ahead of the wave, kind of stacked it up a little bit, and now got it to push towards him, which means that Unified and Kaiwing not going to go for that early push, but they may be able to deny some early farm. Meanwhile, Graves doesn't actually get spotted going over the wall, so they don't confirm where exactly River is, but they should be able to make the assumption that he is up towards the top side of the map and stealing away that red buff, as Inspired is looking to do the same. But Kaiwing and Unified, they have to be careful. Of course, they are playing on the weak side of the map. They will not have that jungle assistance, as Inspired makes his way into the mid lane.
Yeah, just gonna run straight through there. I actually wonder if Inspired went straight towards his red, thinking that River wasn't gonna be here, and immediately face checks into the buckshot coming out from that Graves. Inspired forced away, has to flash, the Scatter the Weak coming out as well, but Tank doesn't quite have the Dark Sphere up in time.
Good stuff coming out from Tank and River. Good punish onto Inspired. Will get his flash out, and as you rightly said, it seems that they trusted the information on that ward quite a lot, and they ended up getting punished for it. So good stuff in the early game once again from PSG, which means that now the map is definitely going to be split, and Finn has to be even more careful because he has 0 wards on the top side of the map. PSG should have the information required to ascertain this. May even look for an early gank up towards the top lane. Meanwhile, the bot lane going to be forced to play a little bit more defensively underneath the tower, as you would often expect from an Aphelios in the early game.
Only has the Severum Librum combo right now, so he's just going to be able to sustain off the waves. And every now and again try and get some poke harass down onto Hansama and Vander. I did check, Unified went 6-0 on Aphelios during the PCS, so it's a very experienced player on the champion. Of course, I think a lot of AD carries numbers were bolstered by Aphelios with how powerful he was when he came out.
In summer, I think Hansama had, what, 10, 11 games on the champion? Like, it was one of his most played by far. He had like 10, 11 on Aphelios, and then his next one was like 2. So I think that you've got 2 very experienced Aphelios players on either side. And for now, Unified will have the CS advantage. Of course, you can see the wave slowly pushing back in their favor. As Hansama looks to get a little bit of poke off on the back end. So the only real discrepancy is actually starting to develop in mid lane. Tank actually doing very well in the 1v1 matchup, punishing the Orianna, as you would kind of expect in this 1v1, which is why I was quite surprised by the early priority on the Orianna pick. But Tank going to use that to get a bit of an early item advantage. Sorry, early CS advantage, and then both mid laners invest in their TPs.
I mean, it does have a slight item advantage as well. I'd take a Corrupting Potion, Dark Seal, Doran's Ring over double Doran's. In that lane, you can just harass a lot more, and you get a bit of extra mana out of the Corrupting Potion. Costs a little bit more overall as well. So, slight lead for Tank, as you say, in the mid lane. While we continue to watch the bot, we see Unified. As soon as you get the Infernum up, it's a lot easier to push out these lanes, Vedius. A lot easier to match the pressure that Senna was putting under. And of course, Senna, not the best wave clear AD carry. Not the best wave clear AD carry in the world early on. As Larson gets chunked out once again. Tank just dodging around with the phase rush. Both mid laners running it, very speedy, and of course with so many skill shots being thrown out, that little bit extra movement speed you can get can really affect the way a trade goes.
Tank doing a really good job. Remember that he did in fact solo kill Showmaker earlier in the day. Now we see Finn. He did get the tower aggro.
Yeah, takes it. Hanabi's going to fall. Finn flashes away. One more shot will hit him, but he just survives. River dives in. And a shotgun to the back of the Aurelia is the first kill for PSG.
So a bit of an execution error there for Rogue, because it ends up going 1-for-1. And it's unfortunate that Finn doesn't actually get that kill. You would have loved it on the Aurelia, but now Larson actually within kill range in the mid lane as well. That's a bit of an all-in in the bot.
Larson Brace heading onto Unified. Concussive Blow is going to come out as well. They're trying to get past Kaiwing with a good play. He's going to lock them in place. Hansama caught out just a bit as well as the damage turns back around for Unified here. As you said, the Infernum could do so much work.
Well, I also think the minions really helped PSG in that one. There was a huge minion discrepancy that really helped PSG kind of turn that extended skirmish over in their favor. A couple of summoner spells were burnt, of course. Both heal and ignite spent from the PSG duo in the bot lane, along with the exhaust from Vander. So I think Rogue ultimately came out ahead in this trade, but Unified will be able to get an early base, likely going to grab up that BF sword. As we can see, Finn hitting that level 6 as the wave actually, I think, should push towards him with that cannon minion. So Hanabi has to be very careful, especially at the level disadvantage that he's at, because Finn will definitely look for an all-in if he can find it.
I love the balance that we have in the top lane. It's kind of Bramble Vest into Vampiric Scepter. Finn's trying to out-lifesteal the damage that he takes from the little tick from the Bramble Vest. As we see the rest of Rogue trying to get up towards the top lane. And Inspire's just going to take the Scuttle Crab here. We'll get a lot of extra mana back off that. Hanabi does still have the flash. Inspire did pop a Swell Seed over the wall there, but because PSG know where he is, River's going to be able to secure the first Dragon of the game. And once again, it's a relatively early Drake here, Vedius, for PSG. 7 minutes on the clock.
Certainly is the case. You can see that mid lane discrepancy really starting to build. Larssen coming up to the top river to assist his jungler. Means that he's going to fall even further behind. Huge credit to Tank in this 1v1 matchup. He's consistently showcased in this tournament how talented he is on the Syndra, and giving that comfort over to him, I think could prove detrimental over to Rogue, as Hanabi has spotted out. Here we see a bit of action in the mid lane.
Yeah, Tank has to flash away, but as you said, I do want to just highlight how well Tank's played today. He 1v1 killed Showmaker. Yep. He then really destroyed Yagao in the last game as well in the mid lane, had 2-kill advantage, and now against Larssen, who was actually Rogue's best player in the first week of World's Groups, and even in the LEC, is at a CS advantage, about 20 farm ahead, only the 7.5 minute mark, Betty.
He's doing a really good job. He lands the stun.
Larssen has no mana. He's got nothing. Like, Tank's just sustained mana, unleashed power. Larssen's going to have to back. Doesn't have the teleport. This is domination in the mid lane for Tank, and it looks like Larssen will stay around as Tank did just shove in the wave as quickly as he could.
There's River in bot lane.
River's coming down. Hans Summer going to pop the Curse of the Black Mist. Will be able to get away with the flash and with the heals. A double of Summoners burnt there for the Rogue bottom lane.
So I think this early game is going extremely well for PSG so far. The bot lane has not really been punished that much, when arguably Aphelios, that should really be his weakness point that you try to exploit, try to look for dives. The top lane, what could have been a strong early advantage for Finn, the dive didn't go the way that they wanted, which means that he's still sitting at a depth, and while he is working towards that play to the Rune King, he's not that much further ahead of the Ornn, who's going to offer so much more teamfight value later on into the game. So I think that PSG's comp is only going to continue to get stronger as the game progresses, and the fact that they're kind of continuing to play their style of taking things slow and steady is exactly how they were able to get that big win against JDG just last game.
I love their neutral objective control. Like, they've already taken a Dragon. I thought they were going to start the Rift Herald here. Instead, decide to back away. Didn't really know where all of Rogue were on the map, so Finn's going to come down as he's pushed the wave in on the top lane. But you can see PSG already swapping. Right, Unified's on his way towards top. Kaiwing's already up here as well, so PSG will be looking for that Rift Herald, and if they can take it early enough, of course, you can use it to batter down those plates and funnel more gold into your Aphelios or into your Syndra and get them towards that first item power point.
Interestingly, Rogue has brought their bot lane up. They have 5 members on the top side. Finn does have TP, so he can use it to catch that bot wave. But let's see exactly what Rogue decide to do here with the Rift Herald that they're going to grab for themselves. TP going to come through from Finn, so he is going to actually collect that bot wave. No action going to come off the back of that. All right, it's a pretty good response overall from Rogue to be able to secure that objective. They're at the good hook.
Oh, there is the hook, and there goes Hans Summer. PSG just waiting in a bush, lying in wait, and they strike on Hans.
And there's the action that we were waiting for. Really good pick coming out from PSG. They were able to punish, and as you rightly said, get that kill. Unfortunately, the kill didn't go over to Unified, but he's going to get a lot of plates off the back of this. And you can see that with the chakrams, he just melts through this tower. Big early advantage gain for PSG.
Once again, they go out to an early lead, and we have seen already how solid they can be from this sort of position, how clinical they can be, Vedius. Against JDG, all it took was a few kills in the early game, and JDG just couldn't fight against the Dragon stacking that came out from PSG. Once again, they've got an early Drake. They have a Fed Graves, and they have a 28 CS lead on their AD carry as well, Vedius.
They've also got a 28 CS lead on the mid lane as well.
Yep.
Everything going well for the solo laners of PSG. And sure, Hanabi, while it may be a little bit behind in farm, it doesn't really matter. On the Ornn, your value comes much later into the game. Staying relevant in terms of XP is probably much more valuable. And notice that Kaiwing is hovering around. Potential cross-map play going to be denied, even though Rogue are not looking for it. There is no real option for them. So really good stuff from PSG. Really turning it on today. I think that they gave DAMWON a pretty competitive game as well.
And as much as you can give DAMWON a competitive game right now.
Sure, that's definitely true. But yeah, they're really turning up in week 2, unfortunately, because of how difficult it was always going to be. Yeah. Going 0-3 in the very first week was always going to be a tough mountain to climb. But good to see that they can still compete and kind of show up here in week 2.
I just think it's a really difficult group overall as well, right? Like, taking games consistently off DAMWON and JDG is always going to be tough. And PSG suffered the wrath perhaps a little bit of getting second in their region.
I think it's also very important as well because when we look about the context of the PCS, obviously like they haven't had the strongest tournament, but when we look at how PSG did, the fact that they did have subs, the fact that they dominated the play-in stage, I think that coming into week 2 and the fact that even in week 1 there were kind of glimmers of hope multiple times, like they demonstrated that as a region they can compete. And while they haven't had the best showing at the World Championship, there's definitely still more opportunities in the future with some of the talent they have on this roster. I think that, you know, we've already highlighted Tank, but I think he continues to have dominant performance on this Syndra, and I'm going to continue watching him throughout the rest of this game because 12 minutes in, 120 farm, very close to completing that, what is likely to be Luden's Echo first item. And yeah, PSG continuing to look dominant as they secure their second Drake of the game.
It's a Mountain Soul, so not the most impactful in the world. Of course, the shield helping you out, and Ornn will be very happy to get all of that extra armor and magic resist. Rift Herald was used here in the top lane. That gold's going to be funneled onto Hans Summer. But meanwhile, PSG are all just pushing in the bottom lane. You can see Unified and Hanabi have actually teamed up as Hans Summer gets the bonk and gets the plate. And Unified will be trying to match that in the bottom lane. Foxy farming, cosplaying as Singed just a little bit. But he should just be able to get back to this wave. And Finn maybe overstayed a little bit here, perhaps thinking that Hanabi had left. Tentpole's going to come out. Finn dodges away with a Blade Surge, and now he's going to try and turn it back on the Ornn. Dives in, and there's Glacial Fissure as well, but there's already 4 members of PSG here, and they try and turn it back around. Finn already down. PSG collapse in the bottom lane.
Definitely a greedy play there from Finn that is rightly punished from PSG. They just had the numbers advantage, and even with the teleport from Larssen, it was not enough damage to be able to turn that fight in their favor. They came very close. A lot of summoner spells were used. You can see a number of flashes burn on the side of PSG, but they end up finding that pick. The question is, will they be able to convert it into a tower? Because Hans Summer was able to get a number of plates up towards the top side of the map. Inspired has been counter jungling a lot, and this looks like Vander may have been caught out.
Just feel so sorry for the support in this situation. River was lying in wait. Vander has to use his flash to get away. And nowhere is safe anymore for Rogue. Even their own blue buff is not secure. It has been the weak side of the map for them for a while. As Larssen tries to come across to steal this, but River will be able to secure it even without using his smite.
Inspired going to do exactly the same thing on the other side of the map. And a bit of a cross map as Unified will secure his team, rather, the first tower of the game. Getting closer and closer to that Infinity Edge. Very impressed with what PSG have been showing as Rogue. Struggling in their games today. They want to try and end the group stage on a high note. Give themselves their second win of the group stages. Of course, the first Worlds appearance for many of them. And you would imagine that they're going to take this Worlds experience and kind of grow from this. We've seen many teams do it. We heard Amazing talk about Fnatic back in 2017 and the evolution they made in 2018. We've seen it from DAMWON as well, the growth they've made from 2019 over towards 2020. And for a lot of young players, the Worlds experience is extremely valuable. I think it really helps kind of quantify the gap between you and many of the other top teams internationally, but also it gives you a direction and a goal to work towards, which I think is very valuable and inspirational for many teams.
I totally agree with that, and I think like you look at it, you've got Finn, Inspired, and Larssen all at their first World Championship. We've seen some good performances, some bad performances, but just playing against high caliber opposition makes you better, right? You learn so much more in a game against people who are really good at the game than you would playing against people who are, say, bronze or silver or whatever, right? So
you're calling G2 bronze?
You watch some of their games? You watch some of their games, buddy?
Of course. Rogue, as you rightly said, I look forward to seeing how they develop throughout next year. And just to remind people, this game does not have any stakes in the context of the group. Neither does the one later on the day. So largely both these teams are playing for pride. And right now, PSG are playing very well. You can see the gold's still relatively close on the left. And of course, at the top of your screen, Inspired and Hans Summer doing very well. But Finn and Larssen very far behind, considering how the two solo lanes have gone. Finn sitting at 0-2 right now, has of course hit the level 11 mark. Looks like he's going to work towards the 24-2, and when he gets that, that's where he starts to get very scary, and PSG will struggle to try and manage him as the game progresses.
Rogue currently gaining control. Lilting Lullaby is going to come down. River takes a dose of melatonin, pops to sleep, but comes back into the fight. And I'm actually surprised that they're playing around the Rift Herald this much. I would have assumed you'd play around the fact that Dragon is spawning in a minute and you want to stop that third Drake from coming up.
Well, the main goal is just to stall PSG, actually. I think that because you can see Finn pushing in the bot lane, the more time they can generate of PSG just kind of dancing around the objective, the more gold that can be funneled to him and they can get an objective. But PSG do the right thing here. They don't waste time going for that objective. They recognize that Larsen's top. They know that Finn is bot, so they can actually generate numbers advantage in mid and take that objective and then answer the rest of the map. So good response from PSG. Rogue, the bright side for them is they are going to get a tower of their own as they take down the tier 2 in top lane.
Yeah, a little bit more gold going over to Larsen. You can see 5,500 bottom apart from the supports right now, but we'll want to get that Orianna up to where she's doing some DPS. We did see a little bit of an eclectic Orianna build earlier on today, Vedius, with the Ardent Censer and the Athenes. Again, a possibility here. Expectation is that Larsen will be building a lot more damage.
I really don't want another support Orianna in the mid lane, especially when you're playing with Senna and an Aurelia. But you can see both teams setting up for this Drake right now. Larsen just gone back to base, spent his gold. The Andre's now completed for Inspired, who's also level 11, and a lot of the gold currently sitting in his back pocket. So this is going to be where we expect a huge fight to take place. Right now, PSG have priority over the River.
Inspired's ultimate's not quite back off cooldown yet. Hanabi's up in the top lane trying to get this tower. The Dragon has been started up by Rogue. We'll draw attention to the fact there's Mikhail's on the Thresh, and here the fight really begins as Hanabi's going to teleport in. PSG looking for the Dragon. Rogue being forced away, and River to try and burst this one down. Ultimate comes out from the Aphelios. Reset on the Dragon, secured by Unified, third of the game for PSG. And Rogue just weren't able to find an engage.
It's just awkward for Rogue. They just kind of got pushed away from the objective because their actual ability to team fight is not that strong. They don't have a way to actually start the fight off. We talked about this in the draft. Yeah. Like, they can mitigate Hanabi's ability to engage, but outside of that, there's no real way outside of like a good flank, which they were completely denied. So of course, PSG, after taking the Drake and then moving into mid lane, they have easy access to this tier 3, and kind of Rogue is being run around the map right now.
Really are. Finn is going to get a tier 1 in the bottom lane in exchange for the tier 2 in mid. It's a 3,000 gold lead for PSG, and they are looking to end their Worlds run on a 2-game undefeated streak. Rogue obviously struggled today and continue to struggle in this game because, as you said, they don't really have engage options. They don't really have a fed carry right now. Finn has had some gold funneled into him, but PSG are taking everything off the map, and with the Swell Seed going wide, River, dashes forward, gets back out. Lilting Lullaby is going to make him go to sleep for a second, but I was going to draw attention to it. Kaiwing has Mikhail's, so if you're only hitting that sleep onto one target, it's very easy for the Thresh to get him out.
So it only gets harder now for Rogue to actually start fights. Meanwhile, PSG, I think that their teamfight comp is only going to continue to get stronger. The biggest thing that PSG have to be worried about is Hansama. Of course, not entirely sure how many stacks he's on just yet, but I would imagine he's nowhere near that a late game threat that PSG have to be so terrified of. Meanwhile, the other thing is PSG, of course, with the Aphelios, they're going to sit there and be like, well, if you have all these champions trying to close the gap on me, that only makes my life easier, and I'm only going to continue to scale extremely well. Meanwhile, the Syndra, there are so many squishy targets on the side of Rogue. Look, notice that Finn has even built himself armor boots to try and mitigate some of the damage that's likely going to come out from Unified, because that will be his target. But that leaves him open to potential CC. Of course, usually in the runes, you'll run a lot of tenacity to try and mitigate some of that, but either way, Finn, it's going to be a difficult fight for him, as now he's looking for a kill into Hanabi.
Teleport coming in, Vanguard's Edge is going to connect. The call to the Forge God comes out, but Hanabi, I'm not sure who you're praying to right now, as Rogue try and collapse in the bottom lane. Hanabi's dead, River tried to join the fray, but couldn't get in there in time.
So Rogue will finally find a pick. That kill will go down to Finn, and this is definitely a bit of relief on the side of Rogue as they look for an engage, but good sidestep from Kaiwing. Disengages, now he looks for the hook.
And misses it just across the wall. So if that had connected, you can see the Unleashed Power. Moonlight Vigil follow-up is always available for PSG. And now Unified with the Runan's Infinity Edge complete is well and truly a monster. A Gatling gun of damage to the Aphelios as soon as you get those 2 items, and especially if you have the right gun setup. Look for things like Crescendum Severum when it comes to taking objectives. Looks for things like Infernum Calibrum when it comes to taking fights. I mean, Crescendum, the Chakrams, is always going to be powerful against Rogue's team, because you've said it a few times, Vedius. You have to go in. The sleep's going to land here onto River, though. Kaiwing looking for the hook, flash away, but there's the stun with the concussive blows. The last embrace going to come out as well, and the shutdown goes over to River. A little bit too greedy as he stepped into the Rogue jungle.
That could have been a huge problem for PSG.
Oh, Unified
It still will be. Finn is here.
I don't know if Finn knew that Unified was in there. Flash away from the flawless duet. It's another summoner burnt on PSG.
Very good damage coming out from Unified. You can see the 2 items completed. This is really where the Aphelios starts to get a lot stronger, but they do force both summoner spells out from Unified, which is going to make Finn's life a little bit easier. But coming back to that play from River, a little bit greedy, trying to take that red buff solo. He recognized that Thresh was in the area and would be able to drag him to safety, but with Brawn there to help apply those concussive blows, it set up the stun that allowed Rogue to actually get that pick. So now they've been able to close the goal gap a little bit. They've been able to alleviate some of the pressure that PSG was putting down, but there's still this Drake coming up, and I'm concerned with how Rogue is actually going to be able to start these fights. We've already talked so much about it.
This is what you got to do. You just got to try and force Hanabi low. You got to try and take these one-on-one trades, but River is having none of it. He comes in.
That's not it.
Jet lag. We'll blame it on jet lag. Flawless duet comes out. Finn trading onto Hanabi again. Dives out. Yeah, that's not it.
So Finn did a very cool thing there for all you Aurelia enthusiasts out there. You want to stack your passive as quickly as possible. So what he did was he Q'd to a minion, Q'd onto Hanabi. After he Q'd onto Hanabi after landing the stun, he actually Q'd back to a minion, and then he Q'd onto Hanabi again. That fully procced his passive, which then really is where all the damage comes out from. That's how you synergize the Blade of the Ruined King with the passive, and he fully stacked that extremely fast, and then he was able to keep going on for the extended trade. Of course, we saw him take half his HP, and if he'd been given the opportunity to commit, then he would have gone for the kill, but of course River shows up.
River there, Hanabi was unable to hit the Call of the Forge God. Vitheld used him in the mid lane. There's no towers for a long way. He's on a mighty trek. A marathon for the Herald herself, as she will get taken out immediately. Aurelia, though, has started up the Dragon. PSG fighting instead over the top side of the river. Trying to gain control over the Baron buff, but...
Well, I actually think they're trying to contest this mid-wave, and they're just kind of stuck in an awkward spot as Rogue is sort of zoning them away, and they never actually had an opportunity. So a lot of props needs to go to Finn there, because his duel and skirmish in the bot lane, forcing Hanabi to reset, giving him control over the bot side, and giving Rogue the opportunity to get all this deep vision, actually enabled them to sneak that one away, and they didn't have to go for that dangerous fight, which means that Rogue now, with the gold pretty much dead even, and that Mountain Drake Soul still very far away, Rogue have a good opportunity to kind of regain some control over this game.
As you say, only about 200 gold between the two teams, and let's have a look at where we are in terms of items on the Rogue side. Leandri's complete alongside the Runic Echoes for Inspired, Blade of the Ruined King, and the Black Cleaver for Finn. Actually looks like he's going for a Wit's End third here on the Aurelia, having a Negatron Cloak in his inventory. And there's 2 items on Han Samo as well. That Black Cleaver will get stacked up incredibly quickly through a Senna. You can get 6 stacks in an auto-Q auto combination, and the Mane Mune on its way to being fully equipped as a Mura Mana.
Rogue now pushing in mid. They can't really threaten this mid-tier 1. They're going to send Finn back to bot lane, but he doesn't have teleport, so he's got to be careful. The same can be said for Larson. Hanabi does have his up and available, though. The problem for PSG is there's no real objective for them to play for. Instead, they're going to gain control in terms of vision around this objective. Will they spot this ward out, though? It's in a very awkward spot.
So I actually think the control ward they have in the pit is the one that's misplaced, because it should be further out towards the center of the buff.
Oh, good spot there, mate.
Spot it out. They do clear it. I believe they swept it away there as River used his oracles. Hook's going to go wide from Kaiwing just by a tad. Now Rogue can push in once again.
That was one of those hooks where he's showing respect to his opponent and saying, oh, Hansama's good enough that he'll see this and react to it, and then he's going to walk into it. And then Hansama is just like, yeah.
No, that's why I miss all my hooks. I assume my opponents are better than they are.
That makes
that's
sense.
The issue,
Yeah, it's the same problem for me. It's why I miss all my skill shots.
You don't have any, you play Nocturne.
True. Anyway, moving on. Gold, very even between the two teams. So close. Still a very tense game. 3-3 on the kill board. We're still kind of waiting for that big team fight, which PSG quickly ramping and scaling up towards. 2 of the big, heavy-hitting AP items have now been completed for Tank. Unified working towards his third. And PSG only continuing to get scarier.
And I want to come back to something you mentioned a lot in draft, Eddie, is the ability to start a fight, or the ability to engage a fight. Like, what we wanted from Rogue in their support position was someone with a little bit more hard engage. You talked about the Leona, which was banned away, or the Nautilus. We have the Braum here, and the rest of Rogue don't really seem to have the tools to dive in to the enemy team, whereas PSG have everything at their disposal to try and get onto the enemy backline.
Correct. And this is why it's going to be so hard for Rogue, even if they want to fight, even if they feel strong, it's going to be so difficult. And I think that they're actually still waiting for a couple more items to be completed before they're even confident in going for that 5 versus 5. You'll notice that Larsen's sitting on a lot of components right now. Finn very close to completing the Wit's End. He's only really sitting on 1 armor item as well, which means that when he does dive onto Unified is going to melt it unless there's good follow-up. Now, of course, the bright side is Irelia's going to try and dive on top and then the Shockwave to follow. PSG are actually poised and ready to fight. The Molten Edge upgrade has come for Unified. River, Kaiwing, Unified, all sitting on the flank for clans.
See Vander already caught out. He's going to put up the Unbreakable. Dawning Shadow used as well. There's the knocker from the Call of the Forge God. Tank, look at the flank position as Hanabi dives in onto Vander. Vander's still alive somehow, but here goes Tank. Unleash power straight into the face of Finn, and Tank gets one, and there's a second. Finn's down. Inspired goes Golden, but he cannot stop this fight. PSG with 4 in the mid lane.
Beautiful execution from PSG as they just collapse onto Rogue. Those are insanely long death timers, and Larsen trying to get clever here, trying to deny the minion wave to stop them from ending. That might actually just do the trick. Going to use the Shockwave as well, but that just goes to show how one-sided this fight was for PSG. Rogue did not get an opportunity to answer. They could not find the fight that they want, and PSG just tear through the whole line.
And all Larsen has done, it feels, is delay the inevitable. PSG with a perfect fight in the mid lane. Can't translate it to an inhibitor, but can translate it into a Baron. 27.5 minutes in, PSG will take the Baron buff, will take a 4,000 gold advantage and have 30 seconds to reset for the Mountain Soul.
Certainly do, and this was just Braum not trying to face check, but he's the only one that can walk these bushes, forced to use the shield very early, which then sets up for Hanabi to get the double knockup. Then another double knockup as Tank is coming in from the flank. He flashes in, ulties, and then lands the stun onto many members, which make it difficult for Rogue to be able to turn this one around. Larsen cannot do anything in the fight, and just such a one-sided, well-played fight for PSG, getting to play their style, executing upon it well, and now this is kind of Rogue's last opportunity to kind of turn the game back in their favor. If they can get this Drake, they can delay a little bit longer, but PSG want to end it now.
PSG setting up towards the top side. You can see Finn looking for a flank. He's on a ward. That blast cone is awarded by PSG. Kaiwing misses the hook. Dragon down to 4,000. Off towards the top side of this fight. Tank is looking for a flank once again. Lots of damage from the Inferno. Moonlight Vigil coming out. Hans Summer was tagged with it, and the Dragon goes down. The Mountain secured here by PSG, and they're still looking for the fight. Hook onto Finn once again. Kaiwing down towards the bottom side is doing so much working. Lanterns in his teammate as well. Finn's going to try and trade onto Unified, but he can't win against the Aphelios. No one has died as of yet, but Rogue have definitely lost this fight. Finn trying to heal up off the Krugs, and PSG are still on the chase. Hanabi has the Call of the Forge God. Finn has nowhere to go. He's going to try and TP out the Calibrum. Not there, the Inferno. He gets the kill. Unified will take him. And now Rogue are being collapsed on. The Shockwave does absolutely zilch. And now Vander will fall. Call of the Forge God eaten up by the shield. But Vander pays for it with his life.
PSG secure themselves the Mountain Soul. They're going to TP and they're looking to continue the chase.
And Summer, the Unleashed Power, not enough, but the scattering of the weak, and it's Rogue who are the weak in this game. PSG still have the Baron for 1 minute, 10 seconds, but yes, they could look to close.
They're looking to break into the base, and Rogue have just crumbled. They could not find any good fight, and PSG have only continued to scale up. Excellent execution in every single fight, and Rogue looking to go 0-3 on the day, whereas some redemption as PSG and Rogue close out Worlds 2020.
And what a performance it was from PSG. Some may have said their win against JDG was a one-off, was a fluke, was a surprise to be sure, but they show in this game against Rogue that it was no mistake. PSG now on the Nexus Towers. The first falls, there's a cannon and a couple of minions to guide in this wave. And the second Nexus Tower is the target. Hanabi on the front line. You can see the damage coming out. Kaiwing looking for a hook, can't quite find it yet. Finn's going to dive in, rivet low. But there is the crescendo from Unified. And you cannot face an Aphelios when he has his chakrams available. The Shockwave coming out. Unified still heals up. Tank goes on a killing spree. And PSG, they're playing with their food just a little bit as Rogue are forced back to the fountain. the Nexus tower will fall to the cannons.
PSG continuing the siege, though, even with low health members. The Nexus is exposed. They're looking to end it here.
Moonlight Vigil goes wide, but PSG will have a swan song in this game. The Nexus falls. PSG take down Rogue.
A great end for PSG's bittersweet performance here at Worlds. Taking down JDG and Rogue is definitely a great way to end your tournament. Of course, Rogue must be feeling frustrated. 0-3 on the day, only getting one win in what was a very difficult group. And the last time they met, it was a clinic from Rogue. They absolutely dismantled PSG, but this time around, PSG got to play their style. They got an early advantage. They maintained control, and they took their time. They knew that they would be stronger in the team fights, and they found some fantastic ones. Beautifully played from the side of PSG, and I think that they can leave feeling at least a little better after what has been a very challenging group.
Definitely, especially with all the substitutions they've had to make throughout the course of Worlds. PSG should have their heads held high, and so, in my opinion, should Rogue. 3 rookies to the world stage in one of the toughest groups, perhaps the toughest group to make it into the top 2. Still put on a good showing, can come back to Europe with a lot of learnings for next year.
That's certainly the case. Obviously, always going to be frustrating ending your tournament on a 0-3 performance, but that is the nature of Worlds. Every team is always going to be a challenge, and yeah, huge props to PSG. They denied JDG that first seed. Imagine if JDG now end up going up against the likes of a top esports or a Suning. Like, it could all be very difficult for them, so they may have changed the dynamics of this tournament quite a lot.
I mean, definitely could have, but when we return, it's the clash between the 2 pre-tournament favorites as JDG aim to get their revenge against DAMWON. Don't you miss it.
and welcome back to the interview studio here in Berlin. Laure here, joined by Noguri. Noguri, you will face JD Gaming once again at the end of the day. Is there any extra information you've been able to gather about the team that will help you defeat them again?
네, 이제 오늘 마지막에는 JDG를 또 한 번 상대할 예정인데 JDG에 대해서 조금 더 추가적으로 얻은 정보 같은 게 있을까요? 한 번 더 이기기 위해서?
일단은 좀 이제 다양한 이제 저희랑 경기하고 나서 이제 뭐 JDG가 좀 더 다양한 조합이나 이런 걸 좀 한다는 걸 알았고, 그리고 오늘도 이제 2경기 더 하잖아요. 이제 그 경기도 좀 더 보면서 이제 정보를 좀 정리하려고 합니다.
So after our game, we realized that JDG were trying a lot of different comps. So, and we also have 2 more games to watch from JDG. So we will prepare based on the information combined.
Yeah, you will have a lot of time to be ready here, but focusing a bit more on the matchups. We know how important the jungle can be, and especially the relationship between jungle and top laner. So when you look at Zoom and Kanavi as players, how do you think their style will clash against your jungle top duo here again?
네, 그리고 사실 또 여쭤보고 싶은 게 또 정글 탑이 같이 움직이는 그런 움직임도 정말 중요하잖아요. 그래서 줌과 카나비랑 이제 너구리와 캐년이 어떤 식으로 좀 대결을 펼칠 것 같은지.
일단 좀 카나비 선수가 되게 인상적이었던 게 그때 사일러스 정글이었는데도 불구하고 이제 초반에 좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 팀원과 좀 그 바텀 판테온이었는데 그 픽을 정말 잘 이용해서 에코랑 판테온으로 이제 돌아다니면서 좀 킬을 따고 이런 날카로운 모습이 되게 인상적이었거든요. 그런 모습을 보면은 저도 이제 빈틈을 좀 덜 줘야겠다라고 생각을 하게 되고, 사실 탑 정글 듀오 간에 이제 그런 좀 호흡이 되게 중요한데 오늘 첫 경기에서 뭔가 생각보다 좀 아쉬웠어가지고 좀 그런 거는 좀 더 보완해야 될 것 같습니다.
So I was really impressed by Kanavi in his last game because he was playing Sylas, but even though he was playing Sylas, he was moving really proactively with his teammates Pantheon and Echo in the early game. So I was really impressed that he made so many kills in the early game phase. And also today with me and Kenyon, our teamwork was a little bit off and disappointing. So we also have to work on those because top and jungle synergy is so important.
It is super important indeed. And Noguri, I remember the last time we talked, you told me that you had a lot to improve on with DAMWON Gaming here at Worlds. So is there anything you have been able to work on to be ready today?
저번 인터뷰에서 그래도 담원 역시 많이 발전해야 된다라고 밝히셨잖아요. 그러면 조금 발전한 부분이 있는지.
초반 단계에서 좀 실수가 되게 많았어가지고 그 부분을 좀 보완하려 했는데 오늘도 좀 그런 부분이 아쉬운 부분이 좀 나와가지고 솔직히 좀 그게 좀 많이 아쉬운 것 같고, 오늘 같은 경우는 좀 첫 시작에 제가 좀 플래시를 좀 썼어야 했는데 그 킨드레드를 좀 욕심내다가 제가 죽은 게 좀 많이 아쉬웠어가지고 아직 더 많이 보완이 필요할 것 같고, 중후반 단계에서 좀 요새 오늘 이번 경기적으로 좀 콜이 좀 갈리거나 이런 경우가 좀 있어서 좀 그 부분도 많이 보완해야 될 것 같아요.
So I was referring to the early game performance, but today, again, we were pulling off a lot of mistakes in the early phase. For example, I should have taken my flash, but I was being a little bit greedy for the Kindred kill. So yeah, it's a big bummer that we still have a lot of mistakes to get rid of in the early game. And also, moving on to the mid and late game, I think we are not still on the same page in terms of shot calling. So I think we also have to work on those.
Oh, well, hopefully you can find the synergy you need here, even though you look very scary already. But Noguri, 감사합니다 for the interview. And Jason, thank you very much for the translation again.
Welcome back to the Safe Farm Analyst Desk, and thank you, Laure, for that interview. We're going to look ahead to DAMWON versus JDG. And just as a note, if anything seemed a bit odd in the interview, is because it was recorded after their first game they played today. So he was referring to the flash and stuff that they lost there. But it still applies. DAMWON wants to play even more cleanly than we have seen. Now, this was supposed to be it. The pièce de résistance, the big game, DAMWON versus JDG for #1 in the group. But JDG, they dropped the ball, Frost. What happened?
Did JDG drop the ball, or were they just rightfully unseated?
Or was the ball stolen from them?
I mean, it's up to you, but what's going on?
I'm going to say that draft was exceptionally questionable, followed by even more questionable individual playmaking and decisions. Vedius came into the green room afterwards, and I believe he was just like doing his best JDG impression. It was something like this, like, oh, I'm JDG, oh, a kill over there, I'm dead. That was basically the game.
That's not right. I think the level 1, level 2 was really Not up to par, let's put it this way. I think it was a bit too interesting. I think they flipped too much, honestly. That's what I'll put it. I think they were too confident with what they had, and they allowed too much to happen within the early game. I think ego came into play, yeah.
Oh, you think that's it? But like, that's the same, you know, when we talk about G2 sometimes, and not the case that they got outplayed yesterday, but sometimes we say, oh, this draft or this draft. I don't understand how, if you want to be a title contender like JDG, why do you do that at this point in time? It is because obviously they don't think they're going to lose that game to PSG, right?
Well, yes. I think it's like it's a disciplinary issue that comes down to. Do you have the discipline and the focus to set yourself up for the best case of success? And ultimately, JDG didn't. Now, what is really interesting is the conversation that I see happening online, which is comparing JDG almost to FPX, kind of, in a very, you know, kind of wonky group showing. It seems like it's very clear-cut that it's DAMWON now and TES, especially with people very cold on JDG after they fell down to PSG, and you kind of get one of two things here. Either JDG really button it up. They say, okay, this one's for pride. We're facing DAMWON. We can't take first, but we can definitely take names, and they come in very hard here. Or, this game doesn't mean anything, and maybe you're trying to pad out maybe some of the champion picks that you could get later on if you win Worlds.
Little thing, though. Not a lot of teams go 6-0 in the group stage. In fact, Samsung Y 2014 won the World Championship.
Don't remind me.
Oh, yeah, you were in there with TSM.
Yeah.
SKT 2015.
Don't remind me. What is this?
Were you in that group too?
I'm just getting bullied because I got executed by both of them.
I swear I didn't put that.
I would say
anyway,
the same thing,
2015 SKT won the World Championship. 2017 Longzhu did not win the World Championship, got knocked out in the quarterfinals. That happened to DAMWON last year, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. Yes, by Samsung, indeed. But it is something that I think you want to achieve, so I know it sounds like we're trying to make something happen here, but no matter what, this is still a game you get on stage versus a team that you may see later in the tournament, right? So something should be of value here. Amazing.
No, the most important part is to not show any weakness right now. I think that's what I would go for as DAMWON. Either you legitimately just like try something completely new that is like that you wouldn't ever play on stage and you completely go away from your strategies, or you legitimately show no weakness whatsoever. You play this clean out like and go for 6-0. I think if I were them, I would go for it because any team that has, as I put it already, like that has gone 6-0 in the group stage has won the Worlds, basically. So I think that in itself is an achievement. So going 6-0 also like creates this mindset for the other teams. Hey, we can't beat them. We have nothing to go off of. And I think that is something that is really good for the best of 5 system.
And then for JDG, I know how brutal the LPL community can be, FLICKR, and they're definitely going to expect JDG to at least put up a fight here.
I mean, the damage is done. They lost to the PCS. I wouldn't be checking Weibo if I were those guys. Yeah, this is technically a redemption arc. I hope that we get the game that we were promised.
Yes, and these two.
The top 2 tournament contenders. I would love to see them come out swinging, but I feel like at the end of the day, again, the damage has already been done. DAMWON are so disciplined. They're so focused, and they can see there is blood in the water. They can go in for the kill.
So we actually don't know which game we're going to get, but hopefully we do get a high-quality game and these teams going toe-to-toe. And we'll see if DAMWON can go undefeated in Group B as they face off against JDG in a few minutes.
The Nexus turret will fall and DAMWON Gaming obliterate JDG to start their Worlds run.
JDG will answer us and say that they may yet be able to get to the top of this group.
And welcome back to Worlds 2020, the last game of the day. And I'm looking forward to it, Bedius.
Yeah, it should be a good one. We have JDG versus DAMWON. I'm expecting both these teams to put on a good performance, or DAMWON to smash JDG in 20 minutes again. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. I think that there have been a couple question marks around JDG's drafting. They've been experimenting with a couple new things, and you know, things have not been panned out. And I think that we've seen now the way in which they've lost is when they've really struggled in the early game, is when they fell behind. So DAMWON, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for a composition aimed at trying to get those advantages in the early game. Of course, now JDG going to be on the red side. Let's see how they stack up with the Akali ban already coming through.
Yeah, Akali getting removed. Expect to see things like the Nidalee get taken away. Maybe the Ornn is left open because we've already seen that Noguri is so strong in that side lane. But Zoom's also shown up on a few carries himself. So that top lane is a key point to watch, in my opinion. As we've said before, this is a battle for not too much. Both these teams qualified for the quarterfinals.
Nothing.
Yeah, so
it's a show match.
It's not even a pick'ems match because they've already first and second. DAMWON already has first spot. JDG has second. But I'll give you some steaks if you want some steaks, videos. You can grill them up. You can put them on your barbecue. You can have them well done if you want, but that's bad. Steaks. Only 3 teams have ever gone 6-0 in the group stage. Guess which region all those teams are from?
Is it the LCK?
It's the LCK, of course it is. SKT in 2015, Samsung White in 2014, and Longzhu in 2017. 2 of those teams won the World Championship. 1 of those teams lost to the winners of the World Championship.
So, okay, so what you're saying is DAMWON looking quite good to win the World Championship.
I'm saying if they go 6-0, it would be the 4th time it's happened, and twice the team that went 6-0 has won.
Right.
So 66% chance to win the World Championship if they win this game.
But then what if Top Esports also goes 6-0?
They also have a 66% chance to win the World Championship. One of them's got to lose. They were banned.
So that's also really good info for anyone trying to make predictions. You know, if DAMWON goes 6-0, statistically, it's highly unlikely that another team would go 6-0. I'm just saying for all those at home. Anyway, hit us through the bans, Medic. Run us through what we got.
We got Akali, Pantheon, and Nidalee bans away from JDG. Lucian, Caitlyn, and Renekton removed by DAMWON Gaming. And Vedius, we have a first pick, Camille.
Yes, nice. I like this for Zoom. I think that after, you know, during the last game, I was like, they could pick Camille. Even in the game, after they picked Kale, I was like, Kale. I think that Camille is just a really good pick for Zoom, and it's something he's exceptionally comfortable on. His team fighting is fantastic. It's a pure joy to watch, so no real surprise that he's going to lock that one in. He's quite happy to play it into anything. We saw him run Teleport Ignite.
That was Bin.
Oh, that was Bin, of course. My apologies. But we've seen the Teleport Ignite into things like the Renekton, and I think that LPL top laners are just very accustomed to playing into that. But of course, with the Renekton already taken off the board, they're not going to have to worry about that. So, Set and Graves locked in on the other side. And it wouldn't surprise me if we also then saw an AP jungler come out from the side of JDG.
It's the first time we've seen Set picked up by DAMWON Gaming. We haven't seen it in any roles so far. Could, of course, be Flex to support for Beryl. Could be a matchup into the Camille in the top lane. Yagao is going to get his Twisted Fate. He is very, very good at that champion. And we saw Showmaker have a pop-off performance on it earlier today.
I wonder what direction JDG will go with the jungle role. One of the issues that they do have is if they go for the Lilia here, it may be difficult for them to be able to actually set up invades and threaten the enemy jungle. But it looks like that they're sticking with it for the time being. Of course, she is still very strong on this matchup, but now JDG, they need engage. So, something we already talked about last game, things like Leona, things like Norless, fit very nicely into compositions like this.
I'm just going to say Ornn's available. Like, Ornn is up.
Yeah, but you wouldn't pick Ornn if you're JDG in this situation. DAMWON still have a lot of room and direction to go with their comp.
Oh, I thought you were talking about DAMWON. Sorry, that's my mistake. That's my mistake.
Yeah, I'm looking from the context of JDG right now. I think DAMWON should look to ban supports now. I would actually ban away Lu Mao's Bard, and I would ban away his Leona. They're 2 of his best champions, in my opinion, and I think that giving him the freedom to roam around the map and basically like set up fights whenever JDG want is a very dangerous thing to do.
So I agree with that. I think the Ezreal ban against Loken makes sense. If you're trying to catch out an AD carry, removing the Ezreal from that pool of AD carries who are available, who has his own dash, his own ability to escape a fight, makes sense, but I would love to see a Bard ban on top of that Ezreal. And JDG actually giving DAMWON a helping hand here as they take away Beryl's Leona.
Okay, but JDG should assume that that set is in support. Unless they think Noguri is going to play it into the Camille, which he might, but I would try and save. If I'm DAMWON, obviously you want to try and save that flexibility to the very end, which is why I would imagine DAMWON is banning out AD carries right now, because their thought process is, well, we have to lock in our AD here, so let's mitigate what options Loken has. This suggests to me that Ghost right now is thinking about the Ashe, which means that you then kind of force Loken onto something like the Jhin, which is often Min's default comfort. It just surprises me that JDG would be the team to actually ban away the Leona themselves when we already talked so much about their need for engage. It could mean that they're thinking about something like a Nautilus, and because they're afraid of Noguri playing the set in the top lane, then if they lock in Nautilus, then the Leona can be used as an answer to it.
And the other option is you play something like the Karma support and use your engage tools just sped up.
JDG?
Yeah, for JDG.
No, I would hate that. I think that would be really bad, because I think that you then lack a front line, you then can't phase check anything, and your ability to play around objectives. Like, it's already pretty hard. Like, you do have Twisted Fate Ultimate, which of course is valuable, but I really think you need a form of front line in the current meta to be able to actually, like, considering how important Drake is, you need something that can just, like, be the first to enter, so that they can, like, you know, be privy to any potential engages or collapses or whatever. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jhin come out from JDG, because I think that is something that Loken has. Ooh, I also actually really like the Misfortune into Kalista. I think her E is really effective at, like, mitigating some of the big strengths that Kalista can have, and actually gives you a lot of power in the early 2 versus 2. And I think Nautilus will come through here.
I mean, Nautilus makes a lot of sense. You lock someone up in the middle of the bullet time, you have the follow-up gold card, you've got the Hexagonum to dive on them as well. It just gives you that little bit extra initiation CC, and then you have all of this follow-up crowd control from the rest of JDG. Rakan does a similar job, but we did mention the Bard as a possible ban, and JDG, they seem to be very happy to give that to Lumao.
Okay, so I'll talk a little bit more about the entire comp once we get closer to game, because, like, there's a lot of elements to it. The one thing that I will say is that you have Yagao on a roaming mid lane champion that he's very effective at. You have Zune on a comfort pick in the context of Camille, and I think that he can also have a very strong performance on that. You have Lumao, again, on one of his most strongest performing champions in the form of Bard. So at least in the context of individual performers, JDG have a lot of comfort across the board. DAMWON now, they are in fact going to put the set in the top lane, and they're going to round their composition out with engage. The early levels with the Kalista Alistar may be a little bit rough, but once they hit level 6, their ability to start a fight is extremely potent. And the great thing about Kalista Alistar is Alistar goes in, if he's in danger, he can then be pulled out, and then he can be thrown back in again to act as another engage tool. So you then have the Galio follow-up, and in theory you have enough damage with the Graves and the Kalista, but I am concerned about DAMWON getting outscaled in this matchup, especially against Zoom, who's only going to get stronger as the game progresses. Now, my biggest concern for Zoom's comp is that they don't have that primary frontline to be able to set up or to contest an objective. They're very reliant on getting to an objective first and setting up on the map first. Now, the caveat to this is you have Twisted Fate Ultimate, which means that you can actually gain full information on where the enemy team is, and if you're willing to expend it early, then it makes it easier to be able to approach these objectives because you don't actually have to face check. This makes things really interesting when it actually comes to these neutral objective fights, and I think that it's going to be very important for JDG to try and mitigate some of the early playmaking tools and mid-game plays specifically that DAMWON Gaming is looking to try and make. We also have to keep our eyes on level 1s. They've obviously been very important in this tournament, and when you're playing the Lilia, let's not forget that it was JDG that used the Lilia to try and set up that early invade, which DAMWON then countered by bringing the Camille down and actually setting up a 5 versus 4, which then allowed DAMWON to snowball the rest of the game.
Alright, so level 1 looks like just a spread out map. Before 2 minutes 30 at this Worlds, we have had 15 kills. Last year at Worlds 2019, we only had 8. So the expectation is that games can be a little bit bloody early on, but it doesn't seem to be the case this game, as both teams have just spread themselves out.
Was that 8 total, like throughout all of groups?
Pre 2 minutes 30, yes.
So, and we haven't even finished groups yet.
That's true.
So that's pretty, the fact that we're already double and we haven't even finished groups yet, that just goes to show how incredibly...
I will say, I brazenly stole that stat off of Shocks on the analyst desk, so it's possible I misheard, but I'm 99% sure I'm correct.
But yeah, so the level 1 is super important. If we have a look at the quick minimap, you'll notice that look at the quick minimap, looking at the minimap quickly, you'll notice that Lilia looks like they're not going to go for any kind of delayed invade. DAMWON did set up some vision to see if that possibility was real, but instead it looks like that Kanavi just going to start on his side of the jungle. No crazy level 1's going to come out from the side of JDG.
An important thing to check early on, Vedius, is always the keystones, the runes that you've taken. Predator Galio for Showmaker, so he'll be looking to try and roam around the map a little bit. Unsealed Spellbook on your Gao, quite common on the Twisted Fate. You can get those extra spell cooldowns, and of course you can switch between, you know, taking the Ignite for a bit of extra lane pressure or using the Teleport to get yourself around the map. Noguri here trading onto Zoom, and he'll be fine. Noguri able just to walk away.
Good trade for him. I imagine the reason why he has the set into the Camille is because he's confident in the matchup. I imagine that in early levels it's actually quite easy to bully, but there is that additional sustain that Zoom is going to have. But then you can't forget the regeneration that a champion like Set does have as well. So just a lot of back and forth skirmishing. But you can see that Zoom kind of conceding that early pressure as Noguri gets an early push and is likely going to drop a ward on the blue buff to gain some information.
Bloom out here, spotting out Canyon. Canyon will just be able to secure the blue buff. He did have his smite, so even if that Bard Q looked like it was going to take the blue, Canyon could have secured it. Kanavi here looking up towards the top lane. Will sweep out this ward, which means Noguri now needs to be that little bit more careful. You never know if the Lilia is going to come for a gank, and although she doesn't have, you know, any CC early on before she hits level 6, you can always lose out on that 2v1.
So nothing too crazy happening in the early game, kind of things going as we expected. Noguri with the early push up towards the top side. Loken and Luma doing exactly the same on the bot side. Meanwhile with Yagao, looking for early pressure. Twisted Fates against Galu, we've been seeing a lot starting with the E to try and pressure, and then kind of collapsing a little bit later on.
Noguri is not in a good position here. Hookshot wall dive will be able to catch him out if Zoom uses it. There's the face breaker, but the damage is coming down onto Noguri. He's got the Haymaker, he's going to use it for the shield, but Yagao's on his way up, and Canyon's trying to turn this around. Noguri has to flash into the tri-bush, but Zoom will jump in and get the kill. Stun coming out, there's the taunt flashed away by Kanavi.
So I do believe that it was JDG that actually secured that first blood. Zoom flashing in to actually secure that kill. But notice that this wave is in a very awkward spot for Zoom. So even though Noguri does die, he's actually going to be a huge benefactor off the back of this, and I like the response. Zoom actually TP'd into the mid lane, now they're looking for a play.
Oh, he stops the Justice Punch with a hookshot wall dive, and Showmaker, no flash, used it in the last fight, and the sweep will get the kill. Camille is 2-1-0 at 4 minutes.
Ooh, and things all just come together for JDG. It looked a little scary in the top lane because of where the wave state was. But JDG recognized, okay, let's send Yagao top. He'll push that wave out, get the last bit of experience, make sure it's not frozen, and then we look for a play in mid. But now Showmaker's back.
Canyon's on the way. There's a minion wave, though, to block up here. Stun card available for Yagao. They turn it back around. Showmaker's dead again. Literally TP'd right back into his own demise.
Yes, he did, and that's only going to bring more disaster into the mid lane. Showmaker is crumbling as JDG get their third kill of the game, and Medic, you already highlighted it. Zoom, the benefactor of every single kill for JDG. They now have a 1k gold lead, and that Camille's going to be very scary, especially in the hands of Zoom.
He's almost got a full inventory. He's almost full build ready. It's 5 items right now. Double Doran's Blade, a long sword, a Ruby Crystal, and a Cull. Which is only going to stack up as the game goes on, of course. Already has a 300 gold bounty as well.
Now, the bright side for Noguri is a lot of experience was lost for Zoom. While he was getting kills, a lot of farm was being denied in the top lane, and you can see that starting to develop in the CS discrepancy in the top lane. But in terms of gold, Zoom is likely sitting very comfortably. He's going to push out this wave, catch those last bit of minions, and Noguri is going to be forced to reset, grab himself an early Vamp Scepter. So it's looking like an early Blade of the Ruin King. At this point in the game, I think that because the levels are even, Noguri, he's probably going to hit 6 first, depending on how quickly Zoom will push out this wave. But this means he can probably still trade in the 1v1. You know, it obviously looks bad, 3-1-0, still a little scary, but the scary thing about Set is how much innate power that the champion does have, and with that early lifesteal, I think he's still going to be a scary contender, but Zoom will hit 6. So that XP difference that I was talking about, clearly not as big as I thought it was. And now Yagao hitting 6 as well. So this is where things start to get very scary for DAMWON. Let's see where Yagao is going to look to roam, because I want to see that ultimate come through. I want to see JDG keeping the pressure up against DAMWON.
You can see Noguri, no flash in the top lane, no teleport. Showmaker, no flash in the mid lane, no teleport. If either of these guys get killed with this first Destiny or get caught out, forced to base, they're going to lose so much experience and gold underneath their towers as the waves push in. Lumao was roaming up towards the mid lane to see if they could do anything against Showmaker, but a nicely placed ward by the Razorbeak spots him out. And bot lane we haven't really talked about too much because there hasn't been much to talk about. As you said, like, MF is good into the Callista, but no level 6s yet for either of them, meaning that you're not going to see that full-on engage from Ghost or Beryl, or the bullet time at Tempered Fate combination that can come out from Lumao and from Loken. Could be a little bit of anti-synergy there, but also if the Bard locks someone up, it makes it so much easier for you to place your bullet time as they get out of the stasis.
Certainly can be. And I think the biggest thing about this is that Callista's not gaining that innate early advantage, because I think as the game progresses, I imagine Loken is going to go for an Infinity Edge build, may go for lethality, we'll have to wait and see, but I think the crit build can still be so devastating because your ult can't crit, of course, which is one of the scariest things about late game Misfortune. And yeah, I think that JDG have so many late game tools that DAMWON have to be really careful of. And the fact that they've already fallen behind in this early game, I think one of their game plans was to try and mitigate some of the early playmaking that Yagao wanted to make. And then kind of try and force plays around the bot side of the map, maybe look for dives once they hit that level 6 mark. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find any of that. They're behind in terms of early objectives. JDG securing that first Inferno Drake relatively early on into the game. They're going to steal the enemy blue buff as well.
You can see DAMWON only able to take away a blue. They will start up the Rift Herald, so they do have a little bit of an option here. You can see how safe Zoom is playing, knowing that he's on the weak side of the map as Kanavi on the Lilia paths down towards bot.
But Yagao has ultimate, noticed in the bot lane as well. Both Lumao and Kanavi are making their way up through the river. With the pressure that Yagao has in mid, they can look to collapse on this.
Swirl Seed.
Disappear. Okay, cool. Good fast clear coming out from DAMWON. I thought that there would have been a window there for JDG to actually contest that, but it looks like that they were a little too slow to make that play reality.
And what I love about this game is, although there are no tournament stakes, right? DAMWON have first, JDG have second place. That's guaranteed for the group. I think it really is going to show us how DAMWON can play from behind, because they haven't really been put behind in any of their games yet in Group B. And with JDG having an early lead, being a very good team, remember JDG took Top Esports to 5 games in their finals. Like, they're not a bad team just because they've lost a couple of games. I'm really looking forward to seeing how DAMWON now navigate being behind this early on.
It's definitely an interesting one because, as you rightly said, DAMWON aren't really used to playing from a deficit.
Yep. At least not at Worlds.
Well, also domestically.
That's
like,
true.
I think Yamato was telling me that they only lost like 5 games throughout the entirety of summer. They had an incredible record. And like the fact that anyone is that dominant in the LCK of all places is incredibly impressive, and why so many people had such high praise for them. And you know, there were a couple question marks for me in terms of their drafting, but you know, it's difficult to doubt this team when they've been so successful. But yeah, it largely comes down to this Galio as an answer to Twisted Fate and how well you can actually use it. Because the thing is, while it does mitigate some of the Twisted Fate's ability to roam, like you often concede pressure in the mid lane, which means that the Twisted Fate always gets to move first. But now we see DAMWON looking to be proactive on the map. They've got a wave in the top lane. They're going to drop the Herald. They're going to crack open what looks to be the first tower of the game. And they're going to funnel this gold onto Noguri. They're going to put a little bit more faith in him, and Canyon's also going to claim some gold, but also they're going to bring this very extended lane to Zoom. Now, there is the risk that Zoom could freeze this. So I actually want to see DAMWON really shove this wave all the way in. And it looks like Canyon is going to hover around Noguri as well, so I like this play. Make sure that it goes all the way to the tower. And you can see that JDG is looking to make the cross map on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, currently Kanavi is down towards the Gromp. Looking to see if he can find a gank here. We'll mention the Lilting Lullaby sleep is not broken by bullet time. So if you manage to get someone asleep as those bullets rain across, they will just keep on pounding. They're not going to actually wake up the enemy. Yeah.
Did not know that.
Persistent damage is its technical name. So bullet time is persistent damage, and it will not wake you up.
So is that Misfortune E as well?
I do not know about Misfortune E. I remember that we had a Lilia versus with MF in Plains, and so I researched it then. It was confirmed by, I believe, Freak, who knows a lot about these things most of the time.
I would trust his opinion, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Very interesting. All right, so hopefully we get to see that combo a little bit later on. because it's definitely devastating, that's for sure. You can see the Canyon, though, still doing very well in terms of the farm. He is, of course, a large benefactor of all those plates that he helped push in with Noguri. So far, Zoom, the fact that he's 3-0, or 3-1, rather, I should correct myself, hasn't resulted in a huge amount in terms of early game snowballing. DAMWON have done a pretty good job of not being punished on the cross map. And now they're actually looking to continue some of their aggression as they look to invade the bot side.
And we haven't really seen the roaming out of JDG that perhaps we would have done as Beryl dives in here onto Lumao. Collateral damage will chase him through the magical journey. And DAMWON Gaming get their second kill of the game with a minute left before that dragon spawns.
So Lumao was a little suspicious that someone may be in that brush, but the Q doesn't connect onto anyone, so he's like, okay, cool. So he then just walks back up to that choke point, but he doesn't realize that Beryl is lying in wait, and then the burst damage comes out from the 3-man unit of DAMWON, and they're able to quickly gain something back. Now, JDG on the offensive.
They're all diving in onto Noguri. Teleport's going to come out as Showmaker wants to join the fray. There's 3 players up here, but Noguri's just killing Zoom. The Hextech ultimatum comes down. Noguri still gets the shutdown. In the end, Kanavi will join up with Yagao. The sleep's going to land onto this Galio. Yagao waiting for the Suncast to come out. It's a double for Kanavi. But Noguri showing in the 1v1, or in the 3v1, he can still win out.
Yeah, that's why you picked the set into the Camille. The amount of sustain that he was able to bring out, the amount of damage he brought to the fight as well, actually made that trade much more worth it for DAMWON. Of course, they still lose 2 members, so JDG still feeling pretty comfortable, but it means that another plate is garnered in the bot lane, and notice that DAMWON now sitting with the gold advantage. After being 1.5k gold down, they've actually been able to come back out onto the map, and they've been able to find a large number of picks. So props to DAMWON. They're going to get their first streak of the game, and suddenly what looked like a devastating early game has actually kind of swung back into DAMWON's favor, even though the gold is very even.
Kanavi's going to try and steal away this red. Will secure it as Noguri unable to get there in time. But a couple of plates were taken by Yagao as that dragon went down. So have another look at this, because Noguri's just, he's having none of this.
So the collapse seems quite straightforward. You know, Yagao with the ultimate, Noguri's a little overextended, but Noguri's like, nope, I'm pretty sure I can win this fight. And he's able to do it. He gets 600 gold off the back of it as well, a huge shutdown. And I think Showmaker didn't actually need to TP into that fight. He didn't use his ultimate, but you know, he didn't really offer a lot.
So I think the taunt on Zoom may have been just enough.
Fair.
Because Zoom had a couple of moments where maybe another precision protocol would have killed Noguri before he could get those final punches in.
I mean, I would argue that there are very rarely situations where if you're getting ganked on a side lane, like TPing in to try and help is not you know, a useful thing to do. Of course, the only other thing DAMWON could have considered is a potential cross-mat dive into the bot lane. Which, you know, Showmaker's ultimate could have been used for, but ends up not happening. Either way, as we were saying, gold still very even, slight advantage for JDG. Looks like JDG's looking for a pick.
Beryl does have his ultimate. There's the bullet time. Beryl's dead. He doesn't even pop his up, but the teleport comes in behind them as Noguri wants a little piece of this action. Tempered Fate's going to stop him in his tracks. Hero's entrance coming out. Noguri dive bombed on, but Zoom is able to escape from the bottom side. There's a lilting lullaby. Here comes Yagao from the top. Ghost trying to trade onto him, but already Canyon is dead. Down towards the bottom side, the showstopper's used onto Loken, but Noguri is caught out in 3 members of JDG. And Noguri, you're not going to win this one this time. Double kill for Yagao. Zoom takes another.
And that ends up being 4 kills going over to JDG. Beryl just respawned, but DAMWON Gaming falling apart here as they're able to find a huge fight on the side of JDG. Beautiful stuff, and it all started with a great pick from Lumao. He catches Beryl out of position. Of course, Beryl not having the flash, ends up getting shut down very quickly, and then DAMWON, they just try to turn the fight back in their favor. Going for that fight when they really didn't need to is what enabled JDG to come out on top, and now they're going to just accelerate that gold lead when the gold is very even, when it was in a pretty relatively safe map state for both sides. DAMWON commit, and they end up getting punished.
And you look at it, like Beryl had ultimate that entire time. You pop that early, you may have getting 55% of damage early doors. You also have the Fate's Call from Ghost. If you can get in range of your Kalista, you can get the hell out of that fight. Beryl a little bit greedy here from DAMWON.
Yeah, let's have a look back. So the root comes through, good damage from both Kanavi and Lumao. As you rightly said, ultimate available for Ghost, ultimate available for Beryl. Neither ends up getting popped, and they think, okay, this is a good collapse for us. 3 versus 3, but then a great ultimate coming out from Lumao. He then flashes out, and then DAMWON realize, oh no, we're being flanked from literally every single side. Yagao gets the initial pick. He then gets another kill onto Ghost.
That's well played.
He's able to mitigate any of the burst with the Great Zhonya's as well. And on the bot side, JDG are able to get a numbers advantage versus Noguri, where they end up getting that kill. So beautifully played by JDG, and they're really going toe-to-toe with DAMWON. It was looking a little shaky after they weren't really able to snowball this Camille, but now that she's got the training force, now that more items are starting to get finished for JDG, you can see that they're in a much better position. And they are the first team in this tournament to really push down to this level.
Showmaker's going to pop the taunt. Destiny has been used by Yagao as well. Canyon forced down towards the bottom side. Yagao actually fighting Noguri here. There's no wave at the tower, so Noguri's actually just going to look for the straight-up dive. Doesn't have the showstopper. Has the Haymaker, turns it around. True damage not quite connecting. Kanavi off towards the top side is being fought by Showmaker, but here comes Loken with the damage. Beryl forced up towards the top of the fight, and he will land the knock-up, but he won't do much more. It's a double for Zoom, 6-2-2 on this Camille.
It's being 3-for-1 overall. DAMWON, they keep ending up in these skirmishes and they do not want to be in. Now, the health regeneration coming in from Noguri. He doesn't have the flash, but... Ooh, just barely misses the W there. And this is going to force Yagao back. We'll give Noguri an opportunity to hit onto the tower, but Zoom is doing the exact same thing on the top side of the map. And while Noguri isn't getting any kills, Zoom is only getting more. 6-2-2 now.
12 kills to 5 at the 17-minute mark and a 4,500 gold lead for JDG. We'll have another look at this fight in the top lane because it did look a little bit like JDG may have overextended.
So, there's the combo that we see. A huge amount of burst coming down onto Canyon. And JDG, they had information, but they realized that they could collapse first. And honestly, they should have felt like the stronger team, which is why they can commit to this fight. Showmaker and Canyon get taken out so extremely quickly that there's very little that DAMWON can do to answer.
I think the important thing about these last few fights is not purely that Zoom is getting, a lot of kills. He's massive, this Camille, but also that other people are picking up these kills. You can see Yagao now 2-0-3, Lichbane, Rod of Ages stacking up. A single kill on Loka means he's got his Essence Reaver, and it looks like Infinity Edge will be next. You've also got Kanavi, who's finished his Runic Echoes, and the Liandry's. Like, everyone on JDG is so much more scary, and you don't only have to think about Zoom.
It's very true. But DAMWON, they're first on the objective. They're going to burst this one out very quickly. JDG, they don't look like that they're going for a fight right now. A couple ultimates still not available. Yagao wants to have that ult up before committing to a fight, especially without having all the info.
Felt a little bit like they were looking for the Swell Seed into Sleep into Bullet Time combo once again. Couldn't quite find it though. JDG have taken the towers in the top and the bottom lane. But this mid tower for DAMWON has stood in every game but one here at Worlds. PSG took it earlier on, and JDG are looking to match that record by taking the second mid turret against DAMWON. Ghost trying to force them back with a little bit of damage on Zoom, but you can see where the wave state is here, Vedius. It looks like both of them are pushing for JDG.
It's a bit awkward for JDG because, like, I'm pretty sure bot lane is slow pushing in their favor, which means, like, a lot of farm is just slowly going to waste. Meanwhile, on the top lane, I think the same thing is happening. So ideally what JDG want is for DAMWON to go and catch these waves, but there's no real need for them now. So JDG have to push them out, which is why we can see Yagao actually going top and Lumao getting picked off.
Yeah, Beryl just jumps straight in. Noguri's going to take the kill. Here's the hero's entrance. Loken uses the heal to get the movement speed to get the hell out of there because he wanted none of that Swell Seed. Dodge just goes wide. Here's the Destiny coming in from Yagao as well, and Zoom tries to dive in. The bullet time comes out, but the shutdown goes over to Ghost. Beryl doing a lot of work on the front line. The sleep's going to land only onto one. Noguri will fall, but JDG only able to get a 1-for-1 trade so far. 1-for-2, sorry. Ghost flashes the wall and will just about escape me down towards the bottom of this. Showmaker has just managed to sneak by the enemy lines and should be able to back by these Krugs. In fact, he's going to execute. Is he? Did he just show?
Not entirely sure, but either way, it looks like he's going to get away to safety. Stun comes through. Ooh, good damage coming out from Canyon. And
I'm loving these fights, really.
Yeah, they're very explosive. A bit of a shift from what we've seen in the first two games that we cast. And it's the fact that JDG took that fight that surprised me. We talk a lot, and there's kind of been this stereotype around LPL teams that they will just fight you, and it's because of fights like that that stereotype exists. They were at a numbers disadvantage, yet they still committed to the fight, because something that I think LPL teams recognize very well, number one, is item spikes. When they realize that they're in a better position to fight, then they're more than happy to take fights. But the other thing they track very well is ultimates. So a lot was actually used from DAMWON to get that initial pick onto Lumao, and they realized, hey, this actually could be a good opportunity for us to get the re-engage. Now, of course, they end up losing 2 members off that because Zoom overcommits and gets himself in a very awkward position. And they don't actually convert it into a huge amount off the back of it. But now they may be looking for a pick onto Noguri.
Yeah, Noguri is all on lonesome here. He's going to pop the showstopper, counter TP coming out. Zoom's going to have to flash the wall, but Yagao has the stun card locked in. There's the exhaust onto the set. The Haymaker coming out, the Temper Fate into a 4-man taunt. Bevel's on his way as well. Noguri gets Zoom, and now this could be an incredible fight for DAMWON as Ghost is off towards the top side fighting against Kanavi. Showmaker quite low. Low can try to do the damage that he can. Bullet time coming out. Hits Bevel. Hero's entrance now going to dive bomb back onto Noguri. Kanavi off towards the top of this fight isn't able to get in, but Canyon snuck behind them. Canyon is here, and he is darn angry. Collateral damage goes in. The bait's call lands Bevel on the back line, and he gets the shutdown onto Kanavi. And this is an incredible fight for DAMWON Gaming. Yagao and Lumao have to walk away.
That looks like a 3-0 in favor of DAMWON. And remember, it's JDG that started that fight off. They tried to get the TP flank in from behind, but Noguri, he played that exquisitely, utilizing his ultimate to buy a little bit more time, separating Zoom from the rest of his team, and then the rest of DAMWON finally show up. Now, DAMWON making their way towards the Baron. Are they actually going to start this objective off knowing that Kanavi is still dead for another 8 seconds?
Yagao with the Lich Bane and Rod of Ages stacking up, going for a Seeker's Arm Guard Zonya's, but doesn't have it yet, and Bevel is looking for that engage opportunity. What else have we got up? Only Noguri's, only the showstopper, and Zoom is looking for the fight on the backline. Showmaker already down, Bevel forced away, the Baron down to 2,000 HP. There's no jungler in the pit here with DAMWON. It just needs Canyon to secure it. Ghost will take it. Yagao dodges away from the face breaker, goes back in with the stun card, but the showstopper knocks him against the wall and keeps Ghost alive for the moment. Noguri's going to sacrifice himself as he dives onto Yagao, can't quite get there, and Zoom will take another 3 Barons down for DAMWON.
Wow, okay, so DAMWON realize they have to commit to this objective. They know they can secure it with Kalista and Graves having smite. They walk away, but they lose 3 members. JDG are going to quickly look to try and punish DAMWON for this, as they have the rise set on the Drake spawning in 30 seconds, along with a tier 2 tower. Crazy stuff between the 2 teams. This is much more of what we expected from 2 of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, no 10k gold lead for DAMWON at the 21-minute mark is a much better sign for JDG, especially after they lost to PSG earlier today.
But I think we also get to see some of the really fun team fighting from DAMWON. Like, it was so good how they were able to turn that bot lane fight around. So much patience being shown. The fact that Showmaker, after losing the vast majority of his health, then re-engages with the ultimate once more. Like, just very well played. Beautifully done. And now DAMWON, with the Baron buff, a little bit more gold under their belt. Yes, they're definitely still weaker, but items have started to come through. Look, Set working on his 3rd item, likely to be the Death Stance. They're going to get themselves their 3rd Drake of the game, putting themselves on Soul Point, but it's still a 3.5k gold deficit. So these fights, they're going to continue to happen. JDG and DAMWON definitely not afraid to go toe-to-toe.
And it's so strange because we see fights go either way depending on the smallest of margins. Like, does the sleep connect where we want it to? Does Noguri get a big Haymaker shield, or does he not manage to get the damage mitigation from that? Showmaker is now looking for the flank position. Beryl going in. That's a Righteous Glory on. The Alistar is going to be able to find the engage, but only onto Yagao. There's the taunt. Tempered Fate lands on 2, and Yagao able to dodge just to the side of it. Lumao placed that perfectly. Base Cool's going to pull back Beryl, and they are wanting to get out of this fight. But with the Destiny, Yagao's actually going to reposition into the mid lane, and there's a TP flank here coming out from Zoom. Has the Hex Ultimatum, has the engage, dives in, 3-man stun, there's the Hex Ultimatum, and Ghost is done for. The bullet time rips DAMWON Gaming to absolute shreds. Beryl will fall as well, and JDG find a perfect flank in the mid lane.
What looks like a great engage from DAMWON was completely mitigated by Lumao's Bard ultimate. Like, that was just picture perfect. Oh, and now, was he called out?
Tactical, oh, they missed the tactical sweep!
He misses it, but either way, JDG still walk away as the victors off the back of that fight. The TF ultimate combined with the TP from Zoom. Zoom getting a 3-man stun off, like, everything just came together for JDG off the back of that, and now that Baron has done nothing to help DAMWON get back into this game.
And DAMWON have lost 2,500 gold across the course of the Baron power play. JDG now with a 5,000 gold lead. Let's look at where they are in terms of items. Ravenous Hydra, Trinity Force, finished on Zoom. Zonya's Lich Bane, Rod of Ages, and a rapid fire cannon on its way for Yagao. The ability to stand that little bit further back from an Alistar, from a Galio, and still connect with your stuns in a team fight is going to be monumental for JDG. Canyon looking to sneak something away, perhaps hoping someone face checks him, but no one is going to step into that portion of the jungle, so he will just retreat.
So I want to remind viewers very quickly, if you have just joined us, DAMWON, because they are 5-0, because it is impossible, even if JDG win to catch up, there will be no tiebreaker. DAMWON is locked in first in this group. What these two teams are playing for is not only for pride, but to showcase the caliber that these two teams are bringing to this tournament. JDG, they had a bone to pick with DAMWON after they got slaughtered in their first matchup. And the fact that both teams have been going toe-to-toe, but JDG have just been consistently coming out ahead in the 5v5, showcases the caliber of this team. Now, there's still a lot left of this game to be played, but we're looking at the Cloud Soul to be the next primary tool to fight. DAMWON still have ways to get back into this game, but it's going to be hard. Feels like JDG do have the scaling advantage, and DAMWON need to try and prevent JDG from getting these optimal fights. They're flanking around, they're looking for a collapse. On to Yagao, and I think they're going to find it.
Face check straight into him. Bell's going to knock him away, and actually that gives Yagao a moment. It's going to lock the stun card. Flashes away from the collateral damage, and the flash chases in. Beryl flashing, igniting, because he knocked Yagao away at the start.
Yeah, not ideal there for DAMWON Gaming, but they do get themselves a pick onto Yagao. A lot of flashes had to be expended. This will slow JDG down a little bit, allow them to get a little bit more control back over the map, set up some vision towards the top side if they want. DAMWON still 4K gold behind though. A pick is pretty much all that was. Does get Yagao's flash, which could be valuable later on as fights are continuing to get closer and closer.
Yeah, and you can see with only a minute left on the Baron and a minute on the Cloud Drake, these two teams have to decide which objective is more important. Now, Cloud Soul, it does give you something. You know, you're getting cooldown reduction, you're getting ultimate cooldown reduction. It definitely helps. You get all that extra movement speed as well. The question is, do you value that more than the buff the Baron gives you for that short period of time? Usually something that is permanent is more valuable than something that is impermanent, something that falls off. And there are times teams make the decision that they just want the pressure from a Baron immediately and do not care about that permanent buff.
I mean, movement speed can be really valuable later on into the game as well, especially when you have to play so much of the map. Being able to get back into lanes, especially when you reset, it can all stack up. It can be very valuable depending on how it's used. Canyon going to take a huge hit there. It looks like JDG trying to garner information. Regrouping in the mid lane, getting that push. And now they're looking for the collapse.
It's being used. There's no vision in this bush where Canyon and Beryl are waiting, but you can see Beryl with the Oracle's just going to sweep out that ward. Can go with the Hex Flash engage here if he wants on the Alistar. Has Shurelia's and the Righteous Glory. So as soon as he wants to go forward, he will do so at a fair lick. DAMWON Gaming have control of the Baron right now, but the bottom side river is entirely JDG's. Beryl still looking for a flank position here. Lumao is going to be the one to face check. You said in pick and ban, Betty. JDG don't have the easiest ways to walk into darkness. It's Lumao who has to check, and that Bard is pretty darn squishy. That zombie ward up towards the top side here, doing a lot of work for JDG as they spot Beryl, Ghost, and Canyon, who are stepping forward. Blastcone's going to knock them back. But the JDG have regained control of the river.
They can do a lot with the priority that they have in mid lane. Speaking from the perspective of JDG, of course. They now have control of a bot river. They have information on top. Like, the entire river belongs to JDG right now. Lumao going to reset so that he can stock back up on vision, and DAMWON going to have to expend that for now. They're going to start off the Baron. This is, of course, very fast. The ultimate from Yagao, unavailable, so they will have to face check this.
Lumao does have the Temper Fate. Beryl looking for the flank. The Hex Flash across the wall is going to be incredible to put a time. Stopped immediately. Loken goes golden, but can JDG fight back from their AD carry? Just being deleted. Lumao tries to dive into the front line. There's a showstopper from Noguri. Kanavi uses his stopwatch as well, but Zoom has killed Ghost. Now Yagao opening up with the blue cards, trying to get the damage down. Kanavi's going to fall. Yagao fighting off in a 2v1. Has to use a stopwatch of his own. Zoom trying to act as the body man, act as a bouncer. Yagao has a blue locked in once again, and now it's Zoom v3. The GA will bring him back, but immediately he's going to get sent straight packing for the fountain. He turns it back around. He kills Canyon. The jungle is down. And JDG Zoom may have just saved the game for his team.
What an incredible fight. The flank from Beryl to lock up Loken removed so much of the damage from JDG, but Zoom was not willing to go down without a fight. Taking out the jungle might deny DAMWON the Baron, but they will secure themselves the Cloud, so they'll open up the Elder Drake, and DAMWON saying, it doesn't matter what kind of deficit we're at, we will fight our way back into this game, and what a fight that was.
As we said earlier, Vedius, Cloud Soul still impactful, still important, but nowhere, well, not always as powerful as a Baron. Killing off Canyon by Zoom at the end of this fight, but the early flank from Baron.
Oh, so good, because it just completely locks up Loka, and the rest of the team can't help. Lumao tries to flash in and help, but then all he does is lure Canyon away, and this ends up being a 4 versus 3. Kanavi buys a lot of time, doing a lot of damage as well, and then it's Yagao and Zoom. Huge props to Yagao. The way in which he plays this alongside Zoom, you can see why they're called the Dumpling Duo, because they work beautifully. And that play was delicious as JDG. They can secure the Baron.
Canyon tried to get it with the collateral damage, but I think he was still just coming off the respawn timer.
That must have been the fact that because DAMWON took so long to take the Cloud Drake, it took them so long to reset. You can see the teleport was used from Showmaker, but they were not there in time. JDG respond in kind, and they will get themselves the Baron buff immediately, giving themselves control over the game once more.
This game doesn't matter, Vetty. Like, what did he see? This is one of the most fun games I have watched at Worlds so far, and they are fighting over pride. It is incredible to see JDG continue to strike back. 5,000 gold, their lead. It's been up and down throughout the course of the game, but now 31.5 minutes in, JDG have the Baron for the next 2.
What JDG prove with this game is that DAMWON is not infallible. This team that looked unstoppable can in fact be beaten. It requires a lot.
Yep.
You need the skill to do it, because you can see consistently throughout this game, DAMWON have been willing to fight you. They have outplayed JDG in team fights. They have found windows where they can come back, but it is possible. And JDG have looked damn good doing it. 21-16 is the kill score. With the Baron buff, they're knocking on the doors of the base of DAMWON. This could be the last line of defense as JDG now gather to try and get a victory over the undefeated DAMWON.
It is the first time at Worlds 2020 that DAMWON have lost an inhibitor tower. It is the first time they have lost an inhibitor. And for JDG, they are looking for their first win over one of the tournament favorites. JDG came in as a pre-tournament favorite to win the title as well, and now they are trying to play the map. They're trying to pull DAMWON all asunder. As you can see, Yagao teleports up to the top lane, has the Destiny. Lumao has base, he's going to rejoin his team, but super minions on their way in the bottom lane, trudging along that wave. Will slowly start pushing into the base. Showmaker and Noguri up here, but the Destiny will spot them out.
JDG now looking to play through 2 lanes. As you mentioned, the super minions stacking up bot, so JDG can just keep pressuring the topside jungle, limit the options available to DAMWON, and slowly work their way closer and closer towards another inhibitor. DAMWON are going to need another miracle fight in order to come back into this game, because JDG very strong, especially with so many items being completed.
And you're looking for summoner spells, you're looking for flashes. Noguri doesn't have his. Showmaker, none on him. Ghost doesn't have a flash either. On the other side, Yagao is the only player on JDG with a flash. Beryl, a lot of this rests on him. Can he find the engage? Can he get in onto that backline and allow Noguri the time to get there? Because of course Set doesn't have any inherent gap closers. Like you have to run at your opponent, so if Beryl can lock them up and keep them there for you, you can do a lot of work. Noguri though, stunned up. Had to use the Haymaker already. Super Minions now on the Nexus Towers. Yagao stepping forward, has the Rapid Fire Cannon on this Twisted Fate. That extra range to harass these towers, to barrage DAMWON Gaming. And as you said, Vedius is looking very much like gods can bleed.
Thing is though, DAMWON can continue to hold the line because no one from JDG is pushing in the mid lane. They need to keep the pressure up on all 3 lanes if they really want to try and split DAMWON apart, because as a collective, DAMWON do have enough wave clear to hold the line. So it looks like JDG, they're going to relieve some of the pressure for now, steal away some more camps, deny as much farm and experience, along with gold, away from DAMWON.
Important notes here, Vedius. Loken now has a GA, and Zooms is about to come back off cooldown. So there was a window where DAMWON could have played around the fact that Zoom didn't have a Guardian Angel. It's now back for him in just a moment's time. You can see the wisp of air appears around him once again, and with Baron up in 2 minutes and the Elder Drake up in 1:40, that single item can turn the favor for JDG. Collateral damage was used there to try and stop Lumao backing away. Just those little few extra seconds can have a big impact. And of course, Canyon's ultimate is, well, it's almost back off cooldown. He's got 3 Cloud Drakes and a Cloud Soul.
For now, they're just getting a little bit of vision towards the bot side of the map. They know the Elder spawning in 1:15. And that's kind of like the best hope that they have. If they get that objective, then winning team fights becomes a lot easier. But of course, you have to get the objective, and to do that, you've got to leave your base. They've been given this brief window, but I want to see JDG now go back on the offensive, start threatening these towers. Zoom has TP, send the Camille up into the top lane, create this dual pressure so that DAMWON is forced to split. Of course, they also have teleports themselves that can try and match, but because of how strong Zoom is, it feels like that he's going to be difficult to deal with regardless if we get sent into him. But instead, JDG, they're just staying grouped. They're not leveraging the teleport for the time being. Instead, they're focused on trying to find a potential pick, maybe a fight.
Showmaker on the wrong side of the wall. Noguri down towards the bottom side of this. Zoom diving in. Showmaker's going to flash away. Now Canyon opens up onto Zoom. There's the bullet time. Double stopwatch used by Canyon and Showmaker. Noguri, though, going in with the showstoppers. The rest of his team is not there, but the hero's entrance is a little bit too late. Showmaker dive bombs into the middle of JDG. The ignite goes down as Beryl will be the first to fall. Showmaker follows shortly after. And JDG, they welcome DAMWON with open arms. They said, dive into us as much as you want. We'll take your lives. We'll take your Nexus. And we will take the first win over DAMWON Gaming at Worlds 2020. Gods can bleed, and JDG showed us that today as they will defeat DAMWON Gaming in the final game of Group B. In a moment's time.
In a moment's time, they'll take the Nexus. I wanted to give you your moment, Medic, but JDG did not.
They had other plans.
What an exciting game from both teams. I think we saw a great back and forth. Of course, JDG, they will not be able to get that tiebreaker because they lost to PSG. We could have had another game. We could have had one more to determine first place in this group, but alas, we shall not. What an exciting game, though. Back and forth. It felt like that from the beginning, JDG were really in control, but DAMWON did such a great job of like clawing that gold gap back, finding so many impressive team fights and really making JDG work for it and showcasing why there is so much respect shown towards DAMWON. But it was JDG that was consistently coming out ahead in the fights later on. The execution that they were able to find, these small windows where they could punish DAMWON were there, and they were able to execute upon it fantastically. What a great game from both teams. Definitely both going to be terrifying moving into the quarterfinals.
Whoever is first seeded has to play JDG. I am not very happy.
I mean, bear in mind, you also look at it in the context, like JDG, they've beaten both Suning and Top Esports domestically, you know? So either way, like, the LPL representatives could end up being knocked out by a team that has made 2 back-to-back finals. They won in spring, and they went to 5 games in summer. So, like, there's a reason why this JDG team is very scary. And
it's Worlds. That's why it's so exciting.
Yes.
We are going to check out more of that JDG game, though, because in our Mercedes drive to victory, we'll have a look at their bot lane fight. 14 minutes into the
Which
game.
one was this? There were a lot of fights, Medic. This is the one. Yes, so this was a big punish from JDG, and this is where we actually saw some of the over-aggression from DAMWON. At this point, I think they just accept the fact that, hey, we just lost Beryl, there's not much we can do, but they actually commit the teleport in from the flank. They know that the Galio ultimate can come through, but I think that we consistently saw Lumao landing such great Bard ultimates pretty consistently throughout this game.
There's a reason you have to be so scared of this guy, like, especially the one up at Baron Pit was just pixel perfect, and you can see Noguri tries to do what he can, but Zoom is there, ready and waiting to dive on into him. And of course, you have to remember Yagao's flank off towards the top side as well. His ability to 2v1 using the stopwatch to make sure he couldn't be rendered down. In all honesty, I think this game really showed and solidified for me why JDG are one of the tournament favorites. It was well executed. Even when DAMWON Gaming started to fight back, JDG was still able to find avenues and advance the tempo of the game. But for now, we're stepping away, but we'll always be back with more takeaways from Group B after this.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power Unstoppable. Master warriors. Ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly.
And welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2020. I'm happy you're still with us. We just saw JD Gaming put an end to DAMWON's undefeated streak, and although there was not much on the line today, it was a banger of a game.
Yeah.
Before that, though, I'm gonna need my experts to weigh in on this replay. It was, I know this is a stressful situation.
Look at the mechanical execution on this fist bump.
Oh,
Going left, right, end up with a handshake out of a fist
Production,
bump.
we're gonna need a replay. Okay, here we go.
Bit slower, please.
And
I really think it was.
Oh my god. It's a, I mean, happens once, shame on you. Happens twice, happens thrice.
It's like you think, I know what he's thinking, I'm gonna do this now and this is gonna work. Oh no, okay, well now I know what he's thinking, I'm gonna do this now and then it works out. Hey, we all had those moments. I know you're cringing at home, but have you not ever done that?
I've never done that.
What?
I'm pretty sure I've gone for that. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, it was actually a super interesting game. JDG won, so DAMWON is not undefeated. And this is what we wanted to see out of JDG actually in earlier games so that they could still contest for the #1 spot, FLICKR.
Yeah, 6s across the board right there in chat for JDG. This was an all-star performance from them. Now, that said, I don't feel like we'd see another Galio come out of Showmaker. I know Galio's a good pick into the Twisted Fate. You follow him around, but I do think that JDG threw one of their best drafts, some of their best individual champions. The Camille, the Bar, the Twisted Fate was coming out, and it felt like DAMWON, while yes, they still wanted to win, yes, they looked very impressive, yes, it was Barrel's Alistar, I don't think that we'll see another Callisto from them.
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially after all these AD carry bans. I think they may be more cautious dropping the AD carry to 4 or 5, or at least make sure you have another option, because I do think it doesn't bode well for them if the AD carry position is that shafted to a certain extent. I don't think we will see another Zoom Camille, honestly. Having that be a first pick is so crucial for blue sides right now, because I do think that blue sides have to kind of settle for champions in the top lane that have that engaged potential, and I think there's basically only Camille and the Ornn.
We talked so much about the top lane at the beginning of the day, actually, and it's getting a bit dicey because indeed you have the Camille, you have the Ornn, and you know, you can't always be sure that you're going to be able to beat the enemy top laner, especially if it's an OPL top laner, even with a good matchup. So it's going to be tricky there.
Sorry, I'm looking at the...
No, yeah, that wasn't on screen. Actually, there's another replay on here.
A lot of things going on right now.
A lot of things going on indeed. So talk to me about how the group evolved. This was going to be the big battle mostly for #1 between JDG and DAMWON in this day, and Dot got knocked out. Rogue got knocked out with PSG early on as well. There were some upset, and JDG drops the ball. What do we walk away with here?
Partial disappointment, I would suppose.
Yes.
But I mean, I can understand Rogue's underperformance ever since they have been out of the group, honestly. I think it makes sense once you're in that position, when you lose out on the potential to make it out of it, that you don't perform as well anymore because your hopes are just crushed. I am pretty happy with DAMWON's performance, though. They actually lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
And especially in a 3-game day, like bringing every single day, game besides, I guess, the last one where they're kind of experimenting a bit. I think it strikes fear into other people, like when I see the team play.
It does.
It was hilarious. He was like, I'm disappointed. I was like, yeah, I am disappointed that we didn't get to see another game between DAMWON.
Oh, I guess that's disappointing too.
And then you're like, oh, Rogue. I was like, oh, yeah, right, Rogue. Oh, that one hurts.
Well, Frost, check in with me in terms of JDG, tournament favorites conversation. They were up there. They got knocked down a peg. Does this game now bring it back, even though you yourself said, well, DAMWON wasn't giving it their full potential in drafts, at least? What do you take from this?
Yes, because I think finally people got to see the full potential that is JDG. And that's the thing. Like, if you run that performance back to a DAMWON at their top performance, like, I would still have DAMWON as the tournament favorites and should win the tournament, but like, this is what people need to get excited for. This is what people need to understand. Like, JDG and TES went to 5 games both times this year. So all of that respect and all of that fear that you have of TES also needs to be applied to JDG, and they were getting kind of the FPX treatment for a little bit for dropping the PSG game.
Maybe they're both bad if they both met in the finals. I'm just kidding. Devil's
They're
advocate,
both
they're clearly very good.
Yeah,
I know you have to be very clear these days on the internet. It's a joke. They're both really, really good.
No, we heard Vanna talk about how the Chinese teams are in scrims. Apparently, they're better than the Korean ones. So I do think that maybe some stage hitters in the best-of-1 system could have actually been played out now for JDG. So maybe their best-of-5 performance is actually better because they are the brains overbroad.
And I like that you brought up FPX because that was a clear example. You know, they got taken down by Splice, and all of a sudden people were like, well, they're not that good. And then boom, they win the whole thing very easily. Very easily, indeed. Quick looking ahead to the next day then, Fnatic, Gen.G, LGD,
it's my favorite day.
I feel like if the stakes were done after 2 games today, this is the creme de la creme. This is like...
This is the party, the fiesta that can happen.
Yes. Oh, anything can happen in this group. Amazing. What do you think? You've been part of some of these lineups,
The TSM run back.
The TSM run back?
3-0.
Well, they started 0-3 and we know how hard that is, but it's not impossible.
I mean, Fnatic
I'm not convinced either, by the way.
I mean, we've seen Fnatic come back from it.
We've seen crazier things, actually.
The thing about this group is I think that there's just so much uncertainty here. Like, no one is very willing to be like, oh yes, Fnatic, clearly the top team since they have the win over Gen.G. I think most people are still holding Gen.G in a high regard. And then you have the LPL fans like, But
LGD ramping up.
LGD could get out of that. Meanwhile, North America's like, please, anything right now.
LGD is starting to look like a team.
Yes.
I think throughout play-ins, I think maybe we just got a bad impression, obviously, because of the underperformance. They still made it out in the best of 5-2. They dominated to a certain extent, and now being 2-1 in that group is actually kind of surprising given the performance before that. So they're definitely ramping up, and I think any single week that they have more to practice, I think they'll become better. So
yeah, we saw that improvement, and that's starting to get scary. There might be 4 LPL seeds that get on to the next round. Then we can. They definitely deserve that 4th seed in that case. But you're right, there is so much uncertainty, which is what I love, and I actually think it's going to get super crazy. Because everyone can beat everyone, and everyone practically almost did last time around, I think it's going to be crazy. I don't think TSM is out of it just yet either. They're going to get some wins on the board, and it's going to mess everything up, and I'm down. Let it be crazy tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bought in.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
We're bought in. All right, so we're going to talk more about tomorrow and a bit more about today as well in just a second in Cooldown with Dash and crew, but that'll be it from us. We'll get some sleep for that crazy day tomorrow.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm, your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds. Today, we concluded Group Stage Round Robin 2 for Group B. I'm joined by Raz, Azael, and Mark Z to break down the happenings of the day. Lyric will be joining us in just a bit to talk about JDG's performance as well. But gents, An interesting day because looking at the schedule coming into the day, it was set up for what could have been some very interesting tiebreakers, either for that top spot or for the second spot, depending on how the earlier games went. But unfortunately, we avoided all that craziness for the sake of hype.
PSG saved us, apparently. Or at least saved DAMWON from...
Saved?
Huh?
They saved DAMWON.
They doomed us.
Yeah, they saved DAMWON. You're right. They ruined our viewing experience in terms of the tiebreaker hopefuls.
It's one of those things where, JD, you just had to take down PSG if you wanted to continue forward, right? Like, I don't know. DAMWON was definitely happy watching that series.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed after seeing, I felt like the JDG that we've all been waiting for finally show up in that last game. You know, they had such hype around their team fighting, all these kinds of things. DAMWON was also fighting from behind, making it really scrappy and close. And I was like, sick. If only we could have had it mean something, or we could have had a tiebreaker between them.
Yeah.
It was what I was finally waiting to see. Finally got that matchup, and it's at the end without the narrative push behind it.
Right, yeah, it added insult to injury, really, watching them win that game and knowing what could have been. But with that, Azael, DAMWON does move into that first seed, but it's important to note that they did drop one game as they came in undefeated to the day.
They did drop the game, but it's always so hard to know what do you take from that last game, right? There was no implications for either team at that point. They had already locked in first place. Are they actually going to bring what they believe is their A game against a team that they may have to face, you know, in knockout stage later on? You know, you don't really want to show anything at that point if you're DAMWON. So do you put more stock in the fact that JDG beat DAMWON or the fact that they lost to PSG, right? Do you put more stock in the fact that DAMWON slammed 5 games in a row and then after securing first place, you know, lost the game to JDG? It's like, it's really hard to know what exactly to take away, I think, from that final game. But overall, DAMWON looked monstrous. I still think that they have, throughout the entirety of the group stage, looked like the best team in the tournament.
Yeah, for me, it always comes down to the eye test, because I've seen games like in the LPL where it's a third place match, and just watching the games, you know that the teams aren't necessarily taking it seriously. But in this case,
third place match this year was something.
It's a chef's kiss. But in this case, like I saw both teams, like I think for sure JDG elevated in the moment, and then from DAMWON there were great moments. Like for instance, Beryl finding that one flank play I thought was insane. So like it really, for me watching it, you could see DAMWON when they're behind finding plays to crawl back into the game, you know, quote unquote. So it was still a high level game in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think even though they fell behind early on, I was still impressed by the level of team fighting from DAMWON, especially Nuggery. He was incredible on the set, which is sometimes hard to look incredible on. You know, it is more straightforward of a kit, but he still had some insane plays, and I think he's stepping up and delivering on the promise that we had last year when he first showed up as being one of the best top laners in the world. Then he's had some struggles. This year, he's really slammed that point home that he is up there as the best in the world potentially, and I can't wait to see him in best of 5s when people start getting counter picks back and forth and seeing his full champion pool and what he can really break out.
Azael?
Yeah, I think DAMWON, you know, they were playing a serious game. I'm not trying to say by any means that they weren't trying in that game. I just think one of the things that this game felt like it lacked a little bit compared to some of the others was the preparation, the pre-planning that we have seen. You know, when you compare to some of the other games, it felt like both the drafting as well as what they were actually showing on the Rift was incredibly impressive, and I think that when they get to best of 5 stage, I would be so terrified for whoever they play against. I pretty much don't even care who they play against. I'm pretty sure they're going to 3-0 them if they bring the same level of planning and the same level of play that they brought to those first handful of games in the group stage.
And the stat that flew at us, for me, that was shocking, is the 47% forward percentage for him. Like that has been a constant. Every time I look topside, he is just pressuring a person under turret. Obviously, it's been concocted by the draft, but also if he's given a good lane state, he makes it work. And he has Canyon hovering him consistently. It's just that if you're going up against this team, they will pound you on the top side of the map. And it's frustrating if you're up against them and you have to find a way to combat that. I think they're really smart in the draft of being able to create a positive situation for Nuggery as well.
Well, I think it's amazing to see, that this guy who actually has such an incredible K+A, he is so active, but he also has these monstrous farm advantages that we've been seeing him create. So oftentimes it feels like it's kind of like one or the other, where someone, is really high on the farm, but they're a little bit lower in the kill participation, or they're high in the kill participation, but we say, well, they're sacrificing their farm, they're sacrificing their jungle to get their laners ahead. He's like, oh, actually, you can just do both. You just farm the enemies and then you farm their jungle after they're dead and you take everything. So Canyon has been kind of just running people over, it felt like, in this group stage. And especially, the first performance against JDG, that prep that they showed actually against Kanavi, who a lot of people I think had as the #1 jungler in the world coming into this event, was amazing.
Mark?
Yeah, I was just going to say just how dominant he was on Graves. I don't think he should get that the rest of the tournament. He got it 3 games in a row today and just stomped every single game for the most part. I mean, the last one a little bit less so. But the 13 kill game versus Rogue was pretty crazy to watch.
All right, but be honest with me, Mark. Which champion do you want to give to Canyon?
Is there a way I can trick him into playing like Skarner?
There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah. If I can, here's what we do.
Mind control.
Here's what we do. We get Captain Flowers on a call with Canyon, and I think he is the only person in the world who might be able to convince him to make the pick.
You can tell him about the butt twist, convince him to play it.
Triforce, just say.
Raz, close us out. Yeah.
Yeah, like Canyon for me, everyone. The most common question I get was like, what's the difference between DAMWON last year and this year? And it has been Canyon and the team working together. Canyon last year was the jungler that had high highs, but you would see him in games where he would get caught out randomly, or he would have inconsistent moments. I don't see that anymore. It's that kind of experience that has been injected along the year of like not only having that Worlds performance last time around, but then having the entire year with the squad that I feel like has really had matured him. So I've been really excited watching Canyon play, and it's just been a constant. That's why we're highlighting him. Him and Nuguri, for me, are going to be the key to this team's success. And we've already seen like players like Beryl and Showmaker have insane moments. So this is like they are a world favorite next to TOP.
Yeah, a very scary team to say the least. That top side in particular, as you pointed out, 5-1 is where they end the group stages. So missing that undefeated streak. But I really love the point you threw in there, Azael, about the impact of that final match. And so how much can you really take away from it? We are going to step away for a brief moment. On the other side, Lyric is joining us to talk about all things JD Gaming. More Worlds Cooldown to come after this. Welcome back to World's Cooldown, presented by State Farm. We're welcoming FLICKR joining us to talk about JD Gaming's performance here on the second round robin.
Yes, just got so much more handsome. Wow.
It did. It really
Wow.
did. Yeah, just the whole average went up. How you doing, FLICKR?
You know, you guys were talking about it at the start of the day, but a little bit salty after being denied the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, at least it wasn't a tiebreaker to get out of the groups that we had to miss out on yesterday. So your team's still alive here, Lyric. Take what you can get.
That is fair, but man, looking at that game up against PSG, it's so disappointing because if you're a longtime LPL fan, if you're a longtime JDG fan, you know this draft is not JDG at all. Seeing Zoom on the Kale, seeing Luma on the Karma, didn't make a lot of sense, but great that we pulled through at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to raise some eyebrows that against that team in what should have been an expected win, you know, they didn't go with comfort. They didn't go with that sure thing. And then, you know, in a sense, denying themselves that opportunity for the tiebreaker at the end of the day. That said, Azael, I do want to talk about this squad because, well, okay, we didn't get that, you know, hype tiebreaker. This is a scary team that has been grouped with a number of the other teams as a tournament favorite, even while being a second seed coming out of this group.
Yeah, I mean, I had them in my top 3 for Worlds, you know, coming into it, along with Top and DAMWON. That's why I was actually so excited for this matchup, and so actually let down after the first time that they played DAMWON, where they just got completely dismantled. Because yes, they are a second seed, but we didn't get to see them at MSI. They won in spring in an incredibly contested series against Top. You know, they lost to Top in summer, but it was in a 5-game series. These two teams have been neck and neck in the LPL all year long, and I think people sometimes overlook that and are just saying, yeah, okay, like they're clearly a tier below Top because they are, you know, not the #1 seed, but I think that they're very close to on par with them. I don't know if you agree, Lyric, but you know, this is a team that has impressed me all year long, and I have incredibly high expectations for them coming into the event.
Yeah, for me, these two teams were like pound for pound going back and forth. We sold it as, you know, Brain JDG versus Brawn Top Esports, and that's why I think their world showing has been a bit underwhelming, but at the same time, I'm holding out hope that it's 2019 FPX all over again. We're going to get into best of 5s. Everything's going to be okay.
Looking towards those best of 5s, Raz, let's talk about a couple key players for the squad. We're going both sides of the map. Let's start on the bottom side with Lumao.
Yeah, Lumao, I loved his play since coming in from the LPL, and it's always just been how much of a captain he's been for the team. And it starts with his picks, because I love the call out that Lyric had with his Karma pick, because a lot of the times I know him for his Pantheon, his Bard in particular, like picks that start fights for his team because he gives confidence in comms for his team to know when to go. And I think the brains of the team, it starts with him. And I love the fact that he's been, as you can see from the stats point, being like dictating the vision for his team. So good stuff from him. I expect better as the tournament goes on. He really is an inspirational support.
Without a doubt, a leader for the squad. And for every leader, you're also going to need a carry to direct around the map. And that's where I want to take a look at the top lane. Lyric in particular, that final game of the day on the Camille. Zoom popping off.
Yeah, he just a great Camille performance all day long. We saw it up against Rogue in their first game. A lot of great flanks coming off. And then in the second game, a lot of like witty plays as well. We saw the early TP around mid lane, catching out Showmaker, and he kind of fakes him out, makes him think he's going to go back topside, comes right back mid, gets another kill, and then just became such a huge monster that DAMWON couldn't really deal with.
And honestly, Camille is one of those champions that it just feels like if you're going up against an average top laner, maybe it's not something to worry about, but it just scales so much with player skill that this champion goes from looking, you know, okay to you see the absolute elite top laners playing it, and it just looks so broken. You know, it's not getting punished in lane. It's able to team fight if you're good enough at it. You can take over in a side lane. You can actually, you know, push and roam. You can invade jungle. You can escape ganks. It just starts feeling so broken. But it's going to be really interesting to see if that continues into the best of 5 stage, because I do think it's incredibly strong, but there's also things like Jax and even Fiora. You know, you can go even for more risky counter picks like the Quinn. So I'm going to be really interested to see like where the adaptation comes as all of these top laners left in the tournament are going to be pretty comfortable playing Camille.
There's quite a few stellar ones. In particular, though, a number of them do come from the LPL. And you saw there on the bottom of your screen some of those statistics for Zoom up in the top lane. First and second in CSD and gold difference at 15. I mean, just racking up those early advantages, Raz.
Yeah, and I want to kind of pick Lyric's brain because I love Zoom because how team-oriented he is. Like a lot of the stats that we've been seeing in his group stage has been based off of how well they've been playing towards him and giving him the resources to perform. But the Zoom I know can play the Ornn as well, can play a lot of team fight oriented picks. And then when we talk about the Dumpling brothers, because in team fights, they thrive in them. So for me, it's good to see him on these carry options like Camille because you know how flexible he is as a player.
Well, I think that feeds in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lear.
I was going to say, it actually blows my mind that he's only playing like the Camille in these carry-style tops like we saw like the Kale earlier. Because as Ran said, back in the LPL, all split long, all year long, was the Ornns, the Mordekaisers, the Renekton's that he became a monster on. So maybe that's what JDG is saving for the playoffs.
You gotta hope. You gotta hope. I want to see more of it, some smashes. It just so happens that in that last game of the day, Lumao shows why every second counts with a perfectly timed Bard ult, made possible by the Cisco network. And Raz, I love that you called out the Bard as one of the key champions for Lumao.
It was insane because this was a close pick coming in from DAMWON, was able to take down the Showmaker that, once again, DAMWON never say die. They look for these opportunities to find a way back into the game. He sees it. The channeling taunt from the Galio stops that from happening. And then they can turn it about 10 seconds later into a JDG teamfight win.
I mean, that was pretty much pixel perfect, you know, just catching the very edge of the Alistar and the Galio and not actually catching Yagao in that. Because if he catches him in it, he just gets comboed right out of the Bard ultimate and dies anyway. So, you know, it's these slim margins that can turn Bard from looking like a hero into a zero. And he plays that line so incredibly well. Lumao is definitely one of the best supports in the world and definitely one of the best Bards in the world.
That was one of two impressive Bard ults that he had. Another one on a TP coming in to save a team fight and a skirmish in the bot lane. Let's hear from the man himself as we head over to Lore, who caught up with Lumao.
And thank you very much, Dash. Laure here for the last interview of the day. JD Gaming finally defeats the mighty DAMWON, and I have Lumao with me to talk about the victory. Ni hao, and thank you for joining me. You are the first team to defeat DAMWON Gaming here, so tell me how you made this happen. What did you identify as the obvious mistakes to target against DAMWON?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，而且你们也是让之前都未尝一败的 DWG 终于是从他们手中获取了胜利。所以想问一下，你们获胜的一个秘诀是什么？是有发现他们怎么样去击败他们的办法了吗？
因为在第一轮就是我们给到第一轮对阵上他们，我们输掉了，然后给到他们都是非常拿手的英雄，所以我们这次就选择抢或者ban掉他们拿手的英雄，然后在打法上调整一些，就有幸赢了他们一把。
So actually, in the first round, I think in terms of the draft, we just given them the very comfortable draft for DAMWON Gaming. So for this round, we just pick or ban their significant pick or the picks that they're comfortable with. So I think that's why we're able to get this lucky victory.
I see. Playing a nice trick from one game to another. Congratulations on that. But focusing on you, Lumao, this is your first time at Worlds. Tell me about your performance so far, and what did you think about JD Gaming in group stage?
那这也是你的第一次世界赛的征程，那你对你的这一段世界赛的旅程到现在为止有什么样的一个评价吗？然后也怎么样去评价现在的一个京东呢？
首先第一次参加世界赛，然后觉得自己的状态没有到特别好。如果调整的特别好的话，我觉得我们队伍是一个很强的队伍。然后打到目前为止，我觉得成绩只能说马马虎虎吧，就不好也不坏，只能这样说。
I think in terms of my own performance, and this is my first time to stand on this World Championship. I don't think I'm in a very good form, but I think after some modification or adjustments, we are a very strong team. And in terms of the whole JDG, I think our conditions is just okay. I must say it's not that good, but also not that bad.
Okay, so you have time to improve on things for the next week and the next knockout stage, but you advance to the next stage. So far, we have G2, Suning, and DAMWON Gaming. What do you think about the competition you're going to have to face in the knockout series?
那么在接下来的8强，你们还会遇到其他的对手。现在 A 组的像苏宁 G2， 然后你们 B 组的 DWG 和你们已经是进入到了8强赛。那你去对接下来的赛事有什么样的自己的一个预测或者看法吗？
别的队伍也行吗？
都可以。
其实挺想看 GTO 打 DWG， 我觉得会是一个很有趣的对决。然后其他到因为分组还没出来嘛，就比较想先看这个。
Because the drawing it hasn't been come out yet, but I really want to see G2 facing DAMWON Gaming. I think that will be a very interesting series.
I think it will be a great series as well. But Lumao, Shisha for the interview, and Wendy, thank you very much for the translation as always. And back to you, Dash.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's very interesting to hear Lumao talk about the fact that he doesn't feel they're performing that well currently. So I wonder what they're going to look like when they turn it on, Azale. But also saying he's hoping for that DAMWON versus G2 matchup.
I don't think that G2 is hoping for that matchup. So it's interesting to see the different perspectives there, you know.
Of course. But Lyric, I want to come back to you on the topic of the fact that JD is a 2 seed coming out of groups, because again, the conversation is that this is possibly a top 3 or a finals team here for Worlds, and yet they are going to have to face a 1 seed in the quarterfinals. Their road will be tough.
I know I'm an LPL caster, but I'm kind of happy that JDG finished second because we never got to see JDG versus Suning in playoffs. They were on opposite sides of the bracket. JDG qualified 2 Worlds from making finals, and I think this will be a super fun match, especially with Suning right now. I actually think looking better than JDG at Worlds so far, and definitely adapting to the meta much better.
We got to stop this. No more team kills.
JDG versus top round 3?
No more LPL team kills. Stop it. Every time at Worlds, it's always an LPL team kill. I can't have more of this.
Yeah, it's major sus. Caught him taking the vents. Anyway, within all of this, it's very, again, I think it's very intriguing to listen to Lumao talk and almost downplay, I think, the impressiveness of that team. Again, Lyric, if you were to point out anything, actually, in that recent point you just made there, where you feel Suning is outperforming JD Gaming right now, what is the piece of JD that isn't up to par, or would you expect to turn on come knockout stage?
So the draft is definitely the big one for me, but even things like reset timings around objectives, I feel like JDG have just been a step slower than they were in the LPL. We even saw in this DAMWON game, there were just a lot of times with Dragons. I remember the first Baron that DAMWON went for, that JDG just weren't ready. They weren't prepared. Their resets were 1 camp too late or 1 wave too late. And small adjustments like that are going to be very important going into knockouts.
Yeah, for me, the level 1s have been like hammered in throughout this entire tournament. It was a staple of yesterday's games. And for JD versus DAMWON and versus PSG, the level 1s have been what has been breaking Kanavi. So I think the early game has also kind of been a quote-unquote weakness for JDG in this tournament. So I think if their level 1s are not as hectic, even if it's just as even, JDG's happening and they can play to what their strengths have been in later game teamfights.
Alrighty, this team excites me, and I think we will leave it there. Lyric, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on 2 out of 2 LPL teams making it through so far. Just waiting on Top Esports to do the same.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen.
All right, I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Not even counting LGD.
Oh my goodness! I still have it stuck in my brain that only 3 teams from any region go to Worlds. Thank you for calling me out on that, Azale. We're going for 4 of 4, Lyric, LGD tomorrow, and Top Esports the following day. We're stepping away. On the other side, there's more Worlds cooldown. I'm so embarrassed. Welcome back to World's Cool Down, presented by State Farm. Now it's time to say our goodbyes to a couple of teams exiting the tournament, and we're going to start with PSG. They made today interesting in the sense that they denied us what we thought was going to be some tiebreakers, either to qualify or for first place.
Are we congratulating them for that?
I don't know. I mean, that it's great for them. Not.
I know. I'm kidding. I was actually really excited because River and Tank both had some great games, and they were people that had a bit of a spotlight on them after play-ins with how well their substitutes had done. So the fact that they came in and actually were huge in picking up 2 of their wins today, I was really excited to see that. And I think they should leave with a pretty positive note, all things considered. Finishing above a major region team in groups is not a small accomplishment for one of these teams.
Yeah, I was really happy that they at least had that one game for that exact reason. Because it must really suck for the team, of course, being under the circumstances that they were in going into play-ins, not having to play with the members that they've practiced with the entire year, or at least like for a good amount of time. And then for Tank and, of course, River to be drop-shipped into games like these, it sucks. It does, just flatly said. And then they finally got to show the world their worth when they went up against JD. So that game will have like good memories for them, like good value going forward.
Drop shipping into World's group stage sounds kind of fun to me, Azael.
That sounds good.
StarCraft, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
It sounds kind of nice, but honestly, like I was kind of worried for the main roster players, you know, because we might not be thinking about it because we're not examining this team like as closely as someone we didn't think was going to get groups, and B, PCS is not a region that, you know, the English language broadcast follows as closely, right? So it's one of those things where I think when you have people step in for you and sub for you and then win all these games in the play-in, and then you come back in as the main roster, if you went 0-6, you're going to be getting roasted by the PCS fans, and maybe your teammates even lose some confidence in you, even though the level of competition is wildly different, right? Like you're having to play up against DAMWON and JDG compared to some of the teams that were in play-in. You know, it's worlds apart here. It's maybe the world champion versus, you know, teams that were the bottom play-in. So, you know, they had incredibly hard competition, and I think that they actually really did show up and, you know, prove that they are, you know, international caliber players, that they can really scrap with some of the big dogs, so to speak. So I think, you know, for them, that's like a huge personal victory, and I think it's a victory for their region to have the number 2 team from the PCS come here, you know, beat EU, beat LPL. That's pretty hype.
Yeah, you know, at risk of like kind of echoing the same sentiment, I'm glad that because I thought coming into group stage that these 2 players were set up to fail, but they came in and they put in strong performances, at least in the very tail end of it. So that was good to see that. And I'm just happy to see players like, you know, Kaiwing and Hanabi just play and perform well throughout the tournament. And I'll start with Kaiwing, because in play-ins, the man was a boss. Like, his Bard pick was just solo carrying these team fights for his squad. And even though like he went up against the like much tougher competition, you didn't get to necessarily see him shine, he still came up with this like great leadership and when to charge for these fights. So I'm really glad to see Kaiwing on the world stage.
Yeah, I think he was one of the big factors that was consistent throughout the tournament. I mean, he didn't pick up any kills on the Lux, but he was pretty aggressive in being able to set his team up with such a great early game, and then harassing, keeping control of the game against JDG, and being able to stack dragons and have a pretty clean game. And I think oftentimes supports are really critical in those kinds of controlled wins that kind of go down. So I was super impressed with Kaiwing.
That's where I want to put a spotlight on another mainstay for the roster in Hanabi. Let's talk about this guy, Zale.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had a pretty solid showing. His stats, obviously, you know, are not doing him any favors here. You know, people are going to look at that and I think, you know, kind of think pretty negatively about him. But he had a ridiculously tough group as far as top laners go. You know, you have Zoom, you have Nuguri, you have like these ridiculously talented guys who are, you know, both kind of in the conversation for potentially best top laner in the world that you're going up against. And at the end of the day, you know, it may not have always been pretty, but he was able to get the job done, I think, against some of the world's best.
Without a doubt, right? And I think I want to re-hit the point that you mentioned there, Zale. The fact that this team finished above another major region as the 2nd seed from the PCS, right? This isn't even the 1st seed, so they've outperformed the 1st seed from their own region in terms of record and placement within their group, and in my personal opinion, did it in a tougher group.
Yeah, I think taking down JDG should not be understated how crazy that was. And, you know, I kind of mentioned it before. It was a bit of a snowball in the early game, but then JDG had actually closed the gold lead to about a little under 1,000 by the time they won that Drake fight and into the Baron. And so that's what's super impressive to me was this was not like, oh my God, JDG turbo into the entire game. They gave up some early kills for them, and Talon used that to control the game and get the dragons and then move that to Baron. It was all actually a pretty clean game out of them. Whereas I feel like a lot of the times when people talk about BCS and LMS and some of these other regions picking up wins against major region teams, it's because they did something crazy, Nocturne, bot, or like lane swap kind of stuff. They didn't cheese this win. They just outplayed JDG for a full 30-minute game.
And we actually saw like a number of other games where some of the like not favored teams got some early kills, but they couldn't close, right? Machi, even another team, from BCS when they were going up against Suning, they had that one game where they killed 369 in the top lane, or excuse me, like a bunch of times, right? And we had these games. It wasn't 369, excuse me, but where they actually got a bunch of early kills and couldn't convert it, right? And we have seen the other end of that. So I don't think that when you are playing against these incredible teams at the very top level, that a couple kills at level 1 guarantees you a victory by any means.
Yeah, would have been on Suning. Now, today's State Farm Assist of the Day is going to one of those drop ship players, as they'll now be known, PSG River, who stopped JDG with a perfectly timed Lamb's Respite.
Yeah, this one was important because they had a lead coming into this tournament and coming into this game, thank you. But it was a fantastic play from Yagao that would have turned the fight, which was a great Baron run from PSG. That ultimate from Kindred saved them, and it ultimately got them a kill on Yagao as well. So being able to shut Yagao down from pulling JD back into this game and back into like first place contention within the group, theoretically, I think was insane.
Yeah, that was the engage where I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
JDG's back into the game. I wanted to believe in PSG, but it's not going to happen. And then the fact that he got that ult off and was able to turn that fight was like, oh my God, they're actually going to win this game.
Yeah, stellar play to knock JD down a peg. Now, finally, let's talk about the 3 seed from the LEC, Rogue. Unfortunately, exiting the tournament as the 4th place spot here in Group B.
And I think they're going to be pretty disappointed with their performance, honestly. No one, I think, expected them to actually get out because they had these 2 absolute behemoths. But, finishing at the bottom of the standings is not where I think people expected them. There was maybe some expectations of trying to steal a game from DAMWON or steal a game from JDG, try to make it a little bit more competitive, try to get something going on there. But I just didn't feel like it really came together for Rogue. We had some strong individual performances, but it didn't feel like they were working as well together as a team as we saw them, especially in the regular season in the LEC, where this team really was dominant in best of ones, and there was some hope that maybe they could bring that level of success here into the World's Group stage.
Yeah, and for me, what I'm afraid of is, the last taste is usually what you remember the most. Like, the last few games didn't look good for Rogue for sure, but at least the first games that they had in the beginning of the group, I was impressed with, right? Their first game versus PSG, they had great, their mid game was fantastic. Their early game planning was great. And then when they went up against the teams like DAMWON, I felt as though that they had actually prepared quite well versus them as well. And they were dragging out these games. And even though they only had that one win, I felt like they had combative games that was like back and forth. They just, it didn't work out for them as they were scaling in the group, which of course sucks. But if they think about the whole experience, I think they'll be pleased with how they started out the group.
Yeah, I think it's still tough, though, because I was ready after the first round, like you're saying, they look so impressive, to be like, oh, this is the team that I feel really bad for, because if they were in Group A or Group C, one of these other spots that, where the other European teams were, maybe they still would have gotten out. I feel a lot less confident saying that now after today and seeing their struggles. And so it is a little bad. It feels a little bad to say that, but it definitely was a disappointing performance for them. But like Azael was saying, there were still some players who competed pretty hard against some of the best teams in the world, so you can at least say like this felt like a team issue that came to light in the last day, more so than like player gaps or anything.
Yeah, for me, the setup was really important for this team. So Inspired, I think, was a really smart jungler, and keeping himself up in par against one of the best junglers in the tournaments, of course. And then on top of that, being able to set up for objectives. And it wasn't just a one-man play. It felt like both Inspired and Vander did a great job in working together. That's what really got them a lot of the advantages that they did, or made like their solo laners look really not even just, I wouldn't say look good, but like prop them up well so they can go into the mid game and late game team fights and perform. I was really impressed with Inspired and Vander. I think Vander had a decent tournament as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you're hoping this is something that they can learn from, right, and that they can build upon this, because this is a team that I think has a lot of promise. We saw just how good they can be, in the LEC regular season, but was an incredibly difficult group.
Without a doubt. I think for the organization should be very happy with the way they, closed out their season. It's, a first-time Worlds appearance for Rogue as an organization. A lot of these players can still be proud of the performance they put up. And then, as you said, Azale, very excited to see what comes next year in the LEC for them. Now, moving on, today's Was Asleep, Didn't Watch. It's going to Raz. Raz is going to give us his 1 minute on Group B and how they closed it out. Raz, the time is yours.
There we go. And I love the fact that we've been talking topics with these sections right now, because for me, this group, at least for today, was sectioned between the Kings and the Fighters. The Kings, for sure, you look towards JD and DAMWON. DAMWON looked exceptional throughout the group.
Oh, no. It appears that we lost Raz. I think he was just trying to get out of doing 60 seconds straight. It's really what it was. That's what it feels like to me.
Full kick the router, get out.
Yeah,
Raz is actually asleep.
What a stake. Actually, he's still going, too. All right, so while Raz is going, Mark, tell me what he's saying.
Oh, God, lip reading. He's talking about how he's so disappointed in Europe, and he's saying that, he's still an LPL fan at heart, and he's disappointed JDG didn't get the tiebreaker. He thinks that...
I don't like Mark's version. Azale, what's your version?
He really wanted to emphasize that his three co-hosts here on the desk are just incredibly handsome, have a wealth of knowledge and experience, and really are just industry-shaping figures here,
I like this version a lot more.
That he felt like we should all be nominated in every single category at the Esports Awards.
Perfect.
And I'm inclined to agree with him. So, thank you very much, Raz.
Yeah.
Very, very sweet of you.
I love how long Raz was still
He kept going, man.
Audio. Like, I can't tell. Because Raz is kind of person. I can't tell if he...
Commitment, man. I love it.
Did he not know, or did he know? And he was like, I'm still going. If they take me sound full again, I'm still going.
It's a 60-second recap, and it took him 5 minutes to notice that he was gone.
It's amazing. It's amazing. But hey, Raz, trust us when we say we believe everything you said was pure brilliance, okay? Just everything you said, we truly believe was pure brilliance.
I think he was going to say that JDG gets the FPX award for underperforming a little bit in groups, but will be monsters and best of fives. That's what I think. That's my own opinion that I've inserted into Raz's.
You know what? I am going to second your opinion for Raz. So there it is. Now it's canon. Let's take a look at what Worlds has cooking for us tomorrow as we close out Group B and we look towards Group C. First, we'll see the standings. Gen G, Fnatic, and LGD all sit at 2-1, with TSM, unfortunately, down there at 0-3. Without control of their own destiny, they need to win 3 and rely on some others. So again, I think this group is very interesting because you come into the day with 3-way tie, obviously only 2 slots to get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? I think people are still hoping, from the NA's perspective, that TSM will be able to turn something around, but it is going to be incredibly difficult. I had Gen G as the favorites coming into this group. I still believe that is true. Fnatic has looked good. LGD, I think, has bounced back very strong coming out of the play-in, so I think this is going to be one of the most exciting groups to be able to finish it off. It is not likely to be decided early on in the day as we had happen today. So, I am really, really pumped for this. I think it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Anything can happen. TSM technically, I believe, still has control of their fate in if they win all 3 games, they can get a tiebreaker. And then if they 4-0 the day, they get out. They're in the group with Fnatic, the only other team who has ever done that before. And they, they actually came back from 0-4. So... time to start praying to whatever gods it is that Fnatic worships, because TSM's going to need the same help. And I think LGD is the big wild card for me. After having such a poor play-ins performance, to see that bounce back is is pretty crazy.
Yeah, taking a look at the schedule, the slate of games that we have ahead of us, Fnatic, TSM to kick it off, then LGD versus Gen G. To your point there, Mark, as a quote-unquote wild card, I think as the toughest team to kind of pin down in their power level, that game in and of itself, game 2, is going to be very telling for whether or not LGD is going to break into that top 2 and either shove Gen G or Fnatic out.
And honestly, even if TSM doesn't get out, even if they lose that first game, they could actually still be the team that ends up deciding the group oftentimes, because if you're going to be the team at the bottom, you can drag someone down with you. you can pull that blue shell, knock down one of these teams, because if LGD and Fnatic and Gen G are all going blow for blow and staying tied up near the top, the team that decides it could be whoever loses to TSM if someone does.
Yeah. Raz, you back?
Yes, I'm back. The world didn't want to see my preach. That's fine. I'm okay with it. We can move forward now. I just wanted to echo the point that this Group C, you have to watch tomorrow. It is actually just so exciting to watch. LGD, as you were saying, ramping up. Fnatic, I think, is the team that can always bring more in terms of strategy. Like, we've seen so much from them within the playoffs in LEC, and then coming in, they could play literally any comp. Like, guaranteed, I feel like they're going to get Lucian and Evelyn banned against them. So they won't have those necessarily. But they're a team that has always kind of concocted something new in the pick ban. So I want to see what they have ready for us.
All right, there you have it. Group C coming at you tomorrow. The only thing I want to go back and verify is Raz, do you agree with what Mark said about your 1 minute?
Oh, no. What did he say?
Oh,
I missed it.
I don't know, Raz. Do you agree or not?
I don't trust that man. I disagree.
Okay. All right, tell me this. Do you agree with what Azale said?
Yes, he's a trustable face.
Yes!
Most trusted face in esports.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been confirmed. Okay, that's going to do it for us here on the broadcast. We're going to see you all tomorrow for Group C, a hype group. So for myself, the cast, the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you for watching. Get some rest. We'll see you next time for more Worlds.